Hello everyone, hello Pixels, Buster, Rhino, and Zach. Thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Seeing more wombles. I've been seeing more wombles. Fuck yeah. We're gonna be hanging out today, doing a bit of goobery things. And I'm gonna be over here today while I get to post. I think is the start of stream today. Hope everyone's having a lovely day. It is cold here, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna change my outfit. And we haven't done one of these. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me take a picture of this. Oh, blue. Let me give it. Oop. Smaller. You can't see that color. Okay. Boop. Copy. Note. Oh, damn. I like that. We're seeing more wombles today, but unfortunately, Pixel already has womble. Unfortunate. Oh, that's one I did wrong. It's Scylla Araya. And that is who being posted today. So maybe I start going to the gym again. Understandable. Get ready to get that beach bod for the summertime. How did I fuck this up? Fuck this up. Scylla Araya. Eventually I will get more. You will. I believe. Oh, my screen flickered. Chat. I'm brain thingy. And Gary Beck's everywhere. She wants to go no matter what. Aw, that's cute. Do it. I believe. 26. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I didn't have hashtag. That's fine. I'm just gonna make this into the translation. Video language A B C D E publish. Next. Publish. Let's go. Okay. So now I did the Twitter post. Did that. I do yesterday's video though. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. So chilly today. Alright, I need to do this one. Eyes on me, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Do I have 2 game things? Oh no, this is Clash Cleaning Simulator. I can go in there. My phone buzzed. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Alright. Oops. Whoops. Alright, let's do this. Also, I have updated Unreal to have the new sub charms that I finished. I took a picture of them. 1 second. Oh, I don't like how that looks. So they look like this now. This is example 1. This is a tier 1 sub with a bits charm and then the gifted sub charm. But you won't... So if you only sub, you won't get the red or the blue one. You'll just have this yellow one. But yeah, that way like it's more variation as well. And we'll be messing with that today in Unreal. We gotta do other things first though. I scream. I don't actually like this song. I like the one line in it, but that's like it. Ooh. Let's go back to the DJ. DJ was pretty good yesterday. So I'm gonna trust it today too. What did we do yesterday? We did some 3D modeling stuff actually. We counting bits like they're like gotta be 100 or more. Does 1 itty bitty count? I think 1 itty bitty counts. I'm thinking about it a little bit more. It's just the only thing that's hard. Yeah, I think 1 itty bitty counts. Because it's not, unfortunately, it's not sustainable to do forever, right? So, it'll be a limited thing that I just do for a while. This ain't meant to be. Roll me once, fool me twice. Thank you for the head pat. But maybe there could be a special color for like special people that gift and sub X amount. That could be cool. Maybe be like a gold one. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. This one. Oh, we did some video editing yesterday. Meant to be, it's meant to be. Right one, wrong time. Days good, days say goodbye. Right to you, you were close to me. Maybe it just ain't meant to be. Once, fool me twice. Yesterday was the 8th. Last. It's okay. As collab. Video editing. Art. And then what was yesterday's stream title? Oh, videos. Crazy. Boop. I'm the only one. Did you mean that I'm just one around? Twitch, thumbnails, art. There's always so much more like prep work that I always have to do for stream and content stuff that I always forget. Oh my goodness. Good job, Moira. That was a big jump. Yeah, what? Okay. What? 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 Why didn't you let me highlight it? This one. There you go. The Twitch thumbnail is this one. Finish save. Hello, Momo. Okay, I'm good on that. I have so many fucking things open. Okay, we did the TikTok. We did the YouTube short. We haven't done our VOD for today. What VODs do we have? We have it first. I put that in Sally Face. Is that's why? Gameplay Sally Face. That means there's no VOD for today because we played Sally Face only. So that's fine. I forgot to render that. So that's okay. I'll do that like later tonight. So I need the 7th. 6th, 7th. Download. Yeah. Yeah. Cannot speak. Only look at the time. And then I'm gonna switch this with Thursday. I think that's the 9th. Just save that. And close this and then file open recent. MOA. This one. And then I gotta replace an image on the Kickstarter. Close. Switch. And I gotta prepare a post here. Ain't got nothing to do. Hide. Pink bonk. Oh. There you go. I also did not need this. This one. Do that here. I don't know if she has a blue sky though. Oh, she does. Hog. Okay, and then my phone will go off at the designated time. This one will go here, and now we're all grooving, schmoovin', looking something. Content, upload, VOD. Oh, no VOD today. Okay. And then we gotta do this first. Wait, did we want to... I forgot. Starts bound to another section. Could we try blending these two images together? So they bleed into each other. Okay, it's a good thing I read this. Okay. Let's bring you up. Turn you off. Okay. And then, hi Vex, how are you? Welcome on in. How's your day going? How you feeling? Feeling alright? Oops, that's not on it. There you go. I'm good. How are you? I'm pretty good. Working on some stuff for enshrined. Alright, so we want these to kind of bleed together, huh? How would I go about doing that? I'm gonna be honest, this frame reminds me a lot of Sally Face. It reminds me a lot of Sally Face because of the the harshly forced like perspective on it. Let's put this in here. Let's turn this off for now. I want this to go behind. Let's do a 15. Hello, Compact. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Maybe we like take this part out, maybe? And then we can add like this back in a bit. Might bring some of this like back in, maybe. For the check and vexed. And then kind of like removing this top layer of it. Thank you for the song request. Summertime. That goes down here. And then I kind of want to... 008, it might be. It might. I don't actually know. I don't think I can bring it back up. You could probably clip it if you want to see it, though. Oh, I wanted to remove this part. I kind of want this part to be like this. And then let me take this brush. Kind of bring this back in a little bit. Go down here, take this out a bit. I think it's like right here. Bring it back in a bit. It 100% is, and the date is... Oh! That might have been a me thing. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. I forgot I did that. Because your Twitch ID goes here. Twitch ID goes here, and then your icon goes here. I forgot, because Costco has a I forgot. Listen, it's been a while since I looked at the cards, okay? Last time I looked at the cards was to add your guys' profile picture, which was a bitch and a half to figure out. But I did it. Oh, I was raised out in the cold. Till the summertime. And oh, I was raised down little light. Maybe gotta flip longer. No problem. No problem. We'll be here. Flood select. Is it not this one? Is it this one? It is this one. brought this in a little bit too much. Did this? Oh my god, the image on this? The image on this is terrifying. I'm good. I was like, this song is kind of giving me spooky vibes. Looks at the cover image, very spooky. I want his hairline to come back. I need your hairline to come back, Seth. I want to like fade this out just a little bit more. I don't know if I want to do it like that. Here, let me do two versions because I like that one, but I also feel like he would look better bigger almost, and like down here a little more off. Redo. A little bit more like that. Oh, we can bring this back in a bit. Let me get a more interesting brush going. Let's get this round one. This round one treats me pretty good a lot of the times. And this, we're just gonna fade this out. Oh, bring this in a little bit more. Oh no. Let's do like 15. I can bring it out. There you go. Let me take this out of here really quick. Because I kind of want... Move. I want this to come kind of down here, I think. Yeah. I can bring this back in here now. I can brace background. And I kind of want to take this out. Hello, Shadow. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Okay, and now let's remove it a bit. Let's bring opacity back up. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm pretty good. Just working on some Kickstarter stuff before I get into little other arts that I want to do for today. I'm doing pretty good though. Did you see the Fortnite announcement for the nightmare stuff? They're adding like the repo bots and stuff. I saw that this morning. I was kind of interested. Yes, I did. What do you think? You gonna get one? Are you gonna get a repo bot? I don't know how their legs are gonna work. I saw like Aura's post of being like the legs are all like super funky dunky. So I don't know. I don't know. Getting repo bot to hit the gritty. Understandable. Understandable. I do think it's quite fun to see the little repo bots. I was honestly, I feel like they'd fit more as like a backpack, personally. Like I feel like they'd be a good backpack. I'm gonna make this this come back a bit. I need this to be like 15. Let's do it this way. Let's take this, put it in a group. We're gonna take a new guy, and then we're gonna start taking a new brush and kind of just bringing that back out. It'd be nice if we could have like the full edge of this, but well, maybe I could juxtaposition it to look that way. Hold on. I might be able to edit it to look that way, actually. Delete. Okay, so if I take this image and then I specifically take this one. Wait, is it because of the box? Alright, let me turn the box off for a second. And then give me this one. Wait, do we have the PSD of this? Ooh, VOD. I'm like all over the place. Boop, boop. Who made this? No, that's Zach. Do we have this image? Forward. And 2D. I just act it's gonna work mumbles. And season. Maybe. Nope, wrong person. Wrong person. Wrong. I'm wrong. I think I'm right though. Just don't know where it is. Pretty sure he's the one that works on it because it's his art style though. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I have another idea. Let me do this one. By the way, do I need to send you a YouTube video? Send it on over. Send it on over. I'll watch it. Okay, I'm just gonna ask Zach. Forward, work mumbles. This image with the full. And so it begins. I have downloaded it. Let's go! Do I also get to read stuff on there? Just a question. By any chance? Oh, my hands are getting cold. The only thing I don't like about the falling and the wintering seasons is that my hands will get cold. It's AI turning without me by into a 15 Motown soul song? What the heck? I want to hear this. Yes. Oh, thanks for closing my door, Moira. Let me see this one. I want to hear this. Oh. You know it's good when they bring that. Ooh. Yeah, you would have to get the app, but it's all the same as for. Okay, thank you, right now. Yes. Mmm. 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 I'll be honest, we don't endorse AI here, but god damn, it sound good though. Ah. I'm just saying that some remixes of music kind of go hard. You know, that's all I'm saying, you know? Like Tails versions of Lave songs go kind of hard too. Mhm. Oh, baby, dude, that's fucking sick, Shadow. I gotta add this to my like songs. Oh. Oh. I wish this was on Spotify. This fucks me. I can't listen to more of it. It'll make me more upset that I can't listen to it. Oh, that's so good though. Thank you for sharing with us. Oh, fuck, that fucked. That fucked though. That on God fucked. Fuck. Yeah, AI is hit or miss, but that's a banger. Yeah, on God. Like, ethical, again, AI is a tool, just as drugs are tools, just as a knife is a tool. But sometimes the shit slaps, though. Like, with music remixes, sometimes it just slaps, though. Hi, Quetta! Hi, Canadian! Doing pretty good. Fixing up a few Kickstarter things for Enshrined, but and now we're doing pretty good. I mean, not other than that, like, I'm just vibing. Nothing really going on outside of that. I think this is all good. I want a slightly different brush. I kind of want this part of the brush. A little bit more. There we go. Okay, that took away a bit more than I was hoping. That's okay. We can bring it back in. Make it smaller. There we go. Right there. Let me take one other brush. Secret project is finished. Let's go. Is that project the PNG? Do you think you be showing me? Okay, if he doesn't have it, that's fine. Woo! I'm so excited for you to start streaming again, Quits. Maybe we could do like Minecraft, like Minecraft stuff sometime. Or like, I don't know. I don't know what else you play, but I'm just happy you'll be streaming because I like to lurk in your streams when you were streaming. So I'm just excited overall. I love that. Well, guess what? I freaking I love you, homie. Teehee. Honestly, there's like some survival games also that I need to get around to again, like Korkipar. I don't like that. It's got 100% opacity again. I don't like that one either, though. I'm not really vibing with that song. It's like okay. Oh, oops. Sorry. I like the guitar in the song. Really cool for the Kickstarter. Like, I know nothing, but y'all about BS as Wily Coyote. What? Listen, you know nothing. You know nothing. I'm gonna be real with you. While I do think you could guess what it is, I don't think, because it's not really a region that I talk about in terms of art and streaming and stuff. So, Ziza's gonna do blessed work. Pixels, what do you think about the blending of this? Should I blend it differently at all? I have 2 versions of it now. Hold on. Is this where the other one is? Let me just put these side by side so we can look at them. So we have this one where it's more square. We have this one where it's more square. The bottom one's a bit more square. But no matter what, Zizo or Zach is drawing the blade that gets cut out because he didn't draw the blade that got cut out. And I think it'd be really cool if the blade comes out. So he said he would do that for me because our artists are amazing and I love them. Or we have this one where it's kind of bigger and I think honestly this one looks better. I don't know why. I just feel like it complements the arc of the eye more, I think. Hold on. I want to see something and composition wise. I think the arc of this matches the arc of the eyeball and that's why I like it. My wife! That's my wife. The beautiful woman. Yeah, like this is like this, so it kind of like matches, and I think like kind of, yeah, I just think it looks better. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, something about this just kind of looks good, I think. So I think it looks better. Okay, then we'll stick with this one then. We'll remove this one. We'll use this one. So I do like this one more, especially if we can get this blade to pop out all the way down. I think this will be perfect. And then let me look at the Kickstarter where this sits, because I don't know. Do we want to combine the header? Should we combine the header with it? Let me see how it looks. Titles, team title. And then this one, and then... Nah, I think it's too much. It's too much. Nope, never mind. It's too much. Okay. Damn! I've already getting Womble today, and Womble's not even up yet. That's awesome. I like it. I like it. I like it. I think I just gotta wait for the... I just need to wait for the... No yawning, it's too late. It already left my mouth. I just need to wait for Zach to give me the blade bit of it, so that way I can update that part, and then I think it'll be pretty good. So this will have to come down just a bit more, and then we can shove this back in here, and then it should be pretty good. I kind of want to blend this blade out just a little bit more, though, I think. What is a song? There you go. Okay, now I just gotta wait. Just gotta wait for Zach. And then I think that's it. And then I can do my art stuff for today, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Oh shit, sorry, hold on. Before I go eat, before I go have good food, have amazing food. Thank you for stopping by, Shadow. I adore you so much. Thank you for stopping by. Also, I think I have another way that I want to do this screen. Humor desktop. Instead of doing it like this, I'll just bring it down. Yeah. And then if I turn it off, yeah, that works a lot better, I think. Pog. Okay, I didn't finish. Oh, right, that's what I'm doing. Hello, Daedalus. How are you? I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. Oh no, get bigger. Stop that. Okay, I want this to go here. Yeah, I like that. Then I want this to be shorter, to be 2 rows. And that way I can split this into 2 viewports. I have not gone dressed today, and it has been very rewarding. I'm glad. You deserve to have a day where you're not doing much. How's you? I'm pretty good. I'm working on our background scene a little bit more today, because I updated the sub charms. I think you should be able to see your name, actually. Let me just... I'm going through all the lights and fixing them because I'm having a problem with them. Not that it's like a super crazy problem. It's just like it's not the way I would have preferred it. But yeah, these like little charms, they don't... I'm gonna scream. How do you... Okay, well, anywho, wait. Can I like get closer? Yeah. They don't cast shadows, so I have to fix that. I figured out how to fix it right before stream. Can I find yours? Hold on. That'd be easier if I did it this way. Did I do yours yet? I think I did. Yeah, okay. It's over here. It's right here. It is right here. Why'd the other sub-charms not turn off? Oh, these are the other ones. Hold on. I'm just gonna delete these. This is all a render? Yes. It has taken me a hot second to do it all, but nonetheless, I'm happy I get to do it because it's fun. That's the glow effect. Where the fuck are these guys? What the fuck? Okay, come on. Come here. Okay. But, yep. Yep. There, you can see it. You can see it a lot better now, the names. I also need to edit. Let me do that really quick. I need to edit the metallic on this. Multiply to be a, I think would be look better. Can't fucking seize it. Was it the roughness? I think it was the roughness, actually. No, it was the metallic. This one was for the gifted charm. Oh, I see. Okay, no, that looks good. Okay, cool. And then bits charm, and then the tier 1, 2, and 3 charm. Bits charm, this one. Metallic, multiply, and then 0.25, save. This one, multiply, 0.25, save. It might be faster if I just copy the node. I'm gonna put that in here, save. Yeah, I mean, it's not as shiny, but I think... this is the... A lot of them are tier 1 charms. Let me do 0.75, maybe... Yeah, let's do 0.75 and see how I like that. It's a bit shinier. And the thing, you can't really see it, though, but I think I like the 0.75 more. So it's not too glossy that you can't see it, but it is glossy enough that you can tell that there's shine. Which I like. Bitch charm. 0.75. Oh, give. Happy enough. I want something on TV. Yeah, that's a bit better. I like that a bit more. Okay, now close. Well, no, I would like... I'm gonna close these guys. We can close these guys. This, I need the emissive to be less, I think. 0.8, save. Maybe that way. Oops. I'll let you go. It doesn't really change anything in this view. It's more the other view that it changes stuff in. Let's do 6. And I need to post a thing on the social media. Sometimes all I think about is you. You know what? Let's do 2. I'll give it a glow effect. Like I did for the other ones. 0.2. I kind of want to bring it up just a little bit. 3. 4. 4 is the best. Let me just copy this value. Oh. Oh, that's perfectly unsaid. All I think about is you. Nights in the middle of June. Save. There you go. And then save. Okay, cool. Let me drink my Wilder. Okay. I think I need to turn my fan off. It's too short. Okay. It's either on low or it's off, and I can't tell, but it should be fine. This is making my hands cold. Post. Okay. ID, and this is okay. And then I think this one. No, it's actually fine. I thought there was one that was peeking out a little too high, but I think it's this one. This one's a little bit tall. Okay. All right, now let's do the sub charm list first, because I was like up to like fucking 5 a.m. last night, so let's get them finished. So I had to update a bunch of things. So it's Fury, and then it's missing a. So some materials. There's some materials. Add folder. Name it. Oh, my bad. I couldn't cancel out the darkness I inherited from dad. Now I am no longer funny, 'cause I miss the way you laugh. Only forever. Now you still can't call me back, and I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I hear Mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault. I just stopped to play the victim. I'll shank alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I may not have, but I think this is the updated texture. I think I did that. Okay. I'll have to do. Jester. Oh, your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's my fault that I stopped to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I may not have, but I did not lose. Now you're it's this one, which is 41 actually. I made an oopsie when I copied and pasted them, and I never fixed it. I didn't want to. Alright, Morgan's done. This one. This one. Say just like him. Goes like this. And we have Quetz's. QRST. And then this, and then this, and this. And then we have TNS Teenies. And then we have Sam, which I'm pretty sure they've gifted subs before. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. This one. Nope. Where is... Okay, I found it. Boop. Boop. When everything changes, you go back to strangers. Okay. This one. And then invisible. This one. This one's lewd. Load. Bonk bonk. 32. Star. Star's done. That one. And then. Oh. Am I missing one? Oh, that's an easy fix though, now that I'm already in here though. Yeah, so I could just do doop. And then I just go. Nope. Nope. And then I can rotate it. Nope. Nope. Never mind. No, I can't. Okay. This one is Pocky. LMNOP Pocky. No, it's not. This one is. My name. And then this one is Megan. Megan. Boop. 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 There we go. Look at all the cute little sub charms. We have so many. It's cool. It's cool to see. Alright, now all the sub charms have been updated for now until I do my next batch, likely next month. Oh, that's how I can handle it. I could add as many as I want as long as it's like a once a month update. I like it. Alright, now I have to modify. I can see the shadow that's here, but I cannot. I turn game view on? Oh no, it's just down here. I want it to be subtle. I don't want it to be a lot. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Now, who are you? Ah, yes, you. You are so orange for some reason. Or so not the color I want you to be. I don't like this. I don't like this one. I don't want it to be that color either, though. Okay, I like that. And then it also needs to be like here. I just don't like how yellow it is. It's so yellow. I think that's better. And then next light, who are you? Oh, you're that light. That's fine. Won't you come? I don't know the point of view, actually, but I'll leave you on. This one also feels a bit yellow. Like either this way or this way? This way. Make it lighter. Right? Yeah. And then this light. Maybe the attenuation radius is too big. Let's do 200. feel like it should be... should have a... I guess they're so close together that maybe not. I want it to be a little bit taller. Soft source radius. How do I make it taller? Is it the length? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Do I want to move it over at all? Yeah, kind of, and then move it up. Yeah, there you go. And this one. I don't know what this one was for, but it kind of adds a nice extra light to the glass, so I guess we'll keep it. Yeah, sure. And then the lamp made light. Yeah, that's fine. And then the lamp light itself. This is the fill light, and then this is a bounce light. Yeah, wow! Yay! Fuck yes. Alrighty. Makes me very happy. This did not take as long as I thought it would, to be honest. I know. Aw. Song's kind of quiet, huh? Just turn it up for myself. Alright, let's go to couch. Hi, Pocky! Hi! Oh my god, hi! Hi, how are you? Hope you have a good day. That's a bit obnoxious. Alright, that's fine. I was like, do I want to hold my tail? Like I did back then. I know. Is it? It's the couch light. This light isn't. I think it's okay. I kind of like that it's like warm and cool. I think it's fine. I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good. Messing around in Unreal Engine 5 so I could get my render done. I added the new updated subcharms. Let me see if I can find yours. Bam. I can't see. Very close, but not that one. It's this one. Ah, see? I'm in Spain right now. Barcelona. Bruh. What the fuck? That's so cool. Is the weather nice over there? I hope the weather's nice. Oh, my neck. Oh. I hope the weather's nice. It's kind of cold. Hello. What's the matter? Yes, I know. Fuck yeah. We still got the guy. It's aight. Is it cold? Is it too warm? Is it pretty though? I bet Spain. But Barcelona, man. What do you mean you're in Barcelona? That's crazy. You know, like, cause like I feel like one of those romanticized Americans about traveling, right? Where I'm like, damn, you know, going to Barcelona, Greece is probably so pretty. It might be more normal for you though, because like you live over there, but I bet it's really pretty. Ah, my hair. I think I need to brush my hair. I'm gonna brush my hair really quick. I gotta take my headset off, but I can still see chat. Just wanna brush my hair because I don't know. It's like frizzy a little bit, so it's like not being soft. I think it's because I slept on it funny. I think it's because I slept. Sometimes when I sleep on my hair and I'm not exactly using my pillowcase, because my pillowcase is like, I have a satin pillowcase so my hair doesn't get yoinked out. Well, at least that's what I hear. I feel like the hair loss, I guess it depends. If you have really thin hair and you really want to like protect that hair, then having like a silk or satin pillowcase like is important for you not to thin your hair out even more. But I have really thick hair, So I'm like, I don't know if like the loss of hair. This is such a good song. I have to put my headset back on. I don't know if the loss of the hair like really contributes to anything at the end of the day, because it's kind of like my hair's so thick. But I have one anyway. But sometimes the main reason why I have considered and bought a satin pillowcase, not an expensive one, just one off of Amazon that was like, oh, maybe like $15 for a pack of 2 or something. Sorry, didn't mean to brush sorry, I hit the mic. I'm still not used to having this mic here. Good song, by the way. I know, it's such a good song. I love Nirvana. Memory. I have to take my headset off because I have to brush my hair. But when I don't, the reason why I got a satin pillowcase was because, my hair will, I guess I move around enough in my sleep that my hair kind of knots itself against itself for some reason. But when mixtape broke, oh, thank you. I will fix that. I'm going to sleep. Just want to check in. Have a good one. Thank you for checking in, Pocky. It means a lot. I hope you sleep super duper well. I'll probably be here when you wake up. But have a lovely night. Thank you for stopping by. What was I gonna say? But yeah, sometimes my hair just gets knotted if I don't use my satin pillowcase. So I think we're good now. It's usually like the nape of my neck, which is like annoying. Cause like that's not a spot I really pay attention to, but I think we're good now. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Alright, need to fix the mixtape, and I think if I turn it off and turn it back on, it'll be fine. No. I might need to reload the song. No, you know what it probably is? Tools, tuna. Start, stop. I might have to reconnect it. Yeah, I know. I know you're a third party. Hold on me. Yeah. Oh, not that one. Not that one. There you go. Memory. Because, like, the token and the request token isn't there. There we go. Yeah. So when that happens, that just means I have to refresh the authentication of it. Just not a problem. Just means I have to relog in. No, I don't have a gun. Alright, so we have the cam computer's good. The couch computer needs to move a little bit. Where is Arthur? Because I want to put Arthur in here and then rename this to be toggled items. And then detailed VHS subcharms can go in the Milk Club now. Save, and then if I go to framework, there should be the toggled wall. Nope, not that one. That's the toggle wall. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, I think this will work. How does this work? Zach, how do these fit? How do these fit, Zach? Zach, I don't understand. Oh, is it kind of like is it a lot bigger than I think it is? I think it might be a lot bigger than I think it is. Oh. I made it. It's so big. Perspective. I'll wait for them to fix the white outline and then I'll take it again. Couch. Is this one locked? It is locked. I like that more. And then the nook is fine. The computer is fine. Couch is fine. Overview computer. Overview is good. I kind of want to do another camera that's like couch, but zoomed in. Really gonna know, oh baby. It's like zoomed in on here. Kind of like this. Kind of want like this. Really wanna know. Alright, save. I need to be an affinity. Give me affinity. Affinity! Okay, thank you. Oh, it's so good. It's so perfect. I don't know how, but I think I scrunched the photo. I think I just need to just focus on matching up the blade right here. That's the big part. Actually, that's kind of sick too. It's so cool. What am I to do, Chad? It's too cool. Our artists are too cool. They make things that are too cool. Oh, I need the opacity to be 100. I don't know how we did this image, but it's a little, just like the littlest bit off in places. Like it's a little confusing, but I'll fix it. I will fix it, I promise. Okay, cool. I did it, okay. I think I kind of want to remove this because there's like, oops. Doesn't even matter as much. There you go. Dude, this is fucking sick though. Yo, that's actually fucking so sick. If we could have kept it like this, on God, that would be so cool. Okay, maybe I will do one more version. Maybe I will do one more version where we can have the entirety of him be here. Can we open up the door? Damn, that's so sick. Dude, that's so sick. So that's this one, and then there's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, so this is the whole image. Shit, that's so cool, dude. But we don't have more image stretching this way, which is unfortunate. Okay, new question. What if this was the top? Right? Like, what if instead of doing it like this, or actually redo it like that? Wait, no, I did undo it. Wait. Not you. Yeah. Yeah, bring that back. Okay. Let's say this was the top instead. Shit, I just like wish that this comed out a little more. Away. No, this one, it definitely has to go this way. Okay. So I think I have to make it work with this. I wonder if it would be possible. Just barely fit this in here. I don't like that though. I kind of like that this comes out. And then maybe instead we shrink this a bit. Cause I really hate to cut that blade out. It's just so cool. But I think sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Oops. Let's just cut out the parts we need to remove. I'm gonna bring back in the parts that we can have. Kind of want to make it like a painted memory. So let's go down to 15. Let me start adding it back in a little bit. I don't want it to be too long. Let me bring back in this. I should go here. Yeah, that's a good size. And then Let's do 20. I feel like 15 is just like, it's too incremental. I forgot how I did this, but okay. Let's do this 100. Now. What if... And then... I'll be honest. Tyler, the Creator's music has gotten a little crazy, but, you know, I'm kind of here for it. It's like crash out music. I'm kind of vibing with it, honestly. I don't like this one. It's smaller. And then remove this section just a little bit. Bring this back in just a little bit. Make it a harder edge. Can we have more splatter? Do we have ones with more splatter on them? Add just a little bit of that splatter. There's gotta be ones with better splatter than that. Yeah, like that. Just want a little bit more splatter. How about this side? Oops. Make that line just connect. Yeah, I think that looks kind of sick. Yeah, I think that looks kind of sick. Enshrined. I want to put it in the thing to see how it looks, and then I'll do my final things if I really like it or not. Let's do 3. To your heart. How do you make a bookmarks in this? New story editor. Click easy media. Auto generate help backers. Should by using text headings. Interesting. So we need to use more text headings. Interesting. Okay. That's something we can look at later. I don't know if that was the right thing to click, but we'll find out. What? I just want to update. I want this one. Image. This one. Okay. Well. Oh, okay, so that's kind of bunk. Okay. This the edge right there. Forgot about that one. I can bring it back in with a little bit of the splatter. I like this side of splatter though. To your heart. And then I want the round brush, and then we're gonna go back to the 15%. It should be the positive one, just to blend just a little bit of this back out. So I think it looks cooler if it's like blended just a little bit so it's not too harsh. Export. Oh, no, this one. Export. Yep. I'll wait till it exports because it's a big image. It's a big old fat image. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. I might do one more thing for this then. The only problem I can see is that this doesn't stretch out all the way. And so it kind of looks uneven with everything else. A little bit. So yeah, let's do that. So that way it looks more even. Dude, this fucking looks sick though. On God. That's pretty cool. This one. Oh, I think I need to bring the top down just a little bit. Oops. There you go. And actually, I want to go back up really quick. I want to check something. Choose heading. How do you do that? How does headings work? Oh, interesting. So wait, if I made this a heading, does that change it? I don't think so. I just don't like that there's this, like, space. Wish there was less of a space. Okay, well, I guess not. So this would be a heading. I don't know why I can't. I guess because you're the first thing. And this is a heading. And then these are subheadings. So if I did... Except I can't click it. Use image as section heading. Oh. Oh. Let's see how Crooked Moon did it. Wait, what was that? Wait, what was that? Hold on, what was this? The Goblin Oracle dice? What's this? What's this? The Goblin's Oracle dice? What is this? A dice set? Is this a bunch of dice? I could be a dice. Whoa! It comes with a cute little, like, jewelry box dice tray. Honestly, I just want the dice. Oh, in this box, you get 22 divination dice. To read the dice, you get a 2-sided reading cloth to give you options on how to read it. And to learn what it... You heard Goblin and Red. It's so cool, though! It's like an oracle set. It's like a tarot oracle set. That's really cool, though. The helper, the seasons. How much would I have to give them to just have all the dice? The complete 50 Includes helper die set, seasons die set, keys die set for the complete 50 oracle die set. Is there 10 in each set then? Interesting. It's like, what if I just want the dice? Like, I don't want anything else. Damn, look at that wooden box. That's nice. Little box chest. I just like the dice. And this art kind of slaps. I would just want the dice. And the helper lord's dice set, does it show like the dice sets? I wish I had an image of like each of the sets. It wasn't just like I want a picture of each of the dice sets. I love this art though. This watercolor art is magnifique. The seasons dice set. Cause like I like the aesthetic of some more than the others. So like, maybe I would just want one over the other. Maybe. I have most of a cool 3D printed dice tray. Lol. I just never got around to finishing up because my build plates were warped. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Well, I hope you can finish it at some point. I would never, I think, want a different dice bag than what I have. I have Laura Bailey's dice bag of holding that Pixels got me for Christmas one year. And I only recently started to get it filled up thanks to the Crooked Moon dices. They gave you like 15 sets of dice. And it's awesome. And I put in my Laura Bailey dice bag and it's starting to fill up and I'm really happy about it. But like, I love that thing. I love the just ginormity of it. Okay, so okay, the dice sets. Okay. Let me ask in the TTRPG. At Muffin Dad, want me to make those book or the Kickstarter? I think I figured out to add them. This thing. Also, we like the new story image. Let's scroll back up. Get that full blade. I wish you could see the wicked truth. I want to look around at Kickstarters really quick. I'm going to get distracted. Let's get distracted. Don't starve together. What is this? What is this? Wait, what is this? Oh, those are like, these are like ornate cat pins. The only thing about cat merchandise, and I think this might go for like, I don't know, maybe narcissistic pet owners. I think these are very cute, but I would only get one if one looked like Moira. Only then would I get one. Like, I love cats, and I think before I had a cat, I was like, cat whatever, it doesn't matter as long as it's a cute cat. But now I really only want cat merch if it looks like my cat. You'd get digital skins? Can I just buy the digital skins? Want to see a little predator be silly? I do. Is she being a gooby goofer? I think it's because it's cold. If she's bugging you too much, I can bring out the heated blanket. I'll just unplug the AC and plug in the heated blanket. Oh, these fucking minis are actually sick. No, that's good. Okay. I like the mammoth. The koala fan. Do they have the woolly mammoth, though? I wasn't looking. I just kind of started scrolling. I don't see it. Sent you a video? Okay. Oh, she chased the Barbies. Oh, did she see a Barbie? Oh, 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 wait. Oh, you want? No, I'll watch it with chat. Hold on. Oh no, there's a bug on the window. Open link. There you go. Oh, it's gonna make me download it anyway. Okay. I want to watch it on the big screen. I watch it on the big screen. Oh, it's still downloading. Is our internet okay? Why is it? It's taking forever to download. What the fuck? Okay, well, do I just wait till it's done? Piggy. I like these stylized sculpts. They're very nice. Okay, damn, they raised $3 million. I'm not surprised. Vote now. Teamwork. Teamwork always. I'm always teamwork. A Chester! Oh my god! I don't know how you'd play as Chester. Okay, back to my cat. Oh, there is a bug on the screen. There's like a little bug. A little bug right there. Oh. Oh, is she gonna get it? Is she gonna get it? Ew. What kind of bug is that? Oh! Did she get it? Did she get it? Oh. Oh no, did she knock it off the window? She's like, where? I caught it. But where is it? Oh shit, did it fall? Sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa. I don't think... But it should be here somewhere. Do you see it? Sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa. Oh, poor baby. It's like, I thought I had it. It's not in my hand. Oh, maybe somewhere on the window. Oh, my poor baby. Where go if catch? Exactly. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Oh, goodness. Poor baby. Poor baby. She tried her best. These are cool. I don't know how you'd play a survival game on a board, but it's pretty cool. Wow, 50,000, 2 million. Damn. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay. Thank you for sharing that with me. That was very cute. Great job. But for the bookmarks, if you have a bandwidth, go right ahead, or we can just knock it out on Sunday when we're wrapping up the odds and ends on the Kickstarter page. I can just do it now. I have the bandwidth for it. Overview, and then add a heading. This one is called Embrace Unknown. And then I don't know if we want smaller ones, but I'll just do them for the bigger ones. Perilous Adventure. And then this one, Bound to One Another. And then playtest material. Playtest material. I don't know why I keep saying it's gonna go away if I do this. How did they do it? It's like who is so and so, or what is like who we are. I'll just do that for now. Save. And then I want to preview it. So oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, we reached over 1,000. Oh my god, wait, we have to announce that. Oh my god. I will do the small headings. We hit 1K followers on Kickstarter. Making posts about it. Let's go. This needs to be like a big thing. Like this has to be like a big thank you thing. So let me make a thing for this. I'll just use the Twitter post size for this. Holy shit, that's awesome. I'm so happy. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Okay, 1,000 1K. Okay. That's fucking awesome. I'm so happy. I honestly think we might make it. I don't want to get sentimental. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Is my hormones alright? Am I okay? Enshrined should be on top. And then we remove this. Move that. After this week, After this week, no chance they are alright. I know, I'm emotional right now. I'm so, like, I want to cry for some reason. But I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not sad. I feel like we're gonna be okay, you know? We're gonna be okay. I think, what image do I want to use? Let me look at the gallery. I feel like we got this, you know? I could use a festival one. I don't really want to use that one though. Maybe I do. Oh man, we have like a horizontal rune directing that's kind of cool. It's like an older version of it, but it's like horizontal. It's kind of nice. I think I kind of want that one. Copy image. We did it. Oh my god, I'm so proud. Okay. I don't know if anybody celebrates this, but I don't care. Okay. BNG, whole document. Actually, let's just do this as a JPEG. I prefer them being JPEGs. They're gonna get pressed anyway. Actually, did I do this right, or is it slightly up? Having so much fun messing with my new toy. I'm glad. I'm glad. You should be having fun, Quets. You deserve it. Twitter, enshrined, Kickstarter, 1K. And then save this. And then close this. Wish I could see this just like how it looks normally in the Kickstarter, but I can't. Alright, cool. This one work? No, because I can see it. Okay. Let me go into... How do I do an incognito tab? In Tokyo. Is it like Control-Shift-I? Nope. Incognito tab. Open private window, thank you. I can just look it up, I didn't know that. In a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her, thought I'd never see her. Oh, I guess it doesn't change till we launch. That's fine. In parties in my mind. Oh, I have to save it? Did I not save it? But I did. Maybe it takes a second. First it is to be a love-struck girl. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna switch back over to this one. Links down. hearts here. Okay. Kickstarter. Okay. Celebrate. There you go. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Quick shout out to thank you all for getting us to reach 1K followers on Kickstarter. A beautiful life. I should do this in the announcements. There you go. Who's anymore? Okay, that's good. That's good. I think I finished enshrined stuff, so we should be good on that. That's where I fall. Okay, what am I doing? I don't know, I forgot. I think I'm actually done with my Unreal scene. Tickler Bongus, thank you for the follower. Is that? I don't know why, Tickler Bungus, but you remind me of my boss. That's just the name I feel like my boss would have. Unless it is you, boss. I don't know. Alright, I think I've updated everything I wanted to in my scene. Yeah, I think this looks good. Ew! Oh, it has a hot dog! I thought the thing was like weird fingers. I thought it was fingers. I thought it was fingers. I know, I thought it was like extra long fingers. It was very scary. Handing, I wanna be next to you. Okay. I'm trying to think. Oh, I need to post this in the marketing. I finished a video. Here is a video. Ow, 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 ow. Why am I being bonked? I didn't mean to put that as a period. Also, I need to move files. I'm like, this Kickstarter stuff is like taking up space. I don't like having a lot of stuff in my downloads. Maybe I'll color this. I kind of want to color the drawing that Womble did for us. Next to you. Ow, 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 ow. Why? Why am I being bonked, Tickler of the Bungus? I feel like you're my boss. I feel like you're my boss. I feel like you're RD, but I don't know. You're probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Last time I made an assumption of who someone was, They were like, I'm not them. Who's them? And then I'm like, no, it is them. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Oops. Who, what, why, how? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, I need to stretch. And not bump into my microphone. Sorry. I keep bumping into it and it's annoying the shit out of me. Wait, how should I need more. Okay. Maybe that'll be better. Like raised it up a little bit higher. I've been head pat by the tickler bungus. Also, with the order of your name, Tickler Bungus, it makes me not think that you tickle butts, but that you are a butt that tickles. Like, you just are a severed butt that tickles. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm right here. My brain. I should do, like, enshrined, and then I should do a folder called social media. I don't know what the songs are like this. I think it goes with a movie. I know, say a word, say a little. Oh, I gotta re-import the posters to the Unreal scene. Let's do that. I forgot. I have to add Womble and Shy's thing. Yeah, he's not a bungus tickler. He's a bungus that tickles. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I hope you've been doing well. Okay. I gotta message Womble really quick. The blade a little on this image. Well, I'll color it. I have to stare at my Tata as well. I message Womble. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? I forgot what I'm doing. Oh, I remember. Milkclubmedia revisited. I have to decide as well if I want to do. I don't have enough room. Elaine, you can just make another texture sheet. You don't have to fit everything on one. I guess. These two. Let's put these. I'll put these down here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, save. Nah, JPEG, PNG, export. I closed it. Enchilada. I've already forgotten. I really need to change the icon of this. Hold on. Properties, because like it's just the same, and it plus it pisses me off. Change icon. Folder icons. Let's do another one of these. That boom Boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Back soon. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Back in the U.S. I need to open Maya. And then I need to... Gonna head out and do some errands. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you, Quetza. Have good errands. Have good errands. I love you. I'll be here. Bang, I'll go for Gober. Love ya. Love ya. Might take a bathroom break in a second. Okay, I'm just gonna do this, and then I created the TikTok video, and then this is like nothing. There's one more thing that I kind of want to do, so I might do that. Because I want to, so I have a base for plushes that I want to make for like my mods and stuff as a thank you for my scene. What is happening? Oh, it's still loading. But brain is thinking, thoughts are happening. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I forgot. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. Oh, but I have to do a draw over because it's of the first one I'm gonna try to do is of Pixels. And Pixel's hair is hard for me to understand, so I need to do a little draw over on the plushie so I can understand it better, because I'm not very good at doing that kind of stuff. This one's gonna go right here. So I'll do the draw over the plushie so I can plan it better, and then I will probably, I think I want to do some live 2D stuff today as well, because I didn't have that on the docket just yet. Because I think I might get a little burnt if I just play Franbo all day long, because I haven't played that game before. And also because I really liked Sally Face. I loved Sally Face. Like, out of all the games that we were going to play this month, Sally Face and Off are my two most anticipated games. And so I'm excited to play those, but Franbo and Little Misfortune are another one of those where I like them, but not nearly as much as Off or Sally Face in terms of, like, nostalgia and watching people play it. So, I don't know how good I'll be at it or how much I'll enjoy it. So I'm like, let's get my vibes real high up, and then we'll do that today. Where are my posters? And then Revisited, Unreal, fan art posters re-export, yes, increment and save. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, cause yes. I just want to close Maya, because then I'll be like, yeah, I closed Maya, and I'm gonna re-import the thing. Winnebago. There you go. Let me click the thing. This one. Alright, I'll be right back. I have returned. And the music is bumping. I have to message someone. Brain cells are open. Anything. Marketing. Hey, welcome back. Hi, Lude. Welcome. Hello. Welcome back to you too. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Country road. Hello, Taylor. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. I'm just doing some final touch-ups of things that I want to do for scenes. Day, tree road, take me home. You like animals? I love animals. I belong West Virginia, country mama. I'm honestly incredibly irritated. I'm honestly shocked I haven't choked a motherfucker out today. That's very valid. I'm not gonna blame you if you do. I'm gonna turn down the music. Oh, am I quiet? Hold on. It looks like I'm quiet. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, I turned myself up. I'll turn the music down just a little bit. Am I quiet? I'm not reaching the things I reach normally anymore. And I'm talking directly into... Hold on. Why am I not... Wait, why did it say I was muted? What's happening? I'm so confused on what's happening. Why did it say I was muted? I wasn't muted. Why was I muted? What's happening? Why is this not working anymore? I thought it was just me. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Me higher. Oh, I gotta restart Wave really quick. Hello? That should be better. It's actually picking stuff up now. Is this better? Do I sound louder? I'm also restarting this song because this is one of my favorite songs. I'll turn myself down just a little bit. Much clearer. Okay, I think I just need to... you know what it is? I didn't restart my computer. Like, I usually... So every night I turn my computer off and I turn it back on, and I think it kind of resets stuff. And I didn't do that because I stayed up too late, and I didn't want to close my Unreal scene. So I think it was probably that. And so everything didn't get a chance to refresh. So, my bad. I'm sorry. Hopefully we're good now. It looks like a weird microscope look at a cell. Turn the mic volume down to it's a bit over since not an OBS on the mic. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. Now it's like perfectly halfway. I turned it down 2 notches. Okay, remember probably good ideas. Unless you compare me to a water bear. Alright. What else was I doing? I think the scene is done. I feel like it's done. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me make sure in the overview camera. Lift me higher. I want to take a screenshot really quick and send it to Jamin. Brighter, no. Look at this scene I made. Low quality, it's just a screenshot. Very cute. Code honors. Also, there was someone I'm telling my boss about Tickler Bungus. My chat named Tickler Bungus. It reminded me of you. Save all. Okay. On the banister. Okay. I think this was all good, so I'm gonna save all one more time, even though I've saved all for the past 5 minutes because I keep forgetting what I'm doing. And then we're going to open scene. Been some rude ass people today. Is all at work. I'll beat them up. You want me to beat them up? I'll beat them up. Just tell me when, where. I'll beat them the fuck up. Like, no hesitation. I got you. About ready to fight these people. I swear everyone I work with has brains as smooth as marbles. But it's not as smooth as my brain. Wink. I'm kidding, of course, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they're being such dinkleberries. I hope that when they go to bed tonight, they try to get comfortable and they just can't, no matter what. And they're gonna keep trying to get comfortable and they're just not gonna be able to. I think that's a pretty good karmatic wish. I don't know if I'll do this side, but I'll do one side. It's 90. Huh. I think that's pretty good. I think I should have spread them out. Okay, what these guys are, I swear. I don't know, these guys. I don't know, dude. These guys, I swear, were eating paint chips as a profession since they could walk. That's just how it be sometimes. On God. On God. Some people just don't know. I was gonna say left from their rights, but I also don't know my left from my rights. They don't know. I don't know. I can't make any stupid jokes because like I also feel like I relate to them in a way. So Then the guy at the general store I was ordering parts for was fucking rude as fuck. Well, I hope that guy every time I'm stealing this one from Buster. I hope that guy that was rude to you on the phone, I hope every time that he microwaves his food, there's a cold center in his food and he doesn't find out until after he bites into it. Hope both his pillows are warm up. I hope that his pillows make him feel itchy And I hope his favorite pillow makes him feel itchy. Cause you know, whenever like, you know, when I don't know if anybody feels this, but like sometimes when it gets a little bit too hot and I'm a little too sweaty, my pillow feels itchy. It hasn't happened since I got my satin pillow, but sometimes it just be like that. When it's a little too warm. And now it's getting fall, it would suck even more if that happened, I think. It's true, no one deserves a cold center of their food, but I hope his scalp is always itchy and can never be scratched. I think that one, though, would lead to, like, damage of the head. You know? Also, I just realized the body on this model is not perfectly symmetrical. That pisses me off a little bit. Constant. Yum, yum, yum. Then my coworker came in and judged me for my habit and my food choice. I was like, motherfucker, don't you have work? I'll be back as itchy in a spot. Yes, yes. I hope his butthole itches. And he can't stop itching it for some reason and someone catches him. Oh my god, Taylor, cute! I love the animals! I have animals. I'm eating a chewy chocolate and peanut butter protein bar from Trader Joe's. Pretty good. I think my brain just needs a little bit more protein. I'm gonna check him. The dude who was rude to me was the manager of the store. It's always the fucking managers, dude. I swear to God. It's always the fucking managers. It's always the managers. I don't know why. Your manager will either be sick as fuck or an asshole. It's always one or the other. I've never just had like a normal ass manager before either. They're always like kind of annoying or they're kind of okay. Don't mind me staring blankly while I eat this. I need it to process in my brain so that way I can do stuff. My references of pictures. Nope. Didn't need me to do that. I saw that tiny plush of him. What the fuck? I had one more bite of my protein bar and it's gone. Where'd I put it? Did I eat it? Okay, well, it's gone now. I thought I had one more bite of it. Oh, okay. All right. Hi, Star. How are you? Welcome on in. Also, almost wanted to be like, dude, I'm coming over there, and if you're not already out in the parking... a lot ready to fight. I'm dragging your ass out of here. Fight, 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 fight. Sometimes, listen, I'm all for make love, not war, but I do think that there comes a certain point in life where you fight, where violence is the key, in my opinion. Glad to finally be home. That midterm stuff was Was stuff of horrors? Did it go well though? Do you think you did well on it? I hope you feel like you did well. But I'm glad that it's over at the very least, you know? And I'm gonna worry about it too much. I'm gonna try to figure out how to sketch stylized hair of pixels because I don't know how. Comcast. We have Comcast and the internet is only like... And for electricity, because our roommate complex as a repair guy. I feel like I did 21 questions with only 45 minutes and they were all short. Long form? Dude, I hate long form questions. I hate long form questions because in my opinion, every time you have to do a long form question thing, it's always like a give me your opinion. In my in my experience, it always feels like it's a answer this question with your opinion, and I'm like, my opinion's gonna be wrong. You don't like my opinion. You don't want my opinion. I don't know the difference between these two brushes. Is there a difference? I crashed my program. It was? That's what I'm saying. I hate those. I hate those because it's like not everybody thinks the same. So that's why personally I love and I hate like English classes, because it's like you're gonna ask for my opinion, but you're not gonna agree with my opinion because my opinion is different. Unless like you have a like-minded teacher, which most of the times you won't. Like they're not gonna agree with you, you know, and so it's like super annoying. I told my boss that there was someone in chat earlier that was named Tickler Bungus, and it reminded me of my boss, and I told him, and he's like, I'm honored. And I'm like, yes. I know who we haven't seen today. We haven't seen Kiwi today. I hope Kiwi's doing okay. It was so bad though, like 4 students left after seeing the test. Just straight up left? I don't know, that kind of sounds like a shit test. Sounds like a shit test. Also, I need to hide my screen really quick. I need a picture. I have a picture of Pixel and I need to use it as reference because looking at real life things helps me more than trying to break down someone else's art. Let me put this on my other monitor. Do I have that plush on here? I don't have that plush on here. Okay. Well, I'll ask Pistols which one he likes more then. Stream, art of friends, this one. Because every time I've had Pixels get drawn, he looks different in each of them. But that just sounds like a bad test. But I'm proud of you for sticking it out. And if you can, you should treat yourself. Like to like a snack or something. Or like some food, I think. Especially midterms and exams, I feel like you should reward yourself if possible. Hi, Condemned. How are you? Welcome in. I just peeked? You just peeked? Peeked as in peek? Or peek as in like... I don't know. I'm presuming the game. Okay, he wants that one. Okay. I like this one more. But this one's more curly. Okay. Just peek. Okay, understandable. I hope it was fun. Okay, hold on. I gotta remove the references that don't matter as much. This is his profile picture, so that makes sense, actually. Okay. Okay. But... I'm gonna flip this, though. I need to flip this image, though, because his hair sits the other way a lot of the times, actually. So I'm just gonna flip it. Okay, so... Whoop. But I hope you had fun in Peak. Did you win? Did you win? I need to look up stylized hair. Fortnite stylized hair breakdown. Image, what image? Image? Image, which one? What are we talking about? I already forgot, if I'm honest. Okay. Hi, Canna bitch. How you doing? I see your back. Oh, shit! Thank you. I forgot to turn my screen back on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe the ZBrush one? Yeah, that's kind of... Okay, so I should just make... I think I should just make the major silhouette, I think is my thing. Is I just need to make the major silhouette. Huh. Like... Make like a little curl here. I don't know how I like that. Let's go. Good job on getting a new one. And then... Whoa. Let's do... Do I want to do one that goes out like this? I feel like this isn't big enough. Hello? What is this? Ew. Need the eraser to be bigger. There we go. Okay, so let's make this bigger. Damn, I gotta save up for cow gambling. Yep. It's a very rare thing that we have here that will be changing monthly. Speaking of monthly, actually, I should really quick plan what next month will be. Next month is November. November themed items. Oh, hello, Gore. Nice. Good gamble, good gamble. Cause I don't... Okay. What are we doing instead of Thanksgiving? Like, is there an aesthetic... Like, is there, like, a harvest aesthetic I can look up instead of Thanksgiving? Because I know we're kind of straying away from that, I think. I just solved the problem with the teacher was I just solved the teacher was having a hard time. Good job, Canadian. Good job. Harvest Festival? Yeah, like a harvest. Yeah, like a harvest. Yeah, like a theme. Like, you know, like a... Because, you know, we're kind of straying away from Thanksgiving. I don't know. I just don't want to offend people, man. I don't know. Because we have... What will be the next three? I know... Hold on. I gotta open... I need to open something. Doctors can't explain my symptoms or my pain. You are strange addiction. Okay, so... You always be mad about something. Because, like... I don't know, is a turkey one weird? I don't want to be weird. Next month list. Why would Thanksgiving offend? I mean, it's not a universal thing. It's not offensive. I can look it up. Let's look it up. Why are people not celebrating Thanksgiving? 2024 is a Vogue article, the first one. I'm indigenous and I've always been celebrating it there. I said it. I wonder why it's such a big deal. There's no secret. Growing up in the for a nation. I think it's just the fact of Thanksgiving came from the suffering of indigenous people. And so people are like, no more Thanksgiving, because I think the fact that we slaughtered and wiped the people out that we shared things rubs... Yeah, it's that. It's like, it rubs the people the wrong... Like, obviously, now, Thanksgiving is just, you know, in my opinion, from how I was raised in Colorado, in fucking the bumfucks, is that Thanksgiving is just a time to be thankful for what you have, you know, after strife, just to be thankful. But... historically, it did come around a time around when, you know, people were kind of, you know, not really an awesome time, or people weren't really having an awesome time. So like, I can get it both ways. But you know, I think we can still have Thanksgiving-esque things without being what do you call it? Sorry, my brain is thinking. Without being inconsiderate to those who are you know, trying to be aware of or spread awareness of the suffering that happened, you know? And every marriage are pretty much backstabbed. Yeah. Like literally, I think another reason why I'm kind of in the feels about it and I kind of want to avoid it is also because I listened to a Wendigang video last night by Wendigoon, who is a guy that like does a lot of like theory crafting videos and stuff like that. But yeah, it hasn't stopped too. And he went over United States worst radioactive incident, and it was the fact and I didn't know any of this, so I just kind of listened to it, but it's the fact that apparently when the atom bomb was created, in order to get that much uranium, a lot of the uranium came from indigenous people's lands, and they had a lot of indigenous people mine that stuff because it's like, hey, your land, you mine it, we pay you for your stuff, kind of thing. And they were thought, oh yeah, this is Pog, we'll give you ores that we don't know what to do with, and then we get money. That's awesome. Only to find out that because of the negligence of a lot of the people who were using the uranium, a lot of people got uranium poisoning and stuff like that, and it still affects people. Like, Wendigoon is like my age, I'm pretty sure. How old is Wendigoon age? Sorry. He's 26. He's literally 26, and his friend that he spoke to that was literally affected by this uranium stuff is also 26. And it's very likely that so this uranium stuff affected his mother directly, who was just a child, which with the direct correlation will affect him as well as he gets older. And it sucks so much balls. And it's still a thing where like apparently a lot of those uranium spillages or the like pools, they use pools where they dig it up and they put water in it to contain any of the bad stuff, but then they just don't do anything with it. And in one of them, they didn't properly contain it, so all that uranium byproduct was sitting on gravel, essentially, and it spilled into a lot of the local waterways, and that's how a lot of people got sick. And apparently some big uranium companies still use them and still do shit like that, and they don't care, and it sucks. Large part of the central and U.S. have been wrecked from bomb testing and has been poisoning area for like 50. Yeah, and it's crazy because like I don't know how old that video was. Hold on, I listened to it on. Oh, I could just look it up on YouTube because it was probably released around the same time. Bro, that's so wild to me. Like how we just, I know, and it's a very interesting like perspective on it is that. Oh, and this is going to go into something else that I want to talk about. So I'm subscribing on my alt account because I can. Where is it? Hold on, I want to find it first. But kind of like just this fact that it's still like so the perspective that he talked about was the fact was like not Coney 2012. Yeah, he probably dived into that. I don't know what that's about, but I'll probably watch it because I've been getting more into like listening to his theory craftings and just talking about bringing awareness to certain things. Was it not on the Wendigang channel? I thought it was. The last one I was listening to was actually about the game Ready or Not. I'm not seeing it on here, which is really weird because it was posted on the Wendigang Spotify. Hold on, let me look at the Spotify thing for it. But it's like, it's the fact that it's still happening, and the fact that it still happens and that we're still using like uranium stuff is because we're in a game state. It's called, apparently they call it a game state. I love spooky content so much. I do too. I feed off of it. But you see that they're finished. I fall asleep to these all the time. But it's like we're in a game state, right? Where, well, because other people have uranium and bombs and stuff, we have to have bombs, because if we don't have bombs, then we're unguarded and we can't do that. And so we're in a game state, which I think is a very interesting way to put the state of us and the military and stuff like that, is that we're in a game state. Where is the one that I watched? I don't know. Was it in order? Was it after the parachute murder plot? I didn't listen to that one. I listened to the Mother Horse Eyes. What if none of us had bombs? That'd be awesome. Unfortunately, though, Mother Horse Eyes has this very interesting theory. So if you want to listen to it, you definitely should. It's really long, though. But Wendigoon compressed it into 5 hours. I'm pretty sure it's 5 hours. But it's this idea that we do have like all these different timelines that happen, right? But life will always have these singularities, moments in time that we cannot revert. For example, seeds. The moment in life that we learn that seeds, we could use seeds to plant them and make more food, that's something we can't go back from. It's an evolutionary like advancement of humans that we can't go back from, right? Because how would we, right? And the atom bomb is one of those. Creating the atom bomb happened across all timelines and is a singularity that we can't leave from. And I was like, that's so interesting. The idea that you got me locked in, dude. Oh my god, I love the Mother Horse Eyes. Okay, if you want to listen to it, I'm gonna give Creepcast the extra follow. I also have to buy their merch. I finished a commission recently. I just have to make sure that the client is happy with it. Hold on, I'll go to my main account because it feels weird to look at this and not have them all be viewed because I watch Creepcast like daily. But shit, what was I talking about? I have to get their merch. I forgot what I was talking. Oh, what is Creepcast? Okay, Creepcast, if you don't know, it is a kind of like horror podcast where they read creepypastas. They review like horror stories that the community writes or the No Sleep community writes. They've gone through like the pretty famous ones like Smile Dog, the My Little Pony one, and some others, but they also go over like really good stories, like really fucking good horror stories, and they kind of dissect them and talk about it. Some of them are really goofy and silly, and it's hosted by Wendigoon, who I just talked about, who does a lot of like theory crafting video, or like, you know, talks about interesting weird things that happen in the world and really likes horror. And then Papa Meat, who, if you don't know, is Meat Canyon, who makes a lot of like the really weird animated videos. If I can click it and it'll load. YouTube Meat Canyon. He's the one that makes all these like weird animatics and stuff, and so he's on this, and they like read a bunch of stuff, and it's great, and I love it. I've watched basically every episode except for the very first one, because they did the Stairs in the Wood, they did differently, where they kind of just reviewed the story. They didn't read the story, but then after that they started reading the story, and then eventually now it's kind of to the point where like Wendigoon does the normal reading, and then because Papa Meat is a voice actor, he does all the voice acting and stuff. It's super great. They have a bunch of fun bits, breaks up the horror, and is fun, and it's great. It's a great deep dive into a lot of the stories. But if you want to like listen to people read the Mother Horse Eyes in its entirety, which is a segmented story that takes place in random Reddit feeds. It wasn't one big story. It was like over 100 posts that were randomly posted throughout Reddit that people just figured out and put back together. It's amazing. And Creepcast does a video on it. It's 11 hours. It's blessing 11 hours. I fall asleep to it all the time, but it's really interesting. It gets kind of harsh at times because it does go over things like the Holocaust. It goes over things like human sacrifice and Satanism and LSD usage and stuff like that. But it's really cool, in my opinion, not those parts, but it's cool because it ties in with a lot of real life stuff. So with Mother Horse Eyes, it connects MK Ultra, which is when the US government, I believe it's the US government, started using LSD to experiment on people, and this timeline of like, what if it did unlock something? And the kind of whole overarching story of like, when you look into the darkness, are you lucky if you find nothing? Because if you find something, you might break your mind. You might just die from the sheer audacity of what's going on, you know? And I realized that Chillin put like a song request in it, and I also realized that my brain's proteins are all going to talking about Creepcast, but I never get to talk about Creepcast enough because nobody watches Creepcast, and it makes me upset. Oh, Hikaru Utada is in this. This is very interesting. I didn't know they were on the song. Anywho, it's amazing. It's amazing. I cannot emphasize the amazingness of Mother Horse Eyes enough. Like, I mean, it's to the point, right, where like I listened to an 11-hour podcast and then another like almost 6-hour podcast about it just to break it down. And it's just, I love it. I love it so much. But it's so good. And like it ties into things that could happen of like MK Ultra unlocking LSD. I know I feel so bad. I made you tangent velocity do stuff. No, like on God, like this is the amazing thing I think about this. If you want something serious to listen to, they have it. Right? If you want two guys shooting the shit, being stupid, they've got it. And I think that's amazing. Honestly, personally, like the Red Tower is a serious one where it's pretty good. They'll always crack jokes in all of them, but like some of them are a bit more serious because the story just really has them. If you're armed at the Glenmont Metro Station, Please Shoot Me is another one. And a fun fact about this, I don't have it open anymore. Oh wait, but I took a picture of it and I posted it on Twitter. I did. Nope. It's your stream. You have the floor, please. Yeah. I get shy about it because like I know not everybody likes horror stuff. And like Creepcast is such a niche. Like yesterday, Ghost and Shems, which are my friends, thanks to Miu, were like, oh yeah, I used to listen to this stuff. But they don't understand because I listen to this stuff. This is in my background. I wonder. Oh yeah, it's right behind my head. It's oh my god, hold on, I gotta move. Right here, right on my ponytail. I made VHS tapes of some of my favorite stories. Girl, I'm literally gonna come back next stream and with all the yes, please. I am addicted to Creepcast. I wish I could see them in person, but this year they're only doing one show, I think in Arizona for Halloween, I think. And I don't have money. I love horror, but none of the peeps I know want to watch it with me. Valid, on God. I like horror, and one of my best friends, Body, likes horror too, but he likes cheesy horror, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I love, like, gore horror is hard for me, but I really love psychological horror. Bro, I love that such. Yeah, and like I try to match all of them to the stories. So the Diania house was about like I think I based it off of the kind of like the thumbnails. So the Diania house was kind of like this one was this like fly trap of a house. And so I kind of tried to match that. I'm just going to open this in a new tab so I can have them side by side. I tried to kind of match that kind of color scheme. If you're at the Glenmont Metro if you're at the Glenmont Metro Station, Please Shoot Me. I thought this one would be good for like those true crime ones. I like internet horror so much it creeps me. I know it creeps me out too. Creepcast does also have, you'll see sometimes they have Creep TV like this one where they go over analog horror. They haven't done as much of it because their community really likes it when they read stories, but the analog horrors are pretty good too. Like they need to do, I think they're planning to do one more Marble Hornets video, which is about Slenderman. If you don't know, Marble Hornets is Slenderman, the series of Slenderman. And they did an SCP one. I want them to do more SCP ones. But they have Feed the Pig, which is a really good one, which is about, that one's about trigger warning suicide. But the process of it is very, like, the aftermath of it is just very interesting. And then I also have Baraska. Baraska, I'm going to be real with you guys, Baraska is a hard one. the twist in that one is hard. Like it's like not gut wrenching. It's just like scary, but it's like it's gut wrenching. Like that's such a tough thing to process. Cause trigger warning, sex abuse, essentially, sexual assault, essentially. Slender man. Left right game is a really good one. It was the first, I think, really long one that they ever did. Yeah, because most of these were like 3 hours maximum. But the left right game was in total 7 hours, which I think was their longest one that they split up into 2 videos. But that one's pretty good, dude. I like that one because it has a lot of different character. Azalea's Cookhouse is cool. You should check out the Exploring series. I know. I'm so in love with how Creepcast does it because they're stupid. Because they're just 2 bros being stupid. Like, literally, their latest episode where they're supposed to read Smile Dog, the first, like, 20 minutes of the episode is them shooting the shit. And I think it's so funny. And then they get into it, and it's great. But I highly suggest it if anybody ever wants, like, a nice horror podcast where it's serious, sure, but it's not too serious to the point where it's, like, I don't know, you're watching like a drama TV show, essentially, where you have to stay focused all the time. I would definitely recommend this because, you know, they're funny. Like, Polyamorous Hell, funny as fuck. That one's funny. The My Little Pony creepypasta was pretty funny to me just because, like, just the sheer audacity of a pink little pony murdering her friends, the way they put it was pretty funny. But, like, it's really good. So, thanks for letting me yap about Creepcast. I love Creepcast. # love Creepcast. I'm gonna get, they have new merch. They have they have a backpack, a new hat. I currently have, because I learned my lesson because I used to love Cow Chop. I don't know if any of you know what Cow Chop is, but Cow Chop was completely different, not horror based at all. But they were just 2 guys shooting the shit. Oh, I did not need that. I just wanted Cow Chop. What about Pinkie Pie Culpa? Pinkie Pie Culpa? Pinkie Pie Culpa? What does that mean? What does that mean? In one of the videos, in the recent video that Creepcast did, there was the one where it's like the last story they read was a silly one, but I liked it a lot. It was, does anybody know a good plumber? Because I did one of those demonic rituals, and now my shower is flooding, and there's a guy without a face. And one of the words in there was mea culpa. I don't know. But the Cow Chop is like one of those guys with things where it's like they're just shooting the shit and they're having fun with it, and I love it a lot. But I didn't get their fucking merch. And it pisses me the fuck off that I didn't get their merch because I wanted the cow onesie. They had a Cow Chop onesie, and they had a Cow Chop onesie. It was this cow. Don't do that. It was this one. And I liked it. And you can zip it all the way up. It was stupid, but I really liked it. But what I wanted more was they had a varsity jacket. This varsity jacket, I would kill someone for this varsity jacket. On God. I would kill someone for this varsity jacket. Or their former employee one. Former Cow Chop employee is really funny. There's obviously knockoffs, but it's like the onesie we need. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's so good. I love the onesie. And that's Joe. And that's Alex wearing it. But I learned my lesson, and I'm like, no, I will not let up on merch anymore. Especially if... I don't think these ones are as limited run. Because Creepcast really did well. Like, Creepcast is doing much better than Cow Chop did, unfortunately. But, do they have their old stuff? Can I look at their old stuff? Shop all. I don't know if they'll have it. Need a woman in a Cow Chop onesie to snuggle with? Oh, God, dude. So I have this hat. And then I didn't get anything from this line. Oh, no, I did. I got this one. I got the hoodie. Who up creeping the cast? I have this hoodie. Because I really like this one. I thought it was pretty sick. So I have that one from that merch line. Yeah, I think I got one thing from each merch line that they did. I think this was a merch line. I don't know if this came out at the same time as this, though. I think it was like these 3 came out. And then they did the kind of like, what are they called? The Goosebumps. They did a Goosebumps kind of pass of their shit. And I was like, I like Goosebumps, but like I'm okay. But now they have And I don't really like I love the color of this one, but I hate bugs. I fucking hate spiders and shit. But they have the bear trap one. I love this bear trap one. And so I need to make sure that my client likes the thing so I can buy this shirt. Because I want this one, because it's really funny, because what they do is they who up creeping they cast, man. What they do is they'll be like, oh, I predict this. But instead of saying I predict this, they say my bear trap is that this happens. And sometimes it's a completely out of left field. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's wrong. And it's just really fun. And I like this. I think it looks cool. I like the tongue that comes out of it. Because it's kind of like an artistic representation of bite your own tongue. And it's like, I just like it a lot. And so I want this one. And it's oversized, and I love it a lot. The only thing I would need if I got this shirt is pants. It's always who up creeping the cast, not how the cast be creeping. You right. They be creeping at probably like 3 a.m. just fucking disheveled and dying. I will say I kind of regret not getting pants. I kind of regret not getting the basketball shorts. But what I really need personally in my life are some like joggers, right? That's what, or sweatpants? What are joggers? Joggers versus sweatpants. There's a difference. Yeah, I want some sweatpants. I don't like the bottom cuffs. The fucking cinched ankles make my autism mad. But I want some good sweatpants from the Creepcast. I thought they did a run of like joggers. Who's up close and Cheville and then Creepcast. Okay, they didn't. It looks like they didn't do a long pants one. I hope they do sweatpants that don't cinch at the bottom, because my autism would be happy. But if they do one with cinch pants, I'll just uncinch them myself. I'll just loosen them myself. Low-key part of me wants this fucking Nightcrawler bundle backpack. Or I just want the backpack. But first of all, this shit looks huge. I have so many purses. And 3, Papa Me Canyon Hunter, his name is Hunter, fucking ripped. He ripped one of the straps off, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm probably gonna rip it too, because I'm not careful with my bags. These are on sale though. Interesting. Hello, Sheppy, welcome in. But I really want this one. I want this one so bad, dude. And it ships in January. It would be like my early birthday present. I think it says ships. I think it says ships. I thought it shipped in November, but I think they're now shipping it in January, because I think a lot of people ordered this one. So I think they might have so many that they're like, well, oh my god, it's Lane. Oh my god, Sheppy, hello. Also, I like the other hat more than this one. I don't think lime green would look good on me, so I like this one more. But I think they have some where it's like they just like it a lot, so they keep it. And I think those two, because like these ones aren't. I don't know if these ones are coming back. I'm glad I got the Who Up Creep in the Cast though sweater, because I really like that one. I like that one so much. I don't wear it a lot because I don't want it to get worn out, but I like it a lot. Okay. Anywho, getting back on track to the previous sidetrack that I was on. Oh my god, you're gonna kill me for real? Why am I gonna? I'm not murdering you. What's happening? We got commons, common, same. What is the same? Same every month. And then the rares will be, oh, we're doing Nilbog, this is Gob, and Rat Cousin. And that's gonna be this month's, or that will be November's. That's the end. Okay, thanks for letting me ramble about that. I love Creepcast, and I only hope the best for Creepcast. Oh, you got me! Yay! So cute. Thank you for the head pat. And then legendary. Okay, what is a fall thing I could do? Because I already did like a pumpkin theme one. I did the Grim Reaper. What are like November folklore maybe? Folklore? Oop. You know what I also want to do? Do I have time for that today? I think I kind of do. Inktober. I want to make some accessories based off the Inktober ones. 2025, it's this one. Mustache weave. So what, how many days are we in? We're in the 9th, so I have to make 9. Okay, so I have emergency surgery because my appendix may... Oh my god! Well, yeah, go get that taken care of. That was like 4 hours ago. Okay. Okay, are you okay? Are you good? I'm very surprised that you're here, considering that. Are you okay? Are you good? Are you good? I'm very honored that you're here, though. Like, sheesh. That's fucking crazy. Loopy, understandable. No, that's understandable. Folklore associated with November. I'm a dedicated viewer. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. Mwah. I hope you feel better soon. And I hope the surgery went smoothly. My boss had his appendix burst. Is this a beaver? Is that just a beaver? I want like folklore things. Ancient November. I know of too many people that had. I know. Appendix, you better be good in there. Hey, I just woke up. Good morning, Buster. It's a pain. I wish on no one. Yeah, that shit's rough. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. I don't know what fall creatures, November creatures, fall creatures. It was a creature feature featuring the creature. I could do like a jackalope. Jackalope feels autumny. By the time my new chair comes in tomorrow, noise. Jackalope. What another is like another fall thing. It's a fall monster, maybe? Fall monster. It's all like Halloween. Oh, my brain is not creative. Oh, you know what? I think I know what I want to do. There's these acorn. Oh, this is gonna be so hard every month next year for me. I think for October it's pretty easy, cause I could do like a bunch of cool ones based on October, but November is hard because it's like Thanksgiving. And it's like, what else is there other than pumpkins and food? I could do a turkey. I mean, isn't the Wendigo around fall? That yeah, but I think I want to do like I might do like what do you call it? A cryptid box one of these months. So I kind of want to save more like cryptids for. I'll do it when I debut because I like cryptids a lot. So I'll do cryptids in March. March will be the cryptid month. Month themes. So when we were together. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I did it. I remember where September goes. I always forget that September's a month. That's why. December will be Christmas themed. Christmas. And then October is Halloween. November is just like fall, I guess. Fall. March will be cryptid month. Cryptid. January will be like winter vibed. Will be love. February will be love. April will be monthly themes. Because the themes have to be broad enough that I can do a bunch of stuff with it. I think because it's Earth Day, it would be fun to do like an animal series, like an animal every month, maybe. Animals. Yeah, I think that could be good. And then May. What's May about? What's May about? What's May about? What's May all about? Monthly themes. What? Oh wait. What if we did May being May animals and then plants. We do a plant month where like I make beans based around different plants so they can all have like different flowers, like almost like poison ivy-esque. I think that'd be fun. And then June is what? June's a what? June's a what month? What kind of month is June? June's summer. I think we could just do summer ones. Summer for June. But then what about July? Because June and July are very similar in my brain. June. This doesn't have all the months. No, it's probably because it's a school one. Floral, July, beach, summer. Oh, we could do a sea life. Yeah, like sea life, animals. It used to be mammals. And then sea creatures. Because I think summer and sea creatures are a bit different. Oh, wait, yeah? I think I kind of want to do summer / sea creatures, actually. I think they go hand in hand. And I don't want to cut myself off too much. July. I don't know what July would be. No, I'm no good for you. I've learned to lose, you can't afford to. August, September, the hardest months for me because they're so similar to other months. Oh, we should do a food month. Wait, should November be a food month? We could base it off of food because Thanksgiving is food. Yeah, we could do a food one. Food themed. Yeah, we could do a food themed one. Yeah, that would make sense. Then what else? Is any month associated with candy? We could do a candy month. But how many candies could you really do at the end of the day? I think candy would fall under food. We'll do food. There's a lot of candy. Should I do a candy month? All nut-based food? What? I just want to do food in general, though. I remember there being some sort of candy festival in Europe. Really? When is the candy festival in Europe? That's a chocolate festival. There's a largest chocolate festival in Europe. But when does it happen? What, where? September, March, September, July, March. You know what? We'll do food and then we'll do sweets. September will be the sweets month. So, like, it could be, like, baked goods, like, muffins, candy canes, or muffins, candy, or I'll just write it down. Baked goods, candy, or desserts. And then this other one will be more like savory foods. Because when you think of Thanksgiving, I think of, like, turkey dinners and, like, I don't fucking know, tacos, wings, you know? We could do a pizza guy. We could do a little pizza bean. Okay, but July and August. Okay, now next is July and August. July and August. What holidays are in July and August? 4th of July. I don't know. General categories. The August was beach season. No, so that's June. Or should, because I find August to be more, or June to be more summery. And I know you're probably gonna say what Pixels tells me, and that is the fact that August is technically still summer because the fall equinox is not until September, but August is fall in my mind because that's when school starts, and they call it the fall semester. Someone's already danced, so I can't tell anymore. Valid? Let me look at the Inktober stuff. Maybe that'll give me... My birthday's in August? What's your favorite thing? Like, do you have a favorite thing? Maybe I could do it based around that. Starfish, Pierce, Reckless, Heavy, Sweet Mustache. What's fun? What would be fun? We could do a fantasy month. Because I feel like fantasy is different. Ooh, and that's a good time too because most, when does Ren Fair start? Like, as a general thing, June, July, June, July, September. Okay, so September. I might get, we could do a fantasy month. You like fantasy? If you don't like fantasy, I'll put it in July. If you like fantasy, I'll keep it in August. Because then we could do, like, mermaids and knights and dragons and stuff like that. And I think that'd be cool. Or, like, we could do a D&D series. Oh, my God. A D&D series would be so good. Oh, my God. Yes. I don't know what to do for July, though. Or the other month, the last month. What else is a cool thing? I love fantasy. Perfect. Does that mean we do a sci-fi month? Wait. July will be the mammals month. May will be the sci-fi month. Because of May the 4th be with you. Sci-fi. All right. Fuck yeah, guys. These will be our reoccurring months. And I might change them depending on my mood. But these are the themes. Fuck yeah. Yay. That was so fun. I was so worried because I was like, I should really plan these out because, like, I really wanted broad topics. So that way I don't have to think. I just be like, oh, here's my prompt every month. Fuck yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So we got food for November. Food is our November one. So we will do... I'm going to change this color. This color kind of lame. I'll make all this like this. I think this should be this color. And then the rest of it can be the other color. Boop. Won't you sweep me off my feet? Thank you guys for helping me with this. You're very helpful. Very big love. Okay, but we gotta have a monthly colors. Do I like this one? January is light blue, February being pink, April. Yeah, I like this one. I can accept this one. Nope, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I won't. January, this color. Oops. You are heard. Something that should be left unsaid. Not too short for me to talk, so baby. Very interesting that this one has March, April, May be like different variants of green, but it makes sense. So like springtime. August. September. October being orange makes sense. November being purple is kind of weird to me, to be honest. It's a little weird. I feel like I don't really see November as a purple. I also see it as an orangish brownish, but we'll take it just so it can be varied. Oh, this is not pink. Why is that not pink? Okay, now it's pink. Okay. And then let's pick some foods. I want to do pizza as one, and then pizza man. And then we need one more food. We need one more food, chat. One more food. Maybe we gotta do like a stuffed turkey one. Let's do a stuffed turkey. I feel like I have to. For our first one, I think it has to be a stuffed turkey. Like, how could I not do a stuffed turkey, you know? Because it's like the November food. Also, I don't know if you guys do this, but I've learned that quite a few families actually do like Chinese takeout instead of like the typical Thanksgiving meals. Which I find very interesting. I didn't know that. Or more families just do takeout. And I think it makes sense. Hamburger. Ooh. Oh, we should do... Oh, okay. Next time I do food, I'll do a hamburger and pizza one. It's hard, because I feel like... I was going to keep the commons the same. I'm going to change them. Nope, I'm going to change them. I'm going to change them. Common, basic. Okay, this is... We're going to do... pizza, burger, fries. I think those go together, right? Pizza, burger, fries. And then we have a stuffed turkey, which is a legendary one. And then what else? Have not done Chinese for Thanksgiving, but we have done it on Christmas. Yeah, like on those big holidays. But yeah, no, I've noticed a lot more people do that. What's another like big Thanksgiving one? Pumpkin pie. Yes, pumpkin pie. Yes. Okay. And then, yeah. I don't know if next year I'll do more Thanksgiving themed food or if I'll just do food in general. But like, so the pizza burger fries is just gonna be it will still be Soyoung, Moira, and BLT, but they'll have like what it'll look like those shitty Halloween costumes. Pizza costume. It'll be like this. Except their face will be like kind of like this. Like, oh god, that is terrifying. But it'll be like this. It'll be like like a really shitty costume. And that way, like, I don't have to make the entirety of it all over again because I like the commons being the same. So, and then, yeah, and then we'll change these. Okay, pog. Good planning, guys. Good planning. All right. Back to the thing that we were gonna do for today for a little bit. Also, I need to move this now. This needs to go right here. No, I did that wrong, actually. If it's time for you. Okay, Control-1. I just need to unmute The pink one. The pink one? Huh? Oh my god, I forgot you were doing things. It's okay, me too. Small mouse select. Save. And then I just gotta redo that over here. Also, I fucking learned this new cool thing about the Stream Deck. The Stream Deck has a fun fact. The Stream Deck has a VTube Studio plugin, and I have all these hotkeys over here. A lot of them for positioning, so I can reposition myself after I get yeeted. I realize I don't need these. I don't need all these cluttering this. I can just make it in VTube Studio or in the Stream Deck, so I don't have to have all these. So I'll have to do that eventually. So that I don't have to have so many fucking things. Okay, I just gotta refresh this. There you go. Okay. I just didn't know what that was saying. Yeah, I learned about that literally yesterday. And I was like, oh, fuck. All right, brother. Bet. Okay, so now it's time to go back to doing this, which is gonna be hard for me because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, that's why I was looking up the Fortnite stuff. Oh no, the prop list. I want to do that too today. No, come back. I want to make a little for the stream avatars. We have stream avatars. Let me grab them. Cause I don't know when I want to start playing Franbo, because we do need to start Franbo today. I can't like not play Franbo today. We need to start Franbo today. But I don't know when I want to do that. Where's stream avatars? Oh, there it is. It was right next to Franbo. Yes, you do. Okay, I'll let that load. So I remember that I want to do this. And then we'll go back to this. And I'm going to find someone with chunky hair. Chunky, spiky hair. Because the thing is, I understand stylized hair in the terms of long hair. Long hair makes a lot of sense to me. Short hair doesn't, because it's less hair. And it's kind of like the amount of detail, like, I don't know. It makes more sense to do long hair than short hair in my brain. But I want to figure it out because I need to make Pixels a plushie. Stylized short hair. Yeah, kind of like this, but not with as many strands, I think. Hi, Kiwi! I've missed you. How are you doing? Are you doing okay today? We were talking about you earlier, wondering where you were. Say when I single song. Oh my god, I'm a pink dude. Yeah, the little milk beans. There's all little milk beans. You can be any color you want. They do cost like a little bit of stars, which are free points for just watching, but to be a different color, but be any color you want. I'm contemplating making colors free though, because I feel like maybe they should just be free, but I don't know. I'm almost done with my chores and errands. Just gotta run to the store, and then it's back to writing. I believe in you, buddy. Thank you for checking in. Feel so represented. Fuck yeah. I think we have 2 types of pink. I think we have a pinkier pink and then a light pink. Oh my god! Kiwi's at 7 out of 8. Kiwi might finish their little punch card. Kiwi might be the first one to get the little pumpkin hat. I love you, be good, don't you listen. Oh, and I'll be making mystery like I do. What's the pumpkin hat? There's I made a little pumpkin hat, which, since we're on this, it'd be good for me to open it. This one. Get a little pumpkin hat. A little pumpkin hat. A little pumpkin hat. Get a little pumpkin hat if you get all the babies in the blind box, you get a pumpkin hat. And I think about the pumpkin hat, I don't know if I want to do all these. We have so many hats. But it does give me some idea. So maybe, you know, wait, let me pin it. Because there are some good ideas on here that I kind of want. Bookmarks done. Because I like the mustache, because we don't have a mustache. We also don't have a crown. I think a button would be cute somewhere. Did Pixels pull his beans today? I think so. Or at least he pulled one of them. He pulled Moira today. Cowboy set with hat and mustache? Yeah, because we do have cowboy hats. I need to message Heroic because I don't know, or Choco, because it's like some of them, for example, like the pumpkin hat. I'll just message him now because Choco's done this once before, I think. Hey Choco, sorry to bug you. I was wondering if you knew if in stream avatars, if you can stream avatars, if you can have limited run items like they can only obtain it if it's given to them as a streamer. Okay. My brain is already like kaputting on this because my brain's like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. This is why we're not a 2D artist most times, why we're a 3D artist. But the problem is we have to break it down in 2D because I don't know how to do it in 3D. I feel like this one's pretty close to what I'm trying to get at. This one. I like this one. Okay, so let's do, so there's one here. Hold on, let me copy this so I don't have to go back and forth. Okay. I feel like they drew him with more of this one, but he has more of this top one. Boop. Boop. I remember when I lost my mind. I remember that place. I go so much space. Much. Trying to think. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain is awakened. I think this goes like this, right? And then goes up a little bit more, and then this goes like, oh, I don't know, this way, and then it kind of like, I think this kind of meets up with this, right, like this. My sketch is way too messy. Thank you, ha 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 ha, bless your soul. And control. I think I made this too thin. I think it needs to be thicker. The only thing downside is if I do figure this out in a way that like I can understand it, I will want to try to make it in 3D, but I don't want to do that today at the same time because I want to play a game today. Right click, rasterize. Yes, if you set an item as a gift in the shop editor with the price settings, once you tick the gift box, you should only command or manually doing it once they connect in there. Driving me mad for days. Cool. Hold on, I want to do that really quick. Disconnect. Is it? Oh, gear. Okay, here we go. Gift. Oh. Okay, so if any of you lose items because of this, I'm sorry, and let me know, because I will fix it. Kiss, shy guy, shy muted. Back adventure, back Wi-Fi, back sword, ears bunny. No, those are all good. Antenna, goat horns, Murkrowd, and Mr. Horns. Cosplay heartless, kiwi fur. Because there's some that are specific to people. Plasma pew, eggplant, wee wee. Bird, root beer. Yeah. Oh, that one's free because it was like a thing. Halo, cowboy, froggy, spinny, baguette. Wizard, astronaut, doom, hollow silk, kiss, shy, muted. Yeah, I think that was it. What happened to the glasses? Is that in forehead? No. Oh, glasses, circle, square, plan. Okay. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, cool. I feel like it reset people. Pixels. Make pixels sit. Sit. Oh, Rhino doesn't have his stuff. Why is Rhino naked? I'm gonna give him a beard. I think it's in face. Items, face, hair, beard. Where'd he go? I don't know where he went. There you go. I like that Key was like wearing like everything. Look at all the babies. Okay. Do I want to deck myself in anything? I think I'm okay. Alrighty. It's like getting colder in my office, and it's unfortunate because I don't like being cold. Alright, and then I'm a living coat rack. You are. I should make more coat items just so you can have them. I should make one of those, the Legend of Zelda, the Traveling Merchant's backpack. Make something like that. That'd be cool. And then the rest of this just kind of goes down, right? So it's kind of like, kind of goes up and around, and then it's more, it's a little bit more this. And then this side kind of comes in. Is our final night of life. The earth burns to the... My god, my hand is like so shaky today. You that I lie with as the atom bomb locks in Oh, it's you. Be with the world. Could you make a really fat jacket? Just like 20 layers of jackets? Yeah, I can. DM it to me really quick if you can, and then that way I remember. Because there are some more accessories I want to make. I feel like it's been a little. Need Rumi's jacket? Oh, I should do like a K-pop Demon Hunters thing. Yeah, we could do Rumi's jacket. I should definitely do Well, I don't really do jackets though, huh? I do like kind of cloaky things. What can I do? I will make the burb. I will make the burb. The burb that sits on him. The bird that sits on the tiger. I'll make the bird. Then I might make the tiger as well. They just sit on your like little back. It is our final night alive. Burb hat? Yeah, the burb with the hat. And then the bird and the tiger will sit on your back. And we'll do that soonish. I don't know how this part of the hair works. Can I look at this model a little bit more? I can. It's this one. Oh my god, they did a full view of it. Oh. I have to save it. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's you. Copy image. Thank you, Kiwi. Oh. Just drag and drop it then. I feel like your list of work is expanding pretty fast. With the milk beans, it's like I can have a long list because it while it may take me a little bit to do them, I really like making pixel art for the milk beans, so it's like I don't really mind. Around you. What you gonna do? Don't open up you. Ain't it fun in the real world? It does have this like cap, then I realize it has. That's what you want. To ignore your wound. What you got to when the world don't open up around you? Alright, and the new one. I'm gonna use a different color because I want to add a little bit more. I'm gonna flip this image really quick. Okay, because that's more like the angle that we're drawing it at. And so maybe do like one more back here. That lines up with this line, and then this one can kind of come a bit more like this. Yeah. Like in the middle. Yeah, there you go. Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. I think this one is a little bit wrong. 'Cause this one has got to come out as far as it needs to. So it's like, you're one of us, ain't it fun? Yeah, and then, well, this goes like this. And then, like that maybe? think. Been up around you. Okay, I'm gonna do one more sketch of this. Because I think I'm getting the idea, but I don't think it's 100% there. Let's use orange. I'm gonna use a little bit of a stabilizer because it's just feel a little shaky today, I guess. Okay. Alright, so let's start with this. Okay, maybe make this 10 instead. Okay. To your mama. Okay, let me do symmetry because I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I like symmetry. And also, I think it's good for the base. Oops, I forgot to click the word mirror. Okay, like... Oh, you know where the white things go. We're gonna take your money. Love, love, love. Muscle and muscle and toe to toe. But here I go. Thanks, and I jump up. Okay, now I can turn this off. And then I know I want this. This is like still too much. Let's do 5. Oh no, where the white thing go? Going on and take your money. Okay. And then that's what makes that. Love, 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 love. Muscle and muscle and toe to toe. I'm getting so confused, like, right here in the hair, because it's like, what? Okay, I can make this here, and then we're going to make a little curly Q here. Let me knot that out. Okay, I like that one. And then there's one that kind of like frames the face, like that ends here. Please don't go. Oh, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so. Feel that's pretty good. So I love you so. Please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so. Please don't go. I love you so, I love you so, I love you so, I love you so. I think I like the bottom of this. I thought that worked pretty good. Okay, I went a little too far up here. Yeah, because like it looks like it should maintain a similar width, I think, across. Or maybe I'm just breaking it down a little too mathematically. And you know what? If that's the case, then that'd be the case. So that's just how my brain works. And I think there ain't nothing wrong with that. Looks like a little orange. The color that I'm using. There you go. don't think that one's too bad. And then we have this extra back piece. This one. Did they had a front view in this one, didn't they? No, they didn't. Okay. I lied. Girlfriend. Oh, Ophelia. And then it's like this strand that's like right here that's like bugging me out a little bit. Cause here, let me use white. Okay. So like it comes out and it like goes with the head. So it's like out, and then it's like this. I love you, it's all I wrote. Oh, Ophelia, my girl like the flood. Oh, Ophelia, falls in love. Oh, Ophelia. Think that makes sense? The only thing I don't like is that this, which I think this part would get covered, so you don't see this part. You just kind of see this under layer, which makes sense. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then, ooh, the only problem here though, is that this is not lining up with a kind of this. Where the angle kind of be like this. And then, do I want to do like, I think we should do like one more strand here. That kind of looks like this. That doesn't really flow with the hair though. I guess I can come back to that section. I'm not gonna go over here. And then that's that, and then so it'd be like have another one here. Kind of comes out like this. And then you'd have another one that sweeps backwards. That lines up with this one and it just kind of sweeps backwards. And then one that kind of I think it's more like this. I think. And then we have another one. I don't really know. This is like kind of confusing to me. It's like it kind of makes sense, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. And do it just like another one here like this maybe. I think that makes sense. And then now that we have this sketch, which I'm going to combine these, rasterize them. And just maybe get orange. And just clean it up a bit in the areas that we don't need. Make it smaller. There we go. And then now this is the back side. And the fun thing about doing things on the back side is all you gotta do is copy it, flip the item that you're trying to work on, and then you erase everything but the silhouette. Why is it not letting me erase? Let me use it different. Okay. Move everything but the silhouette, because the silhouette would essentially just stay the same. So all this would disappear. Right, and then we'd have this line, which is like a continuation of this here. Make this bigger. So we're listening to like music I don't listen to. I don't know Spanish. Alright, and then the back of the hair kind of just starts with this. And then we could do I think this part for me doesn't matter as much in my opinion. I think this will be very difficult for me because I don't really understand what this is implying in terms of shapes. Hopefully I'll get it. Because like this is kind of like the lower layer. That's what I've drawn here. And then we have like this piece. And then a piece will come this way. And then we'll have another piece that kind of comes out here, like this. And then we'll have the on top piece. Kind of goes from here. This song is very interesting. And there's a big piece in the back. I think I want to do one more piece back here. And that makes more sense. And then we have this big piece. And then there's like another piece, but there's like a piece that connects this piece. And then the piece that goes here, which this one would overlap. And this one would come here. Like this. I also don't really listen to this kind of music either. Like that. I think that makes sense to me. Rasterize. Rasterize. Okay. And then the side view is rather important, but I don't like it. I don't want to think about it, but I have to. It should be the opposite side. Unless I flipped him. I think I kind of get it, though. Alright, plush sketch. And then, now it's 6. Do we want to do something for 1 more hour before we do Franbo? I think I would. I think I'd like to work on some of the Asprite stuff. Because I don't think I ever exported this. So, pumpkin hat. Pumpkin. And then delete. This is the flamingo thing. I never finished it. Finished. Alright. Alright, let's make the K-pop Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters, cat, and bird. So first, I must draw a cat. And it will be a back item just as Burb is. Or head item? I think on the head might be better. Yeah, like this. So it's like... Let me just move this over a little bit. Let me duplicate it. Duplicate. Hide. Unlock. I don't listen to this kind of music. I don't know what the Spotify is on. Ooh. He got like... Wait, he's got... His head confuses me. I like this drawing of him. His head's more like... I can't speak Spanish! This works. How to do his eyes. Oops. 2. Feel this way. Wicked thing to do. Make me dream of you. Good thing to say. Never felt this way. Thing to do. The center dots, the 3 center dots, and then the 3 eyebrows. Gotta do new layer, paste it down a bit. And I'm gonna go back here. I think I'll go back up to 5, go here, and do like a let's do new layer. Let's go to 3. And then which way? Outwards. I'm home finally. Welcome home. Glad to have you home. How many teeth do I draw? Like 3? I checked. That's like fine. What colors do I want to pick from? Like this one. File, new. This one. And then his eyes. I actually like a black and then a... And then... circle. Like that. Let's go back to 2 though. Yeah, okay. And then I kind of like this blue though that they're using for it. I'm gonna Talenti vacuum seals. I'm convinced Talenti vacuum seals their lids. The only issue with Talenti now is that a lot of their lids are, or not their lids, the, what do you call it? The jars are softer. They're not as thick plastic, so they're harder to open. Me alone. Sorry that I look like a mess. Scheduled. Robert's been a little... Sitting down, going back to work. But till it doesn't hurt. Writing jokes, sing silly song. I was wrong. Don't. I feel like this isn't working the way I want it to. I just stay inside. I made it too big now. It's not fair. It's clear right there. Select inverse. Boop. There's so much to do. Yeah, you can only do 2 a day though. But go for it. Just rewrite. Some of the attention he does. Not as many people be using the VOD command. Very nice. And then I need this color and then this color. Yes. One likes an ending. New layer. Oh, a little bit smaller. Can't see. Thank you for the wellness check. I'll redeem that in a second. And then I need this color. Merge down, merge down. Find. Yes, select inverse. And something new. It's time to let time pass through. Passing by, passing through. Merge down. All right, let me drink some water. Oops. Duplicate, that's fine. Negative. Merge down. Maybe 3. There you go. And then I want this color. This. There we go. I'm like wondering if I want to make this a little bit more like this. I do. There we go. Except, yeah. Make this out a little more. And then merge down, white. His smile's a bit different, but oh, should I have fixed it? Hold on, let me fix it. New layer. Oh my god, there's like a cold breeze coming into my office. It's driving me nuts. I'm cold, chat. This is it for me, chat. I'm gonna freeze to death. It was nice knowing you, chat. I'm gonna freeze to death. Does the song request also work with YouTube or just Spotify? Just Spotify. Always Spotify because there was a bad cookie that tried to get a very bad song put on here with YouTube, so unfortunately, no more YouTube. New layer. How I love. It's kind of things make it kind of look like he just kind of like that. Yeah, just like kind of like. Where does it sit? Does he have 3 or 2? Oh, he has like 1 right above his eye and then 2 more. Okay, no, that makes sense. Then it goes like here, here, and then here. I think it was song request. New layer. I need this blue. There you go. Ow, 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 ow. My brain cell. Season of the witch. Yeah, season of the witch. Be the season of the witch. I'm getting kind of good at this, chat. Like, I'm kind of good at pixel art, I think. Am I good at the most detailed pixel art? No. But is that the point? Not really. I'm kind of getting pretty good at it, to be honest. It looks pretty good. Let me give it the pink nose and the little ear. Oops. Hello, Marky. How you doing? Welcome on in. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? Currently just making the K-pop Demon Hunter cat for you guys to have. Boop, 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 boop. Good. Just listen to music. What, do you have a favorite kind of genre of music? I always like knowing people's favorite genre of music. Pop. Understandable. Pop is very fun. I do like myself some pop as well. Oops. That's pretty good. Ain't that nice? That's not how our song request works, Marky. That's not how our song requests work. Our song requests work by a channel point redeem. And as long as it's on Spotify, we'll listen to it. I don't like your little game. Oh. You know, I'm pretty proud of this. I don't know how I did this, but I did it. Like you. I get smarter, I got harder in the nick of time. Better cough up those 100 points, bozo. Lovingly. Yep. Yep. Listen. If I have to listen to what other people want me to listen to, I think, personally, it's fair. Oop. Don't like the working time. Ooh. No, there's thunder. I don't like thunder. Thunder freaks me out. Stop. I'm just having a good time. Please don't. It's actually quite cute. I got her in the nick of time. I want it to go on the head, but I feel like it's so tall. I check it twice. Like, he's kind of tall, ain't he? Here, even though the bird is usually on the top, I'm putting it on the side. I'm duplicating that. Duplicate. Oh no, there's nobody and nobody trusts me. It's gonna drive me a little nuts, but it's okay. Looks okay. No! No! No. I'm upset. I'm upset. I hear thunder. I don't like thunder. Thunder makes me upset. Derpy. Thunder freaks me the fuck out. Derpy cat. K-pop demon hunters. Oh. Resources. Fuck, okay. I need the burb. I'll go look at the Barbie. Barbie. Well, they really did it frame by frame. This one, there you go. Are you okay? Are you okay? Hey Fluff, what new KS are you creating? I'm creating the bird and the tiger from K-pop Demon Hunters. To be little guys that'll sit on your head. Okay, I said, Eddie, are you okay? Are you okay, Eddie? I made him too long. That tiny hat, though, yep. The tiny hat was actually originally for the cat. The hat was originally for the cat, but the bird kept stealing it. That's canonical lore for you right there. I think I just need to redo it. I think it'd just be like this. Like that. And then he got tail feather. I don't know how to feel about this. I think it's just that we have a Kickstarter. When I game it, you can post it on the 14th, which is when / available to have backers. Need a link. I got you. I need him sitting. There's a fun little that is the fun bit about K-pop today, that their lore and backstories were developed and helped bring the characters' life, well, animated life. Yeah. I think it's a fun little tidbit. Okay, so his like tail kind of goes with the shape of his body, so it's kind of like that, I think. And then I'm making him a lot stumpier than he is, cause he it's already kind of tall. You need like the rest of the body, I think. Oh, this is kind of like the whole body, actually. So it's like, I did the tiger really well first try, and now I'm gonna do this bird, and it's gonna be a catastrophe. It's like, I think, Dun, 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 dun. Boop, boop, boop. It's like a wide brim. Can I rotate the canvas? Okay, no, I can't. Okay. It's fine. Wait, no, I want it like 3 maybe? Boop, boop. I feel like I'm doing this hat dirty. Yeah, I did a little bit. Supposed to be like this, and then it's like flat. How's it shaped to the head though? It reminds me of an espresso pod. Hands will roll on the floor. Boop, boop. I think that's pretty good. And then he's got this color, which really is on just on his wing. And his chest, but you don't see his chest with the way we drew this. And then they have like similar colored eyes, I think. Yeah, so it's kind of like... boop. Boop. New layer. Oops. He got 3 eyeballs. Nope. Stop. I know. Oh my god, I keep clicking Control F instead of Control D. It's annoying me. Merge down, merge down. Trouble. I think that's it. You want, you can add the enshrined Twitter. It's what is the enshrined Twitter tag? At enshrined game. Let me go to marketing. Is there anything we want in the post for the artist other than link to our Kickstarter? Maybe adding our Twitter. I can't type. I'm in the club. Okay. And then the black eyeball. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, let me stretch. Also, I feel like I still did this hat wrong, bro. Maybe like that. Oops. Control click. Oh. Like that. Not really, but we're getting there. Alright, there we go. I think that's better. I don't know why I don't know how this hat works. Is it supposed to go in more, maybe? Ooh, maybe. I don't actually know. You'd think I would know, considering that I'm Korean, but, you know, it is what it is. I think that's better. I don't know why, but I don't super like this. That's fine. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. I think that wouldn't be able to be that way. I think the hat just looks wrong. And oh, wait, oh. Oh, we Now, rockin' with will.i.am and Britney, bitch. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe a little around the ears. What do you mean? You and you snotty together. It's like so close. But it's like wrong still, and I don't know why. I don't know why, it's weird. Maybe it's because I tilted it. Maybe it's because I tilted it. Maybe it doesn't need to be tilted. Because technically his head's not tilted, right? So. Yeah, oh my god. Kinda looks like a pimp hat. But we're trying it regardless. Looks a little oopid, I think. I need to fix his beak. I think that needs to stay. This one doesn't. She looks like she's from Toonville? Talking about the bird? What are you talking about? Okay, well now I feel confused because now I feel like I did a little bit not enough. Cacao Land. Cacao Land. Looks amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying. For some reason, that hat is like really not working for my brain. I think I made it too sloped. So embarrassing as a Korean to get this hat wrong. It's okay. I got this. Nope. Nope. Doesn't have the dome. Okay. But it's like lesser on the head. It's like. Well, I think. Yep, I think we're getting closer. I think that... Yeah. I think this is gonna piss me off. Oop. Oh. They gave it to me. The bird wearing the condition is Sussy, a six-eyed magpie. The hat, called the Got, is intended for the genius character Derby, but Sussy stole it. Yes, sir! This one may be better. See, I'm linking it in the Discord, which may be better. Okay. Also, I think one more downside is I'm using black for everything, which I don't really like. Okay, wait, don't go back. I like the beak how it was before. I fucked up the beak. Yeah, there you go. In Minhua's painting, a powerful Baguvi tiger represents a corrupt and foolish aristocracy, while clever magpie representing common folk looks down on the tiger. Yeah. Sounds about right. Oh, is this why? It should be one up. I think the problem is that I made this the same color. Just make it darker, but not that light. In the film, there's a joke about the traditional representations. The powerful tiger meant to wear the hat, but the cunning magpie constantly stealing away of her visual joke referencing common people mocking the ability for 100 years. I didn't know that. Good to know. I just thought they're cute. I just thought that they were cute. Merge down. Oops. Merge down. I think that's pretty good. Maybe I'd make it a little bit shorter. That's uneven now. Oh. Gojo. One over. What the heck? Oh, wait. That's right. No, it's not. Elaine Brain? That's not too bad. Do I want to round off the hat? No, I don't. That's not how the hat works. Merge down. Delete the hidden layer. Merge down. This is sussy. I think my favorite part about these two is that, like, that was never... I don't think that was meant to be their names, but the fandom just kind of chose it, and that's how it is. I feel like I should have moved the hat down just, like, a little bit more. Oop. Ha. That's right. The beak is. FYI, the hats worn by the Soldier Boys in Capital D are traditional Got hats, which are black, wide brim hats once worn by men in the Middle East to symbolize status, honor, and dignity within the Joseon dynasty. The character's choice of the Got, a historical symbol, reflects the connections to Korea's heritage and resembles the Joseon Saja, the Korean Grim Reapers. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. What a weird that the demons play homage to their heritage. It's a Korean movie. It just kind of it's just kind of how it is, I think, with a lot of Korean stuff. Because they're also, like, K-pop stars, so it's like, it just kind of makes sense. Okay, you're a little bit close. Okay. Okay, wait, I have a new idea. Duplicate. Put you down here. I think it's less paying homage and more the demon realm hasn't changed in the Joseon era. Yeah. That would make sense. I kind of like that more. He's like kind of peeking out from behind. I really fucked it up. I'll put this in resources just in case. Well, I don't think it changed at all, so it's fine. Group KDH hat. File. Not controlled. There you go. This is what name would I give them? At least in the My World Plus, the fantasies were changing very little over long series. Try is a pet peeve of mine. Huh? I want to give it like an alternative name instead of just like Derpy and Sussy. Like these are cute. I don't want to do friend, just like hello friend. So if it's 2025, the movie has been 115 years at the end of that dynasty. It was in 1392, which ended the Japanese. Yep, that makes sense. Makes sense. I don't know what I want to call it. I don't know what I want to call it. What do I want to call it? I'm gonna call it Hat Thief. Save. close. Close window. I need to disconnect this really quick. Be in hats. I have to save and reload is what I need to do. Go back, non-wizard. Oh, I forgot. I saved the pumpkin one wrong. Oh no. It's over for you. I should have saved the hat thief one right though. Where's hat thief? Did I not save it? Did I just like not click OK? Oh, there's page 2. Hat thief. Oops. Pumpkin hat. This is going to be pumpkin. Save and reload. Do I want that to be there? Should it be in cosplay? No, it's more of a hat thing. And then hats. There's pumpkin. 0.5. And then shopping, editing, gear. Hats. Where's pumpkin? It's not on page 2 because I added it recently. No. Gear. Hats. Hat thief. There's a wait, we made cosplay more expensive, didn't we? Cosplay Papa, cosplay aviators. Cosplay Heartless. Oh, no I didn't. Okay, 100 for K-pop demon hunters. And this one is a special gift. Boop, there we go. Hello, Norman. How are you? Welcome on in. We're just in time. I'm right about to go to the restroom really quick. And then we're going to start some Franbo. No, I need to save this. Let me load it up and then I'll go to the restroom. Know me away. Thank you for the lurk. So we'll survive. Even in heaven when we die. It's loading. I'm gonna disconnect this because we're doing stuff. It's a problem people in general have with recognizing scales. Sci-fi authors have the same problem in reverse because they make time too short. Franbo, okay. Open volume mixer. Franbo's gonna go into game, and I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're just gonna start Franbo. Alright, I'm back. I reopened the game because I was like, ooh, I will play it in with my controller because my hands are cold. But it's like, nope. So, I guess not. My big chill's broken? Oh, I removed it. That's what happened. Okay. I'll fix that right now. Over here. Perfect. And then we're gonna do game on. Oh, a behepal. What? Oh, it's because it's not on. Okay, that's fine. It's on the wrong monitor. Oh, it's on the wrong monitor. Why? Why are you on this monitor? Well, your glasses on like the wrong monitor. Wait, hold on. I think that's good. And then I gotta do a stream deck. Thank you for the paps. Big chill. Game chill. That's what I gotta call this. And then options, get current. Now it should be different. Yeah. And then delete. And then testing it. There you go. Okay, cool. Why are you on the other monitor? Options. Windowed. Oh. I hate full screen. I hate full screen so much. No VSync. Alright, let me pause this. It's a little loud. It does have controller sensitivity. What do you mean? You son of a whore. Alright, well, that's fine. Alright. Guys ready to get into... Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta do one more thing. Okay, hold on. One more thing. Sorry. Shall we always forget to do this? Oops, I turned it off. Oops, god damn it. Hold on. Window, Frambo, select. Okay. Alright, there we go. Continue chapter, new game. Oh, her eyes follow it. It's a key cat. Alright, new game. This game uses an autosave feature. Okay. Everything's fine. It feels like heaven. Oh, those eyes. I see my parents. They look happy. They have a present for me, I wonder. It's a kitty! It's a cat, so sweet and pretty. Dark as the deepest night. It's Mr. Midnight. Oh, I love how they do the kid. My best friend. My only friend. We're having dinner, and I see Aunt Grace too. I really like her a lot. It's Friday. My parents are going out. Oh, look at the cat! The cat's like, look. Oh, I didn't read that. I'm sorry. We're having so much fun. The cat's just... It's Monday night. I'm playing with Mr. Midnight. Did your parents not come back? I went to your parents. But something feels real bad. Pom pom. A strange creature outside my window. I don't like it. It scares me. Suddenly, I hear something. It's Mom screaming. want to know what's wrong. A bright light shines from my parents' room. I go closer. And closer. It's a knife. Mom? Dad? Please don't. Oof. Mom? Dad? Yikes. There's a satanic ritual in the middle. Aww, me and Mr. Midnight going out to the woods. Oh, Mr. Midnight, give me a hug. Mr. Midnight looking at something. Mr. Midnight protecting me from something. Mr. Midnight scared though. The cultists are taking me. Mr. Midnight. Fran, please follow my voice. On the count of 3, you will wake up. 1, 2, 3. I'm awake. Fran, how do you feel? Fine, I guess. Fine, I guess. Just sad to see these same things. Sadness is something everybody has within. BLT's in the way. But secret, so what I show you, don't lose it. Okay, well, I'll do my best. I gotta move BLT over a little bit. He's like in the way. I want to go home. You can't go home, Fran. You have to get well. I need my cat. Let's get out of here. I need my cat. Cat is missing. It would be impossible to get him back. Oh my god, Fran Bow! Yay! Wish I had Fran Bow. But now I have something for you, Fran. What is it? See the desk? There's a little package for you. It's from Aunt Grace. Take it. I don't like the way you talk to me. This is my mother's purse. Something in it? Open it. There's something inside. What's this? Can't use. Maybe I should examine it. Dearest Fran, here is my purse you like so much. I thought you would like to have it. When I was thinking about you, I remembered that you like to examine objects and combine them with other things. Okay, so I hope you'll always keep this purse and give it all the other things you find a good use. Never forget that creativity is absolutely the greatest gift you have. Love, Aunt Grace. She's worried about you. Aunt Grace. Aunt Grace? Well, that's another reason to let me go. Well, don't worry about her. She's fine. Can I leave now? Yes, you can leave, but before you do, it's time for your new medicine. What medicine? It's called duotine, and it'll make you feel very relaxed. Nurse, we're ready. I don't know, I'm a little kid. Anything new today, Dr. Dern? Nothing actually, same visions as before. Oh, I see. Here, friend, take your medicine. Keep. Yum. I don't feel good. Yikes! This did not make me feel calm. Oh no, take her back to her room. And nurse, don't let her take this ever again. Well, why would you give it to me? Hold on. Ooh, I like it, Buster. I like it a lot. Beware, friend Bo. If you leave the House of Madness, I will hunt you down, catch you, and bring you back to insanity. Aww. Mr. Midnight! Fran, wake up! The medicine will help you escape. I will be waiting for you in the forest. I love you. I love you too, buddy. I trust Mr. Midnight with all my heart. It's okay if he's the actual demon. I'll use the medicine. I'm taking a little nappy. I'm still here. Hideous place. I have to get out of here. What we got going around here? What's this? Red and Tiny, you are hiding from me. I hate the monster. I have to find Mr. Midnight. I have to find him now. I miss my kitty. He hides because he is afraid. He told me that the medicine would show me where he is. Hopefully this won't fall on my head while I'm sleeping. I hope not. I'm 10. The patient was found near the Oswald Asylum showing signs of psychosis. The Bo Dagenhart family tragedy. Details omitted. Treatment. Mr. Marcel Dern has tried different medications and all have been cancelled because of side effects. I will get your nose. I'll get it. Is there anything in here? Locked. Good reason to be curious. Anything in the window? Got a hook. A hook. A hook. Can I use it on the door to unlock it? What's this? What's over here? I can still walk around and see what's on the other side. Oh, there's a child here. Hello, Phil. Hello. How are you? Everybody says that I'm sick. They're stupid. They always say that. They're just stupid. Are you leaving tonight? I will if you help me. The only thing I know is that the office is the key. There's a key inside? I saw the doctor write a secret code. Secret code? To open the yellow door? He doesn't want me to tell you. Who? Him. Oh shit, what the fuck? All doors are closed. You're prisoners of my game. And no one will help you escape. Okay. Okay, alright, we'll get him. I hope somebody loves you. I'm sure somebody does. A box. What's this paper say? He's 8. The patient came to Oswald Asylum with his mother, Rachel Braunstone. The boy has developed paranoid behavior, paranoia not yet diagnosed. Okay, well, he's just paranoid. He used to have a blue dress like yours. But the chair. To be seated or not to be seated? That is the question. Hello. Oh, Fred, you're awake. Good. How long was I asleep? 3 days, maybe. So many days. I should find Kitty. Your cat is probably dead. Oh, wow. Okay. Something happened. See, another retarder. What is it? Broke the curtains. I have to fix this. Follow me. Give. What? I want to look at it. She walked away, didn't she? Empty bottles, empty glasses, nothing useful. These are just fine. Alright, fine. We'll go see what the lady wants. Hello? Missing. Something's missing. Have you seen the hook? The hook. I can't do an old lady voice. Saw nothing. Haven't seen anything. I have to go find something to fix this, you little girl. Okay, bye. I'm gonna read your papers. Boop. I'll keep these patches to stop the bleeding. A gun? I want the gun. Gladys something. Fran Bo Dosenhart. The patient has something sleeping almost all the time. She only wakes up to drink water, but I don't think she remembers that. After drinking, she goes to sleep again. She hasn't been social for 3 days now. Some kids have come around and asked about her and when she would come out and play. Duo tune? Okay. I understand 3 words. Fran, sleeping, and duotine. The nurse's handwriting is awful. What says duotine? Okay, well, that's fine. I read it. I read it fine. Examine. Use. A, B, C, D, E, 5. A, B, C, D, 4. E, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 8. I think that was it. Was it not? Hold on. H8, I9, D4, 5. 8, 9, 4, 5. Did I do that wrong? 8, 9, oops. 4. I got it. What the fuck? Okay. Ew, pills. And I have a gun. Oh. Okay, well, I'm good. Oh, I can, like, put it. Okay, cool. Is there anything else to click on? Click on the window. Oh, not easy to see through this. Is that the playground? Maybe someone already tried jumping through this window. Okay. But this window. Oh, the playground. Good night, trees and moon. I like the bunny swing thingy. It makes me dizzy. I'm pretty sure the playground isn't a good escape route. Okay. I didn't know we could look out the window for escape routes, I'm gonna be honest. Tower defense. We have a crazy person for you called Fran. Okay. I like that the back of her dress is kind of like the crazy suit. Okay, I have a key. Does the key go to this thing? Yes, I got it. And there's something inside. Ooh. Examine. Oh, it's me, mom, and dad on Gracie. I record this with my life. Yeah. Use on my hair. I can't do that. What do you mean? You don't want to wear it? My hair clip. I should make good use of it. I guess I'm lock picking something. Alright. Let's go lockpick the door. Can knock it down. We'll just use the hairpin. Oh, do I have to combine it with something? Combine? Let's see, what else can we click on? Clicked on you, clicked on you. I have to use the hairpin on this. I have to use it on the window. Not this one. This one? No, not this one. This one. Take your pills, girl. Oh! It was not me. Damn. An old lady. Ow, creepy creature. Hello, Miss Nurse. Are you alright? Hello? Huh. Well, I know where to go. There's a bunny wabbit. There's a dead bunny wabbit. Oh, he not look so good. That terrified me. Okay, we're going down the hole. I have to go down the hole. No, absolutely not. You can't tell her that. She has to know. You can't keep me away from her. The reason is more clear. The reason is more than clear, Grace. No, it's not. I want to take her home now. You can't. Fran's mental condition isn't stable yet. You don't understand. She's a very special girl. Am I listening to this? Oh, god damn. The doctor has no soul. I'm going home tonight. There's a fox. Okay, there's a lot more dead things in here. I don't know how we killed more things in between the time. A bit more disturbing than I thought it'd be. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I don't like the whispers. The whispers could kind of fuck off, you know? I don't really see anything that way. There's something in my bag. Can I not combine the hair clip? But in this case, it won't do any good. Wait, can I use the this? Yes. Combine with this. And now we can go. I didn't notice that before. I don't know if I was supposed to use it on the door. Yes, to happiness. Oh, what was that? Daddy was not there. Mommy would not care. I'd kind of like it if I didn't have to hear the demons anymore. I don't want to touch it. It's a clown from the painting. Why do you look like that? What have they done to you? The patient was a victim of sexual abuse by an unknown person, which almost killed her. This event has created auditory hallucination and thought disorder. Oh, poor girly pop. Snuggle, snuddle, old lady, or oh, hold on, you're what? Skitty! Beep, beep, you want to hug me? You have to try to catch me. I'm trying to give it a hug. Okay, I'm just gonna go into the washroom. The king likes drawings. Interesting. I don't like this. Okay, well. I'll go downstairs. This wasn't here before. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Okay, if I click that, it just makes me leave. Do I have to take the pills again to, like, stop this? The maze. We never get to play there. Whoa, tonight the frog is pretty thick. Wish I could get close in there. The maze. Oh, okay, I read that. Oh, maybe there was more stuff in the room. Did I not click all the eyeballs? There's no eyeballs in here. Do I take the pills again? Oh, yeah, now it's normal. Pog. Oh, let me see. A red puppet and a serpent, a teddy bear, and many other things. Hello. Hello. You see them. You do, right? What? What? The creatures that follow everyone. The shadows? You mean the shadows? Uh-huh. I can't see them, but I know they're there. Do you know what they are? Yes, I guess. Tell me, please. You like to draw? I love to draw. I love it too. More about the shadows. A crayon. I want to find a crayon. I draw all the time. What are you drawing? Something. It's all in red. What is it? My dreams. Go now. Okay, I'll go find you. That is very pink. Smells so sweet. Okay. I don't know where a crayon would be, but I will look for one for you. The throne is empty. A cannon will... No, if you have to go to the bathroom, Fran, go to the... There you are. You should be in your room. The door was closed. You left it open. I'm sure it wasn't open. I know because I locked it. How did I get out then? It was open. Try to trick me. Go back to your room and wait for your doctor. Time to find my way out. Any pillows? Got any crayons in here? Got any crayons up in here? Any crayons? Do I gotta take the pills again? Hello? Did you break out of your room? That's not nice, Fran. Haven't eaten in days. I'm hungry, sir. I haven't eaten in days. Won't listen to any of your excuses. I've been asleep for 3 days. Let me go eat something. I'm not making up excuses. You have to learn how to listen to those in charge. Lesson learned. Just don't do it again, friend. Go and eat now, then get back to bed. Yippee! He's letting us eat, which is kind of strange, if I'm honest. Should have let us eat anyway. What does it say? The sign shows things are in the hospital. But what does it show how... But it doesn't show how awful this place is. Just welcome to the most Well, okay, that doesn't matter, friend. We need to go look at it. I need to know where things are. Hello, do you know where things are? Sir, the key hand can I have it? Sure, I'd give you the key if you give me a kiss. What? This guy is gross. Stab him. And give me the keys. Death by pineapple. Ew. Hands off the office door. Give me the key. Fuck you, man. You're weird. Kill him. Hello. Are you alright? What is that supposed to mean? I wanted to know. I just want to know if you're feeling okay. I don't know what to tell. The doctor will cut your head open if you don't leave. He likes to eat brains. He already took mine. He ate all my thoughts. He ate your brain? He'll eat yours too. I saw you inside the doctor's office. You were dead. Oh no, I have to go. I hope you find new thoughts. Bye. Bye. I'm gonna go look around some more. There's food in here. I don't want to go in here first. Go in this room first. What's in here? Children. They took his brain. Hello, what are you doing? It doesn't work. The paper isn't working. What do you mean? The paper should be working like they told me. What does the paper do? The paper showed me what's on the television. Why isn't it working? The waves must be powerful. Change your channel, please. Okay. There you go. Still not working. Paper vision negative. Change again. What do you mean? Want this one? Wait, change the channel. Okay, shit. What about the ant? You want the ant? Yeah, change again. What do you mean, dog? Alright, what about that one? It works. It works. It's a miracle. Thank you, paper vision positive. Great. Can I see? No, this is why. If you want, you could take papers that didn't work. Alright. I probably could give it to the girl that likes to draw. Give me paper. I wish I wouldn't open my inventory every time. I like it. I do like his tiny hat. Soldier will lose his leg in the war, and the cowboy ate the princess. What do you mean the cowboy ate the princess? Paper boat, take me to the sea and beyond. I wonder if a paper boat can sail. Yeah, probably. Okay, now I got that. What about the monkey? I like this monkey. Help me escape. With your big muscles and hairy arms, you could break through every wall. The girl is sleeping. Isabel. Isabel is sleeping. Alright, time to go eat food. Hello. Oh, hello, Fran. How are you today? I see dead animals. I see dead animals, miss. You mean the television? Yeah. Of course, the television. Well, very well, friend. Go play with your friends now. I think you should be concerned if a kid's like, I see dead animals. Chocolate. Yummy, yummy. I don't like bitter coffee. Have the chocolate. Sofa made to be sat on. I can't sit. The sofa is taken. That smells like poo. That's disgusting. Mommy loved to paint roses. I don't like this painting. It feels like Mr. Oswaldo staring at me. Mr. Midnight, are you in there? You okay, dude? Hello, are you new here? I haven't seen you before. No. Are you from downstairs? Uh-huh. They think I'm better now. What's your name? Would you please kill me? Oh, shit. I have to go, bye. That's fucked up, dog. Not thirsty. Ooh, I got a cinnamon bone. So sour. See, like, is he just gonna be like... Okay, what if I say sure, though? What if I say sure? I think I'm better now. What's your name? Would you please kill me, please? Sure. Bang, you're dead. Thank you. I can't talk now. I'm dead. Okay. She just said that for like no reason. You good? Oh, I can't talk to you. Hello. You Damien? Don't disturb me. Go away. I'm eating. Okay, I'm gonna take your cane. Don't touch my sword. I didn't think it was yours. You should bow and I'm your king. I bow to you. Very well, my child. What is the purpose of your visit? I want your cane. Do you mean my sword? Yes, your highness. Your sword. What would you give me in exchange? Anything you need, your highness. Bring me a castle and a horse. Only then will I grant you my sword. What? You want me to do what? She's not my cat. Store's always locked at night. How the fuck? Is she okay? Is she gonna sit down? Okay, now I can talk to her. Hey Annie, how are you? Aren't you afraid of me? No, why would I? Because I can do magic tricks and make you sleepy. I didn't know you could. Magic tricks? Show me. It's very scary. It's better if you do it. I'm not a magician. I can give you the magical stuff. Really? Woo! Yes, the magical stuff that'll make anyone fall asleep. Oh my god, goob. What's up, Norman? That's amazing. Powerful and grand. Here's a gift. Take it slowly. What's up? How does it work? I have no idea. Where's she going now? Is she leaving? Okay. Grandfather clock is big and grand. Tick tock, tick tock. Where's she going? They're sending me my beanie with expedite. Let's go! I'm so glad. Yippee! Yeah, I do be okay. Damn it. I got paper, I got string, I got a bun. I feel like I gotta put this in the bun for some reason. Sleepy cake. We got sleepy cake now. Do I need to take my pills again? Oh, I would laugh at you. Oh, his head exploded! His head exploded. His head exploded. There's a teddy bear. Teddy, what are you doing here? No! Oh, she dead. Now we just gotta hope it gets packed and shipped out by tomorrow. I feel like it will. I think expedited shipping is gonna be pretty fast. What the fuck? You can hear me?
Open your door,
hello, cozy co. Welcome on in. How are you? Oh my god, you were playing Franbo too? Did you finish it or did you just start it? This is our first time playing it, so I'm kind of a save. I didn't know you could have save points. Hi, welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful time streaming. Hello. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important here to us at the Milk Club. Otherwise, I hope you have fun watching me play this game with no idea what I'm doing. Cause that do be what is it be doing. There's meat. There is meat there. They are dead. Oh, poggers. Alright, let's go back. 5. That room was 5. It had a 5 above it. Does one have 4 above it? That kid's dead. That kid's dead. Just started on chapter 3, I believe. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how many chapters reach the key. Meat. There's a lot of meat here. Mr. Bigger Decade. Mr. Bigger Decade. Oh, goodness. There's a clock here. But yeah, I hope you had a great time. If you want to stick around, then I hope you enjoy. But otherwise, thank you. Hello up there, miss. What's up with this eyeball clock? What's up with him? Where's Daddy with a teddy bear? I know. Okay. I don't really know what to do with all the things I got. Maybe oh, hey. Where's she going? I'm gonna follow her. She going back to the room that we were in? Wait, it said the king likes drawings? Yeah, I think it said the king likes drawing, so I think we can get the girl to draw something. Like, I'm just kind of following her. Can I give? I want to kind of give the. Oh, she's not here. What if I give the fucked up guy my cakey? Do they want my cake? Holy cow! Hi, rat. How you doing? She's just walking. Alright, well, I don't know what to do about you, but. Do you want this cake? Do you want this cake? I don't think that would help me. Why won't you take my cake? Maybe... But the girl said she wanted a crayon. Unless the paper will work. If she wants something to draw on, maybe? Hey, do you want this paper? I can't do that. Why can't you do that? Wait, could we put this in here? Wait, combine this. Wait. Combine with the paper. Combine with this. Combine. Oh, I have a hook. For something. I don't know why I did that, but I have a hook now. And I think I've seen all the spook. Wait, did I look out the window? Oh yeah, I saw the maze. The maze, that's right, the maze. I see the maze better here though. What can I use? Can I use the hook on the key? I think I need the... How about use this on here? I'm not very smart. You're a crazy dead girl. Are you all still alive in here? You're like walking around every place I'm walking at. Have you seen my kitty? I would say you're very pink and soft. I looked at this entire room, I think. Alright, what do we got? We got a picture. We got band-aids that I don't know what are for. Isabel, wake up. You have a quest for me? Do you want the bunt cake? Do you want the bunt cake? Do you want the bunt cake so I can steal it while you're sleeping? Can I have this milk? No. Can I have the poo-poo shawl? Can I have the poo-poo? No. The clock. So far away from everything. I don't really understand what they're saying. Can I have some chocolate? I don't... She's like wandering around. Nothing by. Sorry. Can I go downstairs? Wonder what they're really down there. Maybe I don't want to know. Maybe. No drawings. Can we draw on the blackboard? This girl's like distracting me. Fuck off, I want to go in the office. Maybe I need to take my pills again. Give me my pills. My pills. Nothing really looks that different. Maybe there's something in the pigs. Maybe there's something in the pigs. Hello, Mr. Kitty. Oh, I have to untake my pills and then I have to... I hope there's not a limited amount of pills. Thank you for the check-in, Cozy. I wonder who would eat this. Mr. Pig is naked. Reach the key. Well, yeah, if I reach... Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Much appreciated. You're dead. He's still alive, I think. That had to be because they love you. There's a lot of meat. A lot of meat going around. Playground. Door's always locked. What a... Oh! I somehow accidentally clicked out of the game. Is everybody want to give me this stuff? Everybody want to give me this stuff? No, it wasn't me. TikTok. Can someone give me a crayon? Maybe I could look through a different window. That kid got his head blown off. Oh shit. Will this give me something? Nope. The clowns are gone. So creepy. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm missing something. Am I supposed to combine something? Ma'am, may I have your dress? Very pretty. Mother had a very pretty dress. Do you want a band-aid? Do you need a hook? Go back upstairs? That's so weird. That's so weird. The king likes drawings. Can I leave, please? Oh yeah, the maze. Oh, interesting. It's not boarded up one. Did you ask a little girl with the crayon? Yeah, I did. She wants crayons. Hello. I'll talk to her again. You see them, don't you? Yeah. I do. We already talked about this. The shadows. But I know they're there. You know what they are. Yeah, I guess. Tell me please. I love to draw. Well, yeah, I love to draw too. Tell me more about the shadows. Crayon. I want a crayon. I draw all the time. What are you drawing? Something. What is it? Go now. Do you want paper? Do you want paper to draw on? I'm not gonna find a crayon. Can I make a crayon out of all the blood everywhere? I feel like that would be pretty logical. Does anybody have a crayon? Where's the old nurse lady? She got any crayons in her pockets? Are there any crayons over here? Any crayons? The brain looks like a turtle. Okay. The drink. Ew. Can Can I put the bunk cake on the desk? What? Elaine, what up? Hey, Red. How you doing? It's good. I'm just trying to figure out puzzles. I'm very bad at. I'm gonna be honest, this is a little bit what I was worried about, that I would get lost, but it kind of is what it is. Who has crayons? Who the fuck has crayons? Can I eat the bundt cake? Me. Oh, okay. How do I get the reception room? You can always find a nurse in there. I could smile and bow and tell the nurse to open the gate, but then again, they'd really think I'm insane. Why would they think you're insane? A bearded old man. Wait. Could it wait. What a blinking light is for. It's very hypnotic. I wish I could shut it down. I feel like we can. Key, the chalkboard, the phone. This fucking pervert. Pervert! Hey. Hey, what's up? See, can you let me up the window? Is there a window in here? There's this window. I think they look out the same window? Yeah, pretty much. Do you have a crayon, my liege? I don't know where to look. Sometimes a closed door gives you more than an open one. Will this give me a crayon? There's 2 closed doors. And they're not giving me crayons. Or a way out. Do you have any crayons? I think I've talked to everybody. I've looked through everything. Who did I give this bundt cake to? Are you sure you don't want it, mister? Are you good? I guess, is Annie just supposed to be just walking around like this? Hey, sick boy. If I'm a sick mother, I'm not. Where is she going? I can't talk to her anymore. Give me my pills. Give me my pills. Where are the crayons? Where are the crayons? Give me the crayons. Who is keeping me from my crayons? Mr. Deer, do you have crayons? What about the washroom? So much blood everywhere. I really think that we could just... Is this like at the door into it? Oh yeah, it's a window, so you could just look in there. Huh. Can I steal one of her crayons while she's like dead? No. Who has my crayons? At least you know what, the pills ain't limited. If the pills were limited, I think we'd be really fucked. Look out this window. You bitch, you're a bitch. You know that, sir? I'm gonna go downstairs. Let me go downstairs. I use this on the downstairs. Who needs a band-aid? Nope. Combine with the band-aid? Combine with... I don't want to do with the paper. Wait, could I... No, Isabel's asleep. I don't know who made the paper thingy. Annie, did you use this? No, Isabel. Do you want a bundt cake? Do you want a bundt cake? Who the fuck wants a bundt cake? Do you need a bundt cake? Mrs. No Thoughts? Won't even try that, why not? She has no thoughts. Give me that key. Give me that key. You want a band-aid? To shove in your mouth? What about a hook to shove up your ass? What is this? Can I look at this? Okay. Oswald of Silent Children's Annie Demian Charles Frambeau. I don't know what that meant, if that meant anything. I'm so lost. I want to figure it out, I do, but it's so hard. Wait, I'll go insane and then I'll click on the... Oh, it crosses in there anymore. Hey, do you guys have crayons out here? Hey, do you guys have crayons? Demons, do you have crayons by any chance? Do you think I could make crayons out of dead things? Okay, hold on. Wait, did you check the bed where the crayon girl while taking the pills? Maybe not. I think it just had the doll, didn't it? Had the doll? Tiny, tiny hands all over you, eating at your soul. Oh, that's it. This chick with the girl, where the crayon girl almost taking pills. Yeah. Something's supposed to pop up here? Hold on. I'm too stupid. I have to look up. I have to look it up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just a little dumb. You take the bills, switch to the brewer. I recommend for like worlds. From this piece of paper. What the fuck? Where did the green crayon come from? Where the fuck did that come from? It said I should have one. What the heck? Oh, wait, what? Huh? Hey, it said you wanted band-aids. Do you want my band-aids? Use on her. What? Enter the door and take one of her crayons. We're just supposed to give my crayons. Can I have it? No, I won't be able to draw green then. That's ridiculous. You have yellow and blue. Yellow and blue make green. Share. But, you know, they don't like me drawing. Who? The nurses. They tie me up when I want to draw and I can't. Me too sometimes. Yeah, I can't draw. Oh. Oh! I got you. Okay, now that you've showed me those horrific things, I can give you band-aids. You can have the crayon now. Go so I can draw. Yippee! Okay, I was just like missing one thing. I can combine it with this. And now I have a drawing for the king. And now I can get the pole. And now I can get the key. Sons of a bitches. It's kind of hard, I think, in a game like this for me because it's hard to tell what you can click on and what you can't. I understand that the cursor changes, but it can be so subtle, especially if like two things are next to one another. I struggle, and I go, I clicked it. All right, my liege, I've gotten you this. Do you like it? It is your kingdom. Oh, that's beautiful. Exactly what I dreamt of. You can take my sword now. It's yours. Okay, thank you. Totally not disabled and totally not something. Gotta love stacked fetch quests. I do like stacked fetch quests personally. I like them a lot, especially when they're intertwined in this way, but I don't like it. It's hard with point and click games in my opinion. All right, excuse me. I'm just gonna... Hey, give me that. You can't take that key. Hey, what the fuck? You can't take what's mine. Shut up. You don't make the rules. I do. This toy of yours will stay with me from now on. Get it back, you bastard. Why's got my cook? Well, you know what? Look, I'm sorry for being dick. You want my bun cake? I brought this cake for you. Interested, take anything that comes from you. Make your life sweeter. I don't care about making my life sweeter. Now leave. You don't want it? No, now leave me alone. Fucking asshole. Wait, what if I do the other way? What if I do it the other way? Come on. Yeah, you know you want it. Oh, no, shut the fuck up. I don't want to. You're gross. No, now leave me alone. Oh, fucking asshole. Okay, now what? He took all my shit. He took all my shit. What do I do now? He took my stuff. Oh! The speaker looks completely basically annoying. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, hi. Told myself about the latest earlier, but he hasn't looked at it yet. Oh, he'll catch up soon. Hey, Gladys, would you do me a favor? Sure, anything but bring coffee to the guard. Why not? I can't do it because I have to take care of the child. I'll do it. I'll bring coffee to the guard. Oh, that's cute. She's like, I'm sorry, fingers. That was hot. That's cute. Hey, you asshole. Can I combine it? I brought you coffee. Wait, am I supposed to put something in it? Alright, here you go. Here's your hot coffee, sir. Ah, you bitch. Rude. Well, now I gotta keep the I can't. I put it in the cake. I put it in the cake. I gotta go unlock the office. Let's go. Okay. Ooh, there's a key. Always take the key. Okie dokie. What are all these things? Is there anything in there? Eat an apple. Apple? Why would you eat an apple? That's a Satan thing. Dr. Morris, turn off the alarm for the security system. Alarm code. 1217. Wait, 25. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, 7. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay, wait. December 17th. What was the other one? July 25th. Okay. That's helpful. Any of these other mean anything? No? Okay. What about this? Okay, I have a key. Let me look at this key. It's got pink on it. Wait, is there anything murderous in here? Oh, damn! Oh, that's what they meant. Looks a bit like me. There's your monster. Okay, well, we're leaving now. Phil? A forgotten girl with no family or cat will die when the moon arrives. What do you mean? Don't close the door! You bitch. He doesn't work here. Phil, let me out! Phil, what the fuck? Phil, what the fuck, Phil? Why'd you do that, Phil? What? I think it's an addition. Yeah. I thought so too because they like it looked like they added it together. Phil, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Phil? Is the door locked? Where did I put the key? You mean the homemade key? Don't work here. I don't know what you did with the homemade key, Fran. Oh, it opened. Let's go. Wait, oh, the wind hole. I guess this is my way back. Wonder if Phil knew about this. It's just slow as balls, dude. Really hit his head. It should give him a helmet. We don't have time to make a helmet, Fran. going and going. I swear to God, if you fall. Stop. Stop. Oh my God, Fran. I guess she was looking too forward. Yeah, I'm fine. I fell into the basement. What are all this stuff? What's all this stuff? Cleaning products. They should clean our toilets. No water to wash my hands. Mr. Midnight hates mops. I have this broom. What's in here? It's a box. More pills. Take and taste of it. I don't want to. Scrape label. The bottle's empty. I guess they'll put some pills in it. Something fucked up with my medicine. Old and rusty. Alright, let's go back upstairs then. Is this the key to the Yahoo? Ah! If you struggle, you know that it was I. I will be in every corner to make you suffer and cry. That scared the shit out of me. If you choose to disobey, your cat's life will be marked. Damn, bro. What was that commentary on if you keep looking at where you're going, you won't notice where you are? No, I don't think so. I was just memeing because I could see it clear as day. I miss you, my dear. I miss you so much. My kitty! Why are you leaving me? Please don't leave me alone, Mr. Midnight. This is how I feel about Moira when she leaves me from cuddles. Oh, he wants me to go into the maze. At the end of the maze, Fran. Okie dokie. I'm gonna eat my goldfish. I packed goldfish crackers for this adventure. I fell down the stairs again. I fell down again. Yeah, we'll find Mr. Midnight. Don't you worry. Let's go. Okay, now we're in the basement. I want to go inside. You sure you don't want to go inside? Are you sure you don't want to go inside? Damn, okay. Damn! Oh no, poor girls. I hope they get well soon. I hope I never end up like that. I won't if I leave the sick place and find Mr. Midnight. Alright. Oh, damn. You pook? I'm disgusting. I hope you get well soon. I hope this guy gets well soon. What's this door? Yes, I took the new one upstairs. Oh no, I was in with the key to the cellar. Well, no. In the doctor's office, he used to keep the key up there. Calm down, the key isn't here. Sure, I'll let you know if it turns up, but you must calm down. Yes, I'll bring it to you if I find it, alright? Bye. Baby shaking syndrome. I can't believe this. This is grand. But the nurse, I have to get rid of her. What should I do? Bond cake? Medicine. At the end of the meat. Damn, what's this? Oh, it's a little baby! Key holder has no keys. It's on the desk. Aww. Alright, oh no, let's go back downstairs. Okay! The path to life has been denied. Never been born, but I was alive. Okay, that sucks. It ward? It ward? It ward? Oh shit, that guy's like fucked up. Hold on. Let me write this down. It ward. Anything else on here? Oh, good lord. Ew. Oh, medicine. And that's long. I can go up here. The lady at the end of the maze. There's a chair. If I... Oh, it sends me back? Oh, man. I must make a conundrum happen. Hey, girls, could you guys make a ruckus for me? Put the broom. Have this? I have this cake. I don't know. Speakers. What's this? Observation failed. Anesthetic. The patient woke up after reaching frontal lobe. The procedure was cancelled and incomplete. Damn. Hey, can I have your stuff? Somebody give me your stuff. It's a cellar key. I use it on negative. What should I do? What should I do? There's nothing to really click on in here. Bring me back to the dead baby. Wait, if I put the... Oh, wait! Yeah. And on the... I better take a bath. Okay, it is 12 plus 17, which is 29. 2, 9, 7, 31. Am I wrong? Am I doing math bad? 17 plus 12, 29. I don't know what I said. 7 plus 24. 29, 31. Am I missing something? Or is it... It's missing something? What do you mean it's missing something? No crackers. I have crackers. They're in my mouth. What the fuck? I'm at the door now. Can I open this door? Oh wait, what if I take the thingy? What's this clock? What's up with this clock? There's a clock right there too. No, it looks like midnight time. I'll find our cat, don't worry. Please enter the 4-digit password. I'm pretty sure I did that right? 70 plus 12. 7 plus... It's 25, isn't it? 29, 32? God damn it. Okay. I did the thing. Oh, the alarm is off. I don't know what that means for me. Can I go in here now? Nope. How about, can I open this? Oh wait, does it go out the front door? Is that the thing? It just goes out the front door? Overthought it a little bit. You bitch, I'll make you pay for what you did. Oh! Clever little girl, do you think you would just leave? Yes. What? It can't be. No! Mr. Midnight! My savior. I'll find you, Mr. Midnight. the maze. Following Mr. Kitty. What the fuck? I thought his head popped off. He's still following. Mr. Kitty, I'm coming. Oh shit, where'd he go? Maybe this way? There's a ghost. I think I went the wrong way. I think I was supposed to go down. Hold on. I think he went... Which way did he go? I thought he went... Did he go up instead? Ow. Uh-oh. Get away from me, Mr. Kitty! I don't know, he like... I thought it looked like he went that way, but I actually didn't. I will find my way through this maze. That is not the way through. Uh-oh. Yeah, get out of here, you bitch. Ah! Damn it. Wait, Mr. Midnight! I don't know where to go! I don't think I go this way. I don't feel like I go this way, you know? Oh, what's this way? Oh. Oh, god dang it. Wait, well, it felt like he went this way, so I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go down. Hi, Fruit Bat. Well, come on in. You went down this way? Nope. Oop. Excuse me, Mr. Ghost. Hello, hello, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Up feels like the right way to go. Now I can't go up anymore. What the fuck? I'm good. How's stream? Stream's good. I'm just chilling, playing this game that I'm not very good at, to be fair, because I'm very bad at puzzles. I like puzzles, I'm just not the best at them. Whee! Woo! You see me down here? Ha ha ha! Oh! I found my way out! Let's go. At the end of the maze, you will find... I love Rainbow. Been a while since I've seen someone new play it through. Yep, I know of the game, but I haven't... I don't remember, like, any of it. It's like 2% of it. Well, it would be a good time. Ooh, my cat walked in. A cat full of nuts and bolts will always be your guide. Okay, but where's Mr. Midnight, though? My parents' photo, no! Aww. Ooh. Should have kept my purse closed. Chapter 2, Part 1. Curiosity Symptoms. Oh my goodness, that was close. I hope the guards don't find the sewer. Oh, what is this place? I hope I find Mr. Midnight soon. On my crayon still. There's a teddy bear. A shoe. And a drum. And a barrel. What does it look like if I take my medicine? Oh, a ghost. There's a lot of ghosts. There's a key here. Poetry. Can I have this key? Curiosity be damned. Damn you, curiosity. Oh, I like that. I'm curious. Otherwise, how will you learn things? What are you? What are you? You're kind of curious yourself. What is the right question, but why would be more appropriate? I want the key. I'm tired of chat, sir. I want the key, that is all. Oh, but that key isn't ours, and it's yours, sure, not yours. Just give it to me. Please give it to me. I want to know what door it opens. We couldn't care less. The affection towards you is simply none. I'm Fran. I'm very honest. I like that. I'm a person. Fran, pleased to meet you. Interesting. Tell us more. I had a cat. I have a cat. Well, I had one. He's missing now. I had to find him. Really? Yes, really. But please give me the key. Flying away as always. One of us got clear about this key, then got all of us stuck here. And because of our long hair, we can't get loose. Can I help? We usually get stuck on trees, but we have something to fix that. A beautiful comb to comb our hair every time we get stuck. Give it to me, and I can fix your hair. The filthy thief took our comb. Now we are stuck forever. If you find the thief and the comb, you'll get the key. Deal? What does he look like? A rat. He couldn't do much, so he ran away with it. Please find it. I will do my best. Now, is it just as scary if I turn this off? Not really? Okay. Anything scary out here? Oh my god! What's this? Really big insect. It's like a pig insect. Oh wow, you're a really big ant. Who's Are you real? You always ask the same thing always. What do you mean? Always? What do you mean by always? Of course I'm real. Where did you come from? I escaped. From a mental hospital. Please don't tell anybody. I won't tell, don't worry. But what are you doing here? My cat is out here somewhere and I have to find him. A cat, you say? A black cat. With very big yellow eyes. Oh yes, I see. I'm sorry, girl. Please at least tell me if you've seen him around. It happens the cat was eaten, chewed up and swallowed. Eaten? What do you mean? A cat. It came towards me in a hurry. I catch it, I'll give it... I catch it, I give it to my beetle bug. Beetle bug is... Oh! Blueberry time passed by and we ate them all. Are you joking? Oh, little girl, don't cry. I can sing for you. What will I do? Okay, I want you to sing for me. Let me make you feel me. I do, yes. I'm the last one alive. Let me help you, yes? How can you help? The digestion is not so fast, you know. Maybe he's still alive inside the beetle pig. Make it vomit? Kill the beetle pig. He's the only friend I have left, but I need the meat. What? Do it. Kill the beetle pig, and I, Antonio the Great, shall eat the meat. I don't want to kill your pig. What? I don't want to. It's a little hedgehog. A terrible axe. I will be a warrior to save things. Ooh, there's a hole. Hello? It's stuck. Just my luck. What's the sign say? Make an entry. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go kill this beetle pig now, I guess. I don't really wanna. Aw, man. Sorry, your beetle pig ran away. Oh, he fell asleep? Okay. Alright, come here, Mr. Beetle Pig. Not Barbie. Beetle Pig ran away again. Come here, Mr. Beetle Pig. You gotta do the thing. Do the thing. Why aren't you killing the beetle pig? Use the axe on the beetle pig, man. On the beetle pig. I feel like I have to keep chasing him. Your Aunt Bestie is hungry. Give me your flesh. Give me your flesh. Give me your flesh, little piggy! Little piggy doesn't want to give me piggy flesh. Alright, look, I'm right next to you now. Give me piggy flesh. Why won't you give me your piggy flesh, little piggy boy? Little piggy boy, give me your little piggy flesh. I'm kind of tired of the back and forth noise. Could I stand on this and talk to the bird? Wait, what if I broke this? Let's go. What a joke. With no hole inside. What do you mean it doesn't have a hole inside? Okay, well, there was nothing inside, so, Mr. Piggy, may I tickle you? Oh, can I tickle the old man? Tickle, tickle. Ah, the thread is great, great! Wake up. I think the beetle pig doesn't like the idea of being killed. Oh, I see. A complete Norman, isn't it? What should I do? I have to give him special berries, the blueberries. There aren't no berries. Oh, I shouldn't say this, but I have the right connections. They live inside my house. They have blueberries. My house is in that direction, but be careful. Okay, thanks. Cool. Hello, birdie. Let's go. Hello. Do you have blueberries? This must be the aunt's house. Alright. Give me that doorknob. Got some glue. Glue? I was glue once. It made me crazy. That's odd. I never cooked a meal. Cute little lamp. Meat. Meat glue? I have the rest of the meat? What is this little house? A little house with little pine cone people. They got blueberries. Oh. You guys want some meat? Oh, baby. Sorry. For you. Little baby. A little baby. Okay. Goodbye. That's cute. Wish I could sleep with my kitty on this bed. It does look like a very nice bed. There's water in the sink. Maybe Sir Ant likes to drown tiny monsters here. Maybe he's just a very clean ant. What the fuck? What's this? Underpants? They seem to smell good. Grandpa soap. That means a big ant was naked? What's the... Oh. Alright, whoa. What's spooky? Oh... Okay. Oh, do they want the meat? Okay. Very good. Very good. Use it. What is this? Exterminator. The text is almost gone. It says 7142178. Is there anything else in here? Alright. Oh. Do I use this in here? Not do it. Not do it. Use. I'm sorry, but I need those berries. Wolfash078, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy me playing Franbo. The baby. Knock over the baby. Now give me the berries. I got the berries. Sorry about that. Can I check on them? They locked the door. Oh, rip. Sorry about that. Oh my. He was dorking it to that thing. It's a ghost. It's a white ghost though. Any spooky thing happening out here? No. Mr. Kitty! Mr. Kitty fell in the... Find me alive. Find me dead, Bip Bip. Find me someday in a golden cage. Bip Bip, look, Fran. I'm in danger. Find me alive. Find me dead. Okay. Franbo! Yes, I'm playing Franbo. Use it on the beetle pig. Eat it, Mr. Beetle Pig. Don't let me kill you, Mr. Beetle Pig. There is a rat! What? You're not my cat? Oh, miss, you saved me from my misery. Where's Mr. Midnight? I assume you're feeling disappointed. Who are you looking for? My lovely cat. Mr. Midnight. Oh, Miss Lady, I'm not very fond of cats, you know. A black one with very big yellow eyes was trying to catch me. Really? You seem to get in trouble often. Wait, maybe he's my cat. Oh, my lady, if he is, then he's the one in trouble now. What happened? I can show you. Follow me, please. It's not far from here. I'm very sorry, Beetle Pig. I am very sorry, Beetle Pig. The Beetle Pig was probably the cutest character so far. The Beetle Pig is now dead, sir. Thank you. Now we eat. There was a rat. So you know there's a cat inside. There's a rat. A rat. Oh, I'm sorry. My eyes are very old. You see, I have a heart problem and a very bad back. I also suffer from narcolepsy, so sometimes I... Damn. Rip. I just got an ad and it was all man's whole booty. Damn, I'm sorry. Here we are. Somebody took him, miss. They just disappeared. Be more specific. I wish I could. It looked like the earth swallowed them. If there's anything else I can do for you, just let me know. I'll be around. I love Friendbo. I'm digging it. It's a little silly sometimes, and I'm a little dumb. Can I have it, please? Comb my hair. Of course I can comb your hair. Look at the little rat. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, I love him. Thank you, my lady. Very kind. Of course. Do you have any idea how to find my kitty? Depends, my lady. Have you looked around enough to find him? Everything I do goes wrong. Of course, but it seems like everything I do goes wrong. Even the head pads. Oh, my dear miss. I wish I could help you. But those who took your cat seem to be from another world. Maybe they had like a portal nobody else can see. Who knows? Scritches for the rat cow. Yippee! Yippee! Hold on, I gotta check something. Oh man, I think. I see. Thank you. Right back. Bye. I have to go get a key now from these guys. I have your comb. Here's your beautiful comb, misters. They're so happy. Oh, friend, the person who finally did it. Hope the key opens the door you want to open. Now we fly south at last. Goodbye. Goodbye, shiny misters. Have a nice trip. Give me the key. I want to look at the key. Going key from the tree. This is cool. Oh, can I tell the old guy that, like... Good for him, good night. Okay, well... I was gonna be like exterminators, but... Oh, the rat is dead? Oh, wait. Make an entry? Wait, use... And then... Wait, what? Oh, wait. Can I put it on the log? This is a weird log. No? Hi, Moon, I'm back. Hello, Lude. Welcome back. Who took my cat? I think I know what to do because it said make entry. I have glue. Do I put it on the ground? Use handle on Fran. Use handle on rat. It said make a portal. The bird's gone. Should I call you Meow Moo instead? Yeah, some people have, because I am cat cow. It says make an entry. Use it on the sign. Use on handle on well. What do I use the handle on? I like Moo Moo more? Sounds good. A hole inside. Unfortunately, why unfortunately? Where do I use this door? It said make entry, which makes me believe that I make the door. I don't think there's anything else over here for me. Do I really not use this? It won't do. On the well, on front, on the sign. Why? What else do I use it on? Make an entry, but how? Entry is like when you enter somewhere, so I have to enter this. Make an entry, but how? I have the thing to make the entry. I'm gonna stick this doorway onto it, and then I'm gonna unlock it like it's a door. I feel like that's the key here. And you're not letting me do it, and I think that's a little bubkiss. Mr. Rat. Mr. Rat. Mr. Rat. I don't think I should talk to Mr. Rat. Another person who took my cat? Oh, my dear miss, I wish I could help, but those who took your cat seem to be from another world. What is a portal? Portal, miss? It's like a regular door, I think. I see, thank you, right by. What do I use this on? Use it on Fran. Use it on Rat. What about the beetle pig? Do I use it on the beetle pig? Beetle pig, beetle pig. What about on the mound of stuff? Use it on the mound of stuff. Oops. Also, I'm just gonna do one thing really quick in VTube Studio. Boop. Overlay. I wrote a friend about an ex I had for a while, and now I kind of wish I didn't say anything. Why? What happened? Why? Are they trying to do something about it? Are they trying to be ass butch about it? Also, what am I doing? I'm missing something. What am I missing? I need to make a door. Is there anything in here I can take? Can I have this? Can I have that door? Is there any wood boards I can take from anywhere? There's a mushroom. Can I have a mushroom? No, but so my friend is a streamer friend, and I kind of met her the same way I met my ex. I guess you could call her who was who is also a streamer? Wait. Well, no, but my friend is a streamer. Wait, I am in much confusion. Why wish not tell friend? If just passing thing, isn't okay to tell friend? Want to make a door. Yeah, so they're both streaming. It's just something unnecessary. What door? What door? Small tree. Whoa, wait, how to do that? Oh, if I press tab. Oh, if I press tab, I can know all the things. Oh! I was just saying, I guess you could call her X. Oh my god, there's a lot of things here. Oh, what about this? I'm a little confused. I think because I'm using all my brain to figure out this puzzle. So I didn't know I could press tab. God damn it, I wish I knew I could press tab earlier. Alright, take the pills. But I'm sorry you regret telling them, and I'm sure everything will be okay. What curious little door? What a curious little, and I can't read. See, my brain is just dead. I wonder where it'll lead me. Mr. Midnight, are you here? I think I'll explain this. Something has infested my eyeball. With their hand, their gross hand. Double personality. How long is this game? Oh, I have a hat. Oh my goodness, where am I? Huh? What's this, a hat? Mr. Midnight. Oh no, your head. Kitty? Just wait a second, this is my kitty? What a weird hat. Anyways, I have to find my kitty. I hope you're here somewhere. Welcome home, beautiful kitten. We hope you like your new bed. Be nice and eat your food. Love, Clara and Mia. Oh, they're like conjoined twins. Okay. Okay, there's so many things I can click. I got a pot. I clicked on the bed, stove. Oh, I told me how to use this. What's up here? There's a honey. Can I have the honey? Ooh, knife. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I'm so glad I have tab now. Flour, baking soda. So the newspaper friend has a guy that hangs out with her a lot. I told her that I think he likes you. She asked me how I knew, so I told her the story of oh, we never dated, but pretty close to it, and that's how I acted with my ex. Saying, oh, but why you? That sounds like a good thing. You're just looking out for your friend, telling him what's what. I don't think that's a bad thing. Sounds like a good thing. You're looking out for him. Oh, why is this part painted black and white? Maybe they didn't have enough paint. Midnight, those girls, they took my kitty. They did take Mr. Midnight. That doesn't bring me any good memories. There's some bird seed. Oh, god damn it. Bag smells funny. I'm not gonna touch it. Beans. Salt. I feel like that's sugar. It just says S. Ew, don't like that. Don't like that. Beans, rice, oats. Oh, it's salt and pepper. Okay, it is salt. Well, if I didn't say this, she wouldn't have known, and they could have still... Wait, did they, like, stop being friends because of it? I mean, that's not on you, dude. That's on them. They could have handled it. They could have handled it better. Not to be like that. I'm sorry. My shoes. Yeah, no, that's not on you. That's definitely on them. No, not yet. Okay, well, I still don't feel like you should feel bad, because if that is what they want to do, then, you know, it's what they're gonna do, you know? I'm gonna click on all the cakes. I don't think we need to click on all the things. I'm not one to click on all the things I don't like reading. I never saw a rose in the ocean. Maybe it's an old story. Maybe the moon gave her the rose because he loves her. That was a mysterious woman. I like the blue rose. I never saw a rose in the ocean. Oh, I saw it then. Tiny house in the middle of nowhere. Just wish I kept my trap shut. One of your friend is in a relationship. It's valid. I don't know. I feel like they could. Not a great one, but still. That's valid. I got candles. Getting a bunch of stuff. But I think it'll be okay. I don't think you should worry yourself about it, you know? It's a monster, so much blood. Very old painting. Lay down and sleep tight when I get back. I wonder what the deal with the doll heads are. Hello, doll. Who caught you? Toys are so ugly. Window. Oh, water island. Water makes me feel helpless. Tweezers. I have so much shit. The perfume smells like teenagers. I know what a teenager is. I think you're in the clear if they are thinking about it at all. If they are thinking about it all the time and it screws things up because they don't talk to other humans, that's on them. Yeah, don't worry about it. You were just looking out for your friend. No sweaterini, in my opinion. There was a ghost. What's this? Not too short. Oh my god, I'm not too short. Oh, it is dark in here. That fox. Oh, that's a fucked up little baby. There's Gemini in there. Gemini's in there. Oh god. I suppose that's, yeah. You here, kitty? Meow. I found you. Oh, cousin, it's you, my beloved friend. Fran, is that really you? Oh dear, finally. Let me see you. Oh, Fran, I'm so happy to see you. I missed you very much. I had dreams about you. And here you are. Thank you for not giving up. I love you, my friend. I love you too, Mr. Midnight, and I really missed you. Oh, dear Fran, how did you find this place? After those people took you away into the woods, I tried to follow them, but after a while I got lost. My senses were too weak to track you. I tried to catch some food to recover, but something happened. Somebody took me and put me in this cage. Oh, my dear, I'll open this cage. We need to get Aunt Grace. Fran, I'm very tired. I wish this was all a bad dream. I'm tired too, but at least now we can take care of each other. Fran, can I ask you something? Sure, Mr. Midnight, what is it? Did you feel my presence in your dreams? I did! You told me to take the medicine and find you. What medicine, Fran? It wasn't really me talking to you. I think someone was helping us to get together. Every time I had dreams about you, I felt the presence of something else. A presence? Really? What kind of presence? From what I felt, it wasn't humid, but it was really peaceful and kind. Well, whatever it is, it's good, and it brought us together. Fran, did you hear that? Did you... Oh, I'll see what it is. I'll try and find a key to free you, alright? I love you. Goodbye. I'm just feeling guilty about it. I understand. I understand, Lude, but it's gonna be okay, I promise. Don't you sweat a thing, okay? It's gonna be alright. I just stuck my nose somewhere it doesn't belong. I think it's more that you made an observation because someone said something and you just looked out for your friend. And I think that's it. And I don't think you should worry about it too much. Alright, I'm gonna turn the light up back off. And then I'll go down. I don't think I can close that. I'm sweating bullets, Moo Moo. It's okay, you'll be alright. Wait, I want to look at this and like this. Murder! Oh shit, what the fuck? There's a dead baby. There's a lot of babies down here. There's a lot of babies. I need a bridge. I don't got no bridge. Oh, shit. You scared me. I thought nobody was living here. There you are. We were waiting for you. Where's your head? Waiting for me? Why? Well, it's Precious. It's you, the precious being from the other world. Who would ever believe us? Sorry, but I can't make sense of what you're saying. Franbeau, that's your name, right? And your mom and dad died tragically. It was very brutal, right? And now you really want to know who killed them, right? Slow down. How do you know all this? We simply have to know. We are part of this world. But don't be sad. Bad things happen to all of us, all the time. I wish I was at home with my mom and dad. Don't wish for things that can't be done. Find solutions and answers. Well, it was just a little ironic because you told me he got jealous of me getting closer, but I'm in a relationship already, so I don't see why he would get jealous, but I actually like him. I think he's funny. I told her I wouldn't even mind playing with him, even without her. Some dudes just be jealous. Some dudes just be insecure like that. On God. They won't come back. I should do that, but mommy and daddy will never come back. Drink some tea and have some cake. It'll make you feel better. Ooh, thank you, but I really need to know. Who told you these things about me? Are you scared, little Fran? I'm confused. Of course not. I'm just curious, that's all. I'm mostly confused. You haven't asked about your cat yet, Mr. Midnight. That's very odd for a girl who loves a cat more than anything else in the world. Yet you look so calm after finding me in a cage, hungry and scared. Shouldn't it be us trembling in fear of you? I guess that's true, yep. Sometimes you're just vibing, and other people, they ain't vibing, you know? You want him back. I love him, that's why I'm here. I didn't mean to be rude to you. He's my best friend. Before we set him free, tell us how you came here. It's a long story. I escaped from a place. A very ugly place. They open heads of children to find out what's wrong with them. Phil told me a secret, and I was clever enough to find a way out. And then I came to the woods and met a giant ant, and I killed a bug, and it was terrible. And then I met a rat who wanted his hair done. Then I made a door, and that door took me here. When I entered the door, something happened. I don't remember anything else. Oh, and I saw a real pinecone family. That was before I came here. They live in Mr. Antonio's house. They like berries. Oh, and I saw flying insects that got stuck in trees because they have long hair. I was also in the woods, and now here I am, looking for Mr. Midnight. That was some adventure. How old are you, Fran? I'm 10 years old, but I'm going to turn 11 soon, and you? We're 16 years old, much older than you, so you have to obey us. You can't go. I don't want to obey you. You can't tell me what to do. You haven't even asked our names. That's not polite. And you shouldn't wander around someone's house without permission. Are you stupid? A stupid little girl with no family at all? I'm sorry. But do you think it's a bad thing I told her? Would you want to know something like that? I would want to know something like that. I would, yes. I don't think what you did was bad. I think you were looking out for your friend. And you just, you know, just looking out for him and told him what you saw. And now it's just up to them, you know? It's up to them what they want to do. You telling people what's going on around them and making them more self-aware is never a bad thing, in my opinion. So, please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Why are you crying? Because if you are, you'll get in trouble. If you don't do exactly as I say, you and your cat will die. Do you understand? Yes, ladies, I'll do whatever you need. Good. Now listen to us carefully. You'll need to perform a magic spell on us. Do you like magic? Yes. Annie also did magic, but she had no idea how to actually do it. Anyway, this magic is very powerful and dangerous. Here's a recipe. Be careful and be precise, otherwise terrible things will happen. From the old lost body, lost in darkness, lost in tears, your body becomes alive through the hand of the one angel that decides to bring you sorrow. Okay, I'll stop worrying. I'm proud of you, Lude. I get it. The fact that you're worrying about it, you know, means that you probably really didn't do something bad, you know? You're a good person. The heart of a frog, the head of a young virgin, hair from a black cat, pentagram made of ashes, and the burnt body of a fox. This must be cooked all together inside a pot of cauldron with plenty of water. When you're about to drink the potion, repeat these words. Okay, I won't repeat those words because I feel like I will. I don't know if I can. I'm going to be able to do it. Do it yourself. We can't do it. It would kill us, you see? We weren't like this before. We used to be two different people in two different bodies. But how? Why are you like this now? One night, a long time ago, something appeared before us. We thought it was an angel, but it wasn't. He decided that we should spend eternity together. He cursed us to be like this. We never understood why. We have a spell to bring him back. But we'll do that later when we're no longer attached to each other. And show him that he's powerless and he'll regret it. I'll try my best. We're going to gather some things you'll need for the ritual. In the meantime, you can go talk to your cat. But we won't set it free yet. Don't even try to open the cage. If you help us, we'll help him. Thank you. I'll go talk to him. My friend, do you see this key? Can you imagine what can be opened with it? Can you? Can you, silly girl? Stop being mean. I'm trying to help, dog. I'm trying to help you. I'm taking bad drugs, though. Alright. It brings me back here. Okay. I'm like a board or something. Hello? It's him again. I haven't taken my pills. He opened the window. Thank you, but who is he? But telling the story flooded a lot of feelings back that I wanted to try and... Oh, I'm sorry. Come, release your emotions and cry it out while we figure out what the fuck is up with this world and how the fuck it get our cat. A frog! Hey, you. Yes, who's speaking? Me. I'm a toad. I have to tell you something. What is it? You are in danger. Don't trust the girls. Why do you say that? Look, girl, I'm a toad, and I know I can swim far away from this place. They won't let me. Every time I try to get out of here, I am magically returned to this house. This house is like a huge magnet. A toad and cat magnet. They love us, but they will not give us love. Just to use us. Don't trust them. That's terrible. That's why my kitty's here, then. They gave you a recipe for some kind of magic, right? How did you know? Did you see the dead girl in one of the rooms? Well, that could be you if you tried to do it. She tried, but she did it wrong. But what should I do then? I'm not a clever toad, but if I were you, I would be creative. Huh. Creative. I'll try my... And girl, please save us all. I really want to get out of here. I have a board. A bike. So... I tried, but I think really hard to explain that. If you feel bad about it, you could just tell her that, like, you feel bad that you may have put your friend in a rough situation, and that makes you feel really guilty. You don't have to explain the rest of it, you know? Some ashes. Cozy and warm. Can I have the ashes? Oh, hello, dead girl. Hello? Oh my goodness, the smell. Oh, it's Antonio the Great! Oh my god, he was a jazz artist. Chance. Cool. A typewriter, and it works. I guess I could write something, but there isn't any paper. There are many books on the shelf. What is this place? Oh wait, what's over here? Burning candles. Any tiny paintings, and there's a cat. Now I have lots of cat paintings on my wall. I have things to do, but I'm not grown up yet. It's a bird. I like to kill mice. I think I gotta go upstairs. Maybe that was the door. Maybe just now I just have to find another way out. Stairs end at a wall. Oh, okay, so we can see that from here? I know that. That's true. Yeah. I think I have to go back up there. I gotta click each one. Because I have a plank now, so I think I can use that to get across. Plank, use plank. Use the plank to get across. Silly. Now use the knife to cut the rope. Now let's go back down. Come on. Come. Let's go back down. Wait, why did you jump? So far I can't touch the bottle, it really burns. Use dogs then. Oh shit, revealing the true soul. The world hides the truth from you. Work your soul through life and you'll understand the purpose of this act. If you try to corrupt this essence, your soul will be hidden, never see the face of truth. To destroy an impure soul or give freedom to those who are trapped, you will need blood from the executioner of the ritual flyback and ashes to form a pentagram, a blue bloomed midnight rose, salt and pepper, hair from the person you want to bewitch. Oh, okay, so I I read everyone's feelings somewhat pretty easily, but when it comes to my own, I never know how to read or explain. No, that makes sense. Or understand it. No, that makes sense. A lot of people, especially if you're neurodivergent, it makes a lot of sense because you may have grown up being like one of those kids who were like, who were pretty quiet, like a people person. Like you like listening to people talk, but you don't talk about yourself as much. But that's why I'm here, so you can talk to me. Draw a pentagram with the ashes inside the black and white squares. Put the light black candles. Put the other elements, boil and boil over. Oh. Yes, how can we get the hair from the girls? How can we get the hair from the girls? Where did the girls go? It's a moonlight seed. Pile of ash. Can I start putting the things over here? Wait, I forgot. What am I supposed to do? Draw a pentagram with the ashes inside the black squares. Very nice work. Yeah, very nice work. Put a lighted black candle on every point. Oh, I gotta use this on this. Oh, okay. And then I can light them. Oh, wait. Sorry. Examine. Fill a cauldron with water and put the other elements in it to boil. Okay. I have to go put water in this pot. Okay. Turn that off now. Put it on the stove to boil. Don't like to light matches. I don't like to light matches though. Entire base of cooker for cooking. I have to cook the thing though, right? I have to boil the thing. And put the elements in it. Oh, okay. I gotta. Maybe I gotta put the elements in it first. What do I gotta put in it? Salt and pepper. What? Okay. That's fine. There's things that we're missing. Firewood to keep a chimney warm. Oh wait, isn't there a fire over here? Wait, can I look out that window? Is this window of importance? A cold wind stays out. Does that matter? I don't know if that matters, but I closed the window. I think I need to go back upstairs. Or talk to my cat. Cat, I have an idea. Kitty! Go on, friend. Please, get me out of this cage. Find the key. Yeah, but I really hold you tight, my dear. Okay, well, I was gonna find stuff, but, like... Key. What is this game about, by the way? It's about this girl right here named Fran Bow who lost her parents and was taken to an insane asylum. And she is looking for her cat. And we found her cat, where there seem to be mysterious things going around, like a devil who wants to keep her or something. I have to plant this seed somewhere. Is this gonna just take me back to the hole? Per plat. It does. Okay, there's nothing here for me. I think I did what I need to do with this one. Let's go outside. Can I plant the... Maybe I could plant it outside. Hey, Mr. Frog. I'm mentally stuck. I don't know what to do. I'm mentally stuck. And how do you know that? So much you're right. You weren't very helpful, Mr. Hog. Oh, doubters need the truth on the papers. Can I talk to you? Okay, yeah, it's a pretty spooky game. She was trying to catch me, but I ran away. Scared, would you help me? I have a monster inside my head. Okay. Can I plant this here? No? Okay. I need to plant that somewhere, though. I think. And I need to boil the water? It is fun to see what people have in their homes, I agree. So what will the pills do if I eat it here? Oh, it just... Okay. Loki reminds me of Alice, oh, hi, Silent! Loki reminds me of Alice Madness Returns, yeah, which is another game I actually would love to play. It's interesting, game I never heard of it, yeah. Flowers, berries, look at this plant, I have a knife. Baking soda. I am confused on what to do next. Great minds think alike. This is true. Cake. The body. Many books. Maybe I need to sweep up the ashes or something? Piggy? Looked at that, looked at that, looked at that. Steps.
Open! I know! I feel that you're open!
Welcome in, Matcha VT. How was Little Nightmares? I didn't know there was a third one. Holy shit. Well, welcome on in. I hope you had a great time. Feel free to let us know. How did Little Nightmares go? Are you liking the third one? I played the first one and I felt the first DLC was good for the first one. The second one was really short, so I ended up not really liking it, but yeah, I like the aesthetic of the game, but I hope you enjoyed Little Nightmares 3. Let us know if you just started it or if you finished it up. We're just hanging out playing Frambo for the first time. Sorry, I drank water because I was talking a lot. Hello, hello. Yeah, it just came out. Loving it so far. I'm playing co-op with my friend Softy. Oh shit, it's co-op? That makes sense, actually. I remember the first and second one. That makes a lot of sense. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Got through 2 sections so far. Very nice, very nice. Well, welcome on in. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out. Well, I figure out the fact that I don't really know. I'm not that smart. I'm remembering I'm not that smart. It's a little bit hard. Let's see. We looked at that. We looked at all those. We looked at that. We looked at that. We did the pentagram thing. I need dirt. How are you liking Frambo so far? I'm liking it a good bit. I'm a little dumb. I'm a little dumb, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But I like the aesthetic. Are you the person I think you are? Oh my goodness. Do we have people that know each other? Oh my god. Alright, bro, what the fuck? Alright, the soda, the this, and the this, and the boil, and the thing, and the burn it, and the knife. I have a knife. I just recently talked to you VR chat like 2 weeks ago. Hey, let's go! Small world! I recently bought the classrooms. It's getting multiplayer. What is that? Come play with my friend. What is that? Tell me more about it. What is that? Also, I don't remember these pink fairy lights. Also, I'm lost again. Small world. Very small world. But I'm glad you two could reconvene. Welcome on in. Very good backrooms game. Oh, actually horrifying. Okay, got it. We'll stay away from it because I am a pussy. Wait, oh right, wait. Use pot. Why not use the pot on the thing? Hold on, I don't know. Every time you die, you generate a new map. Cool. Cool. That's cool. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Thank you again so much for the raid. Much, much appreciated. Fucking just don't. Okay, what else do I need? It's been so long since I played with Frambo. It's a good time. Yeah, I'm just a little oopid. You know how to bloom a midnight rose? And how the fuck do I boil water? Cause like, she's like, I don't want to touch the, I don't want to light candles. I don't want to, can I use, come on, use this on this. Come on, you're a smart girl. Yes! What's Frambo about? It's about a girl, this girl, who lost her parents to probably a demon, and then was put in a mental asylum, and lost her cat, escaped the mental asylum, and is now looking for her cat. And we now found her cat, but also there's a demon hunting us. So yeah. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Blood from me. So I must cut. Ow. And put the blood in there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I kind of summarized it, but it's a pretty cool thing. Hair. Okay, how the fuck are we supposed to get hair into bloom this rose? I ain't looking to be possessed. I'll leave the game alone. We'll be okay. You won't. I promise. You won't get possessed. I promise. Don't you worry. If anything, I'll probably be the one getting possessed because I'm the one playing the game, you know? Remember a puzzles game like this again? The cat lady and stuff like that was all over the place in 2010s. This is true. We just finished Sally Face on Monday. And so now we're playing this game, and then next we're gonna play Little Misfortune, and then we're going into not exactly the same, but I feel like a game that could match October, which is Off, and no, I'm not a human. The window so the cold wind comes in. What does the wind do? Mr. Frog! I hurt my hand. Oh, bye, never mind. You're not helpful. Yeah. Alright, what do I do now? I have a broom. I feel like I gotta go back up into their room. Be something up with their room that will have hair. I hope. Is there hair in here? Is there hair? I just played No I'm Not a Human yesterday. Love the presentation and weird writing. Fuck yeah. Is it like super spooky? I'm scared. I'm scared that it'll be like super spooky and then I won't, yeah. The toys are so ugly. It's like teenagers. There's a keyhole on this thing. We gotta go upstairs. Mr. Kitty. Is the baby still in here? Okay. It's spooky, but not jump scary. Okay. I mean, that's why I play horror games, for the scare. I like the horror. Want a hint? Yes, please. Yes, please, Cozy. Thank you for asking, by the way. I would like a hint. Baking powder to make soft dough bigger and beautifuler. I don't have any dough. I need to give the maybe. But I like horror that's not just jump scary. I like horror that like messes with your mind. You know? A typewriter works. Okay. Yeah, the typewriter works. It works. I guess I could write something, but there isn't any paper. Could I use this paper? Hair from your head. Oh! Okay. Ladies! Ladies! Where are the ladies? A lot of dread with no, I'm not even. Fuck yeah. Hey ladies! Friend, here are the materials you need. Have you studied the ritual? Yes, but I can't remember all the words. Well, then learn them fast and let us know when you're ready. Yo, what the fuck is in that bag, bro? Psst, girl. I think you need to get rid of the bag. I can do that for you. But I may need it. You don't trust me. If you want to get out of here, that bag must disappear. I'll take it, but you didn't see me. Bye. Okay, bye. I don't know why he took it. Hey guys, I need hair. Look, ladies, there's something missing. I can't find the hair in the bag. Hair, you say? No hair was needed. We know that. Look for yourself. But look for yourself. It's written down here in the recipe. That's true. How could we miss it? All right. Thank you. There. Now get prepared. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Cozy. Shit, I'm gonna fucking use this on the fucking boil it. Thank you, Cozy. It means a lot. Now the hair good. Alright. Now we need a blue moonlight lit rose. Okay. Is there moonlight out here? Not you. Hey, Mr. Frog, how'd you do the thing? Took an embarrassing long time. It means a lot that you would help me. Use it on the reflection. Yippee! It worked! Oh my god! I was like, there's light on there. Okay. Okay, I did the thing. Do you want the blue petal? I blue petal you. Put blue rose into the pot now. Oh. Okay. I should show the girls that the potion is ready. Girly pumped. I girl boss my way with the help of Chat and Cozy. There you go. Look, the potion's ready. Everything's ready. Let's go to the kitchen. Good. Let's go. Can I have that key first? I don't know if this thing is acidic. But I beat you there. Ha. Oh. Please sit down and close your eyes, ladies. Use it. Splash. And now I'll say the words. Bonte erken o begma o ibure na ibure bonte erken. Oh, I don't want to say it again. I feel like I'll actually summon demons. Did it work? Wait a second. That isn't the right spell. You tricked us. Yeah, but it did something. And we're gonna find the truth. The truth. Ew. Okay. Hey, but yeah, they were taken apart. What have I done? Oh goodness, this isn't right. The key. It doesn't matter if it was right or wrong, buddy. We got the key. And it doesn't matter. Well, oops. Shit, sorry. I clicked on nothing. Are they good now? I'm in the hole? I'm in the hole. Okay. Kitty! I'm coming to rescue you! Please don't be in another castle. I got the key for you. What is it, Fran? Open the cage. I can't. The key doesn't fit. Oh! Yes, I saw one. Okay, hold on. I got a little overzealous. They taunted me and I thought it went to their stuff and a puzzle. Oh. Maybe some sort of engine. Oh shit, it's one of these? Oh fuck. Did that not work? Why didn't that work? About this one. Would this one work? Okay. Ooh. Oh, wait. I'm the fastest clicker in the West. Haha. Hold on. I need this to go around. Oh, fuck. Guess what? What's up? Thank you for the wellness check, by the way. fastest. God dang you, Norman. God dang you. I did it. Fastest clicker in the West. What's up? Sorry. I don't know. I just felt good. It took me a while to get the other thing, but I got that thing quickly. I don't know. Oh god, their bodies were in here. What's this? 2 skeletons. They look kind of small, like me. Imagine these two. I can imagine who these two were. Then I'm not the killer. Good job, Goop. Thank you. Sister promise, we Clara and Mia Balmut promise to revenge the unfair destiny it would decided for us. With blood and tears, we promise that we will kill him and bring our bodies back. We won't stand this any longer. Even though we are sisters, we hate each other and we will always hate each other. Nothing will ever change that. But now, with our bodies attached to each other, we can't complete our task. The strongest will live forever and the weakest will die. Mother must die. Damn, pearls. I guess from their broken necklace. I got the key. My pills are called Duotone 2. Cool. Is this the sequel to the other game? This is the... You play this one first and then you play Little Misfortune. Is what I looked up, at least. It's what they said on the internet. I looked it up. What? I have the key. Why didn't I use the key? Use key on cage. I think this is the key. Let's go! It worked, my dear kitty. It worked. Come, let me hug you. Let's go. I did it. Game over. Not really, though. Oh, this feels so good. Oh, this is good. So good. Oh, this feels so good. I'm free, Fran, my good friend. Time to go home. Yes, let's go. Let's go, kitty. Oh, okay, not the one I was thinking. Oh, you mean Sally Face? You thinking about Sally Face? Nope. Kitty, do we go upstairs? Kitty, I don't know where to go. Yeah, no, the completely different games. But they're both kind of like puzzle point-and-click games. I did it, Sir Toad. The girls are gone. That's perfect. Now I can leave this place and return to my family. I want to do that, sir. I want to do that too, sir. I finally found my kitty. I just wanted to go home now and be with my Aunt Grace. How will you get out of here? There is no boat. I thought you could help us out of here. I would love to help you, but I'm too tiny. Even though my body is quite malleable, it would be impossible to carry you both to the other side. Let me think about it. Don't leave us yet, please. Do you want to become? Do you want to be a big... Do you want to be part of the ritual? Kitty, where are we going? We need to get home, Kitty. I hope you can... So too, friend, we can do this together. I can help you. Okay, how can you help me, though? Because... as far as I can tell, we're kind of done here. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Oh, there's a tick. Maybe we can call the exterminator. He can come get us. Or... Oh, this is mom. This is the mom. Oh, got it. That's the mom, huh? Kitty, if I eat the pills, will you come with me? I don't think the kitty came with me. I like the sounds of stepping on the floor. It's nice. Kitty, I don't know what to do, Kitty. Baking soda, the frog. I don't know what the fuck this baking soda was even for. Examine baking powder to make soft dough bigger and beautiful. Bigger and beautiful. Take this, Toad. It may help. I'm not a bakery bun, but you're slimy and soft like dough. You're right. It may work. Here goes. Hey, let's fucking go! It worked, it really did. I feel so big, I feel so gorgeous. Great, let's go. Come on, Mr. Midnight. Sure, Fran. I only have one complaint. That giant toad is staring at me. He wants to help. What are you talking about? He wants to help us, that's all. Alright, if he tries anything, I'll scratch him. That's okay, but try not to hurt him too much while we're sitting on him. The water's deep, and we don't know what kind of creatures are in there. If we fall in the water, we could die, kitty. Oh, I promise I won't scratch the toad. Let's go. Hey, girl, before we go, I forgot to give you something. I saw this picture, so I thought it was yours. Yay! We got a picture back. Let's go. This book was with it, too. Leon? Oh, Toad, you found my family photo. Thank you very much. I thought I lost it forever, but the book isn't mine. Oh, we'll take the book as a gift. It's always healthy to read. It has many pictures. Wow, thank you. I like pictures. Well, let's go now. Yes, here we go. Hold on tight. Yippee! I love the cat and the frog. It's so great. Oh, I'm playing Frogger. Gimme. Are we dead? Okay. Boop. Ha ha! Oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Yellow leaf. I gotta wait. This is insane that they do like another, like it's like clay, and I think that's really cool. I didn't do that one right. This part is so charming. It is. I like it quite a bit. I should wait for the secondary one. I think the second one comes over here. It does. Boop, boop. I did it! Yay! It kind of reminds me of Sally Face, how they also have like the parallel dimensions that let you like see the different gameplay styles or the different art styles. Let's go, kitty. Thank you, Mr. Toad. Well, now it's time to go home. I'll be finding your family soon, Mr. Toad. Thank you. You too. Farewell. Goodbye, sir, and thank you for the ride. Let's go. Fran, what should we do now? Find the way back home, kitty. Do you see the sky? It's dawn, and really soon, the scary things will disappear. I'm so hungry and sleepy. I just want to go home. Me too, kitty. We'll find the way. I'll do my best to help you, my dear. Let's go. I want to see that book. I found myself hunting the truth, but finding the unexpected. Found what my senses couldn't show me. I found the truth that relays silently into the unknown. My name is Leon. I'm currently 92 and living alone in a little house far away from the city. I have to admit, I was never fond of jewelry, house, or clothing. Since childhood, I always talked to animals, plants, and insects. Even though I never quite got a response, I never quit. If you're reading this, maybe it's because you are looking for answers. Maybe you can see things that I can't, or you can feel what others avoid. You can listen to the silence and become one with everything. I can't stop it. I can't control it. I see the black shadows everywhere, the blood, the messages, the screaming, all the pain. I can't figure out why this is happening. I have a vision. I'm still breathing fear. I feel at war with my own mind. One of the shadows came down from the sky. I thought it was an angel. Its name was Remor, Prince of Darkness from the 5th reality. It talked to me, played with me, and showed me all the terrors. It told me I was the key to its existence. Inside my head, the stone of wisdom inside my head. I can see myself around, the other me, that tell me lies, talks about all the pain and suffering in my life. The other me wants me to commit. He smiles while pronouncing the words, and I have tried, hypnotized by his words, but there is always something saving me at the end. I must be the love to live. I met a shadow for the first time. It talked to me. Their race is called the Camelus. They hunt weakness and pain. I asked it about the possession of human bodies and said, "We are born and feed from fear and the uncontrolled illness of human mind. We are invisible to them, but our existence grabs every single living cell of their body until the end." After that, it started raining, and it walked away from me, leaving a black, oily path after it. I believe water may purify them. After seeing the Kamlos reacting to water, I thought of trying a little experiment. Last night I encountered something amazing. The Kamlos transform into a new kind of creature when exposed to water. The metamorphosis was painful to watch. After the terrible screaming, the Kamlos calmed down and started to cry on the ground. It felt like the pain was disappearing. After a few minutes, a bright and peaceful being was rising in front of me. Okay, so it's like an Enderman. It felt like the bright creature could read through my thoughts. I thank you for waking me up. I was suffering. I must go where I belong. Thirsta awaits. All Valokas must go there after waking up. If you wish to... Is that what they're called? These are Valokas? If you wish to see the light, come with me. You have the key, it said. I didn't answer. After a while, it faded away. I was reading my writings to see if I'm missing something. I recalled Mima for the fifth reality. If there is a fifth reality, there must be at least 4 more. I was thinking that Thirsta may not be a city in this world, but a reality by itself. I wish all answers came to me. I deeply regret the fact that I didn't accept the Valoka's invitation. Since I saw the Valokas, I keep seeing this diagram spinning in my head in a single sentence. Time is the rhythm of your perception. I got a visit from my son, Brian. I told him about the things that I have seen, but he didn't want to hear and left. I don't blame him. I understand that the reality presented before my eyes is invisible to most people. Find a friend, because my son, he thinks I'm insane. Understand patterns from life easy when you cut all social laws. Can't be full behavior, natural laws. Without those laws, we wouldn't exist. Oh, this is a nice leaf. So after the storm, a huge creature visited my garden for a few seconds and then disappeared. I found a strange bottle with a liquid. I understand the crime. I found the red blood cells. I recognize the bacteria seems to rid of unusual. I was in the pickle on a dying plant and bloomed after a few minutes. I cut my finger to test the liquid with a human tissue and it cured it after a few minutes. I dream of thousands of black ants surrounding my house, big yellow eyes staring at my sleep. Oh. Beings in a Thirsta are varied. Oh, he got to a Thirsta. Oh. That's a lot of lore. Gravity collects for... Okay. Alright, that was a lot of lore. And I'm not great at reading, so good enough. This place looks pretty scary. Oh, friend, come on, we have to go home. There's no time to be afraid now. Yes, but I'm a bit afraid of heights. I can go first if that's alright, then you follow me. Alright, kitty, you're so sweet. I'll be right behind you. I don't trust this. We should go at the same time. Yeah, we should go at the same time. That way, if anything happens to you, it happens to me, you know? Friend, wait. That's why I go first. Bitch. Remore, more like ream my ass. Oh my dear, I can't hold on. I don't want to die. You won't die, my friend. Come, you can do it. Jump. Right, here I go. The cat is working for the team. I don't think so. I got you. Oh, the cat jumped with me. I don't think the cat was working with the demon if it jumped after. It jumped with me, you know? Don't be afraid, friend. We always fall. And after the pain, we will always rise. Oh, dear Aunt Grace, don't ever leave me. What about the cat? Don't cry, my little girl. Your heart is pure, but your mind is tormented. You have to stay and walk your own path. Please, Aunt Grace. Why won't you just take me out of here, please? You're going to leave me all alone like mother and father did. I'm sorry, my dear Fran. You will understand soon. Damn. Aunt Grace, no. Don't go, please. Damn, that's a lot of blood. Oh god, it's him. Fuck you, asshole. Fran, it's time for your new medicine. I don't want the medicine. It makes me crazy. I was crazy once. Ooh. Oh, my body's gone. Oh, what happened? Where am I, friend? Where are you? Sniffer, I get to play as a kitty. Sniffer. Friend shoe. These are friend's stockings. No friend shoes. Maybe the tree. Oh, what an ugly tree. I scratch at you, evil thing. Kitty, kitty, stop that. What are you talking about? Fran? My darling, is that you? It can't be. What is it, my dear? Of course it's me. What else would I... Who else would I be? Fran, you are a tree. Don't be silly. Help me get up. You are a tree. Wait just a second. Where are my hands? Why can't I move? I'm telling you, my dear. You've turned into a tree. What? But how? Oh, my dear. This is the end of the line. The big monster did this. I know this kitty. He won't let us go home. I hope he doesn't come back. He was very scary. He always comes back. I think I remember him from the night Mom and Dad died. Kitty, I don't want to talk about it. I just want to go home. But you are a tree, my friend, a tree. I can't carry you all the way back home. Besides, I'm not sure where we are either. We're in Ithursta. We're in the 5th realm. Am I going to die, Kitty? Tell me. Please don't say that, friend. Don't leave me. But I feel so weak. Yeah, we're in Ithursta. Oh, God. I don't have the language thing. Okay. Help me. Ah, be careful, sir. Why are you attacking me? Could you please tell me where I am, sir? We read it. It was in the book. Stop. I'll scratch you. Oh, my kitty. Why is this happening to us? Kitty, help me. Find my purse, please. Maybe I can do something about this. Just gonna keep poking my friend. Meow. Where is it? Oh wait, I should press tab. Where's the purse? I'll be right back. Dun, dun, dun. I think I got boat. I gotta go this way. What is it? I hear sounds coming from it. They speak. Where's the purse, bruh? I'm looking at all the points. But where's the purse? Where's the purse? The purse in the dress? I'll keep looking. Oh, I didn't see the eyeball. Oh, there's a purse. I have to go get the purse. I'll take this stone. It's shiny. Who wants the stone? Mechanics. Do you want this stone? I'm finding the solution. Use this crystal on the cog. Oh. There we go. A very easy puzzle. I got it. I got the purse. Only because I'm the best. Oh. This one. I can't read it. I got the purse. That's amazing. You're the best, Mr. Midnight. Now show this gentleman who is attacking with my family picture. Okay. Where are you taking me, Sir Vegetable? Getting like the voices mixed up. They want to help you, Fran. I can feel it. Don't be afraid, my friend. Kitty, stop them, please. Don't leave me. I'll be right here with you. I go. Whee! On a magic boat ride. Chapter 3. How many chapters are in this? I just want to see if I should keep playing or not. How many chapters are in Franbo? Franbo. There's 5. There's 5. Okay, what was my plan? What was my plan? 2 streams? 2 streams? I'm playing this for... I don't know, how long have we been playing this for? It's like... I think we should play one more. Yeah, because then we'd have gone... Yeah, let's do one more. I don't know what they're saying, so I'm probably gonna skip it. Look, I'm a tree. Welcome, creature. My name is Zaya. Do you speak human? Oh, yes, finally. Words I understand. My good friend Ride told me you showed him an illustration with 4 humans and a cat. I assume you're one of them, the little girl. Please forgive my good friend if he scared you. We have never seen a human looking like a tree before. Help me, please. I'm a girl. Ho ho. No need to speak, child. The seed will show me everything. Oh. Well, you're about to see a lot of horrific shit, bro. Ah. I just fell. Let me see. You are good, no doubt about that, seeker of the truth. Fair commoner of the Bow family tree. My name is Fran, you're the girl with a passion for life. I can see great love towards the little creature standing next to you. A cat, protector of gates. Interesting. You can see all that in a seed? Quiet. See something else. Seed doesn't hide anything. See a word nobody should see. Nobody except for one. What do you mean by except for one? You mean the monster? You're not supposed to be here, Fran. That is the only thing I can tell you, my child. I want to go home. You can't leave now. It's too dangerous for us. You've never been aware of our existence. Must be away. Am I dead or something? Dead? What do you mean by that? You know, when you no longer exist? Besides, it's not normal to be here. I must be dead. Death is nothing more than the absence of love. Once you can't feel love, you die, even if your body still walks. I still feel love for my kitty. I can't be dead. Please help me. Little cat, come closer. Let me see you. What is your name? My name is Mr. Midnight. That is indeed a very pretty name. Do you think Frat... I should do like an old lady voice, huh? Yes, I do. Oh, sir. Oops. Yes, I do, sir. Show us the way back home, I implore you. Oh, I have a question. Are you the king? I can't do an old person. You are hilarious. Yes, I am the king of I knew it, Ithersta. Oh, what an honor, your highness. By the way, I like your leaves. They are pretty. King, sir, please, will you help me? Why is the need to go home so great? I can't. My voice. The seed told me your story. You don't have much to go back to. There are many reasons, sir, but most importantly, my aunt. She will protect me. I want to feel like somebody cares about me. I'm confused all the time, and I want somewhere I feel at home, sir. I see, you are very brave. I just want to go home. Please help me. There are things I cannot do, but I will help you. I will lead you to the door that will take you home, but it's up to you to walk through it. Really? Oh, thank you so much. And where is this door, sir? We'll talk about that later. First things first, you must be able to walk on this land. Yes, sir, that would be really great. Afraid I won't be able to bring your human body back. Only the great wizard can do that. After the procedure. But how will I ever understand your language? Eat this fruit. Ew. Oh. Ears and tongue will be able to understand, but not your eyes. That means you won't be able to read. Don't worry about that. I can always ask. Excuse me, do you understand what I'm saying, human lady? Yes, I do. And you sound so kind. This is incredible. Do you understand my kitty? Did you understand my kitty? I didn't. Your Highness, I demand one fruit for myself. You don't need fruit, Mr. Fidnight. Our land is based on fragrance and sounds. You'll see everything as your own world very soon, no doubt about that. You'll do fine, kitty. And sir, do you know why I became a tree? Yes, but I don't think I'm the right one to give you the answers. Now it's time for you to... Now it's time for the procedure. Are you afraid of heights? Yeah, well. Take her upstairs immediately. You taking me? What are you going to do to me? To get arms and legs, everything will be fine. I'll be waiting for you, Fran. I love you. That's a weird-ass bug, man. That's all weird. I don't like that he, like, brought me up on his back. Honk. It's the thingy. It's the axolotl. That when he spits, it like is good goop. Good day, my name is Palantris, and I'm your doctor today. Humbly at your service. Are you the emergency case? Wow, amazing. A huge, beautiful, fluffy thing. Excuse me? I'm sorry. It's just I've never seen anything like you before. I'm still trying to understand that all of this is real. My name is Fran. I'm a human girl. The king sent me here to get some arms and legs so I can go home. Oh, a human. I think I can get you a pair of arms and legs, but I'd have to travel a little further in order to fix that. Are you ready to enter the paws of the beast? What beast? Me. I'm the beast. Let's go. Butterfly. I can fly twice as high. Butterfly in the sky. That's what he reminds me. Here we are. Wow, this place is so beautiful and peaceful. I wish I could stay here forever. Thank you. This is my home. This is where I was born. The spirit of the great Volocus created it. It has the purest water in the whole universe. Wow, that sounds amazing. When do we start? Alright, wait until the water purifies the curse. In the meantime, we can talk. Alright, so who is this Volocus? Haven't you heard about the 5 realities? He's the king of the first reality. Long time ago, he was at war with the darkness, and one day he fell. He fell so badly his heart was broken. He was all alone. But he came to a thirsta, and his blood made the water pink. That's why it's so pure. It's a very long story. Wow, that sounds grand. I mean, I didn't know about other realities. Yes, you did. We got the book. We read the book before we got here. And how is it that you're here? What brought you to a thirsta? My kitty and I were on our way back home. I was so happy to see him and hug him again, but then we fell. The big monster that followed me did this. He broke the bridge. He wants me dead. Who would like to see you dead? That sounds terrible. I prefer not to talk about this. So, doctor, do you know why I became a tree? Yes, sometimes our wishes are so strong they become true. You did this in order to keep yourself alive. Think about it this way. Your human body was destroyed, but you wanted to keep being Fran. You wanted to keep your life. So you took on this empty shell to maintain your precious memories. It's actually the first time I've seen a human using a tree as a chrysalis. But it's dangerous to have you here. It makes our land vulnerable. I did this to myself? Wow, but Palantris, sir. How? I didn't know what I was doing anything. You really don't know what you were doing, I see. Well, when you travel to a thirsta, you opened a door between your reality and ours. And with this door open, unexpected creatures can enter our reality. And if that happens, the balance will be tainted. And there is only one who wishes to poison the second reality. The monster. The terrible black. Oh, he's quiet. I can't see this happening again. I just can't. Don't be sad, doctor. I'm very sorry for what I did. I didn't mean to. Oh, little girl, you're so nice and you don't have anything to be sorry for. I think you're very special, but let's concentrate on your arms and legs, alright? Yes, doctor. Soldier of the sun, spirit of the water, give Fran her arms and legs. Will I be a tree girl now? I'm a tree girl now. How do you feel, Fran from Thirsta? Wow, I feel like a beautiful tree that I have leaves. I'm glad you like it. I told you we would fix it. The water is magical. It can fix anything. Anything? Do you think I fixed my mommy and daddy? What do you mean fix them? What's wrong with them? Nothing, doctor. Thank you very much for helping me. You're the best doctor I've ever had, and you're fluffy and beautiful. I had another doctor. His name was Dr. Dern. He was evil, mean old man. An old man? I bet he wasn't that bad. Maybe you were just following the rules. Let's go now. I'll leave you at the station. Yippee! Can I wear my dress, though? I'm, like, kind of naked. Maybe it'd be weird, though, because, the other plants here don't wear clothes. Here we are again. Shows are the king. What a nice Thirstian you have become. Thank you, doctor. You'll have to be my kitty someday. That would be lovely. I'll see you soon. Bye. We're a tree now. A fluffy kitty. Ah, do you like that? Here I am. Fran, my dear, you've got leaves on your head. How pretty. Oh, let me see what the great Thirstenize you've become. Thank you, King Sir. The doctor is incredible. He made magic with the water. But he was sad. He told me many things I don't quite understand. Don't worry. Palantris will be fine. I know the reasons. We have problems to solve, but nothing you should worry about. Let's talk about how you can get back home, right? Yes, please. You said something about a great wizard? Yes, the great wizard is the only one who can bring your human body back. And he has the stones to open a door that will lead you home. Where is this wizard? What stones? This land is full of things I don't understand. Haha, you haven't been outside the castle and already want to know everything. That's the passion I was talking about. Have patience, Fran. The great wizard lives upon the great Mount Cortum. But we haven't seen him for a while now. Find him and everything will be just fine. Why haven't you tried to find the Great Wizard yourself? Well, we don't need to. It's very logical. You see, we don't need wizards to perform magic or prepare potions. We can do that ourselves. The wizard's most important task is to protect the stones that open the door. See, so the stones are like a key, and where's the mountain that you mentioned? You'll have to ask around and follow the signs. I have to go now, but I'll be back in time to help you with the door. Have a great athirsta day, and good luck finding the Great Wizard. Bye! That's Blunders. He fixed me. I'm reading. This is so much reading. Yes, it's certainly very fluffy. Oh, I forgot. Here's your purse. Yippee! Let's have the lake next to your clothes. Oh, we have things to do anyway. The king said something about a mountain too. The Great Wizard lives there. Let's go. Yeah, we don't need those pills. Oh my god, we do not need those pills. Those pills are not good for us. Wait, can we go back? Is there anything else I need to look at? There's like so many things. I don't want to examine all the things. My throat already hurts. Hello, Mr. Bugman. No, you can't get in. It's closed. No, I'm sorry. Oh, it's closed? I didn't know. What's at the end of the passage? The library, of course, but it's closed. Come back in fall or winter. Then it will be open. Hey, aren't you the talking tree I took to see Polonus? That's me. Also, ahead. That's very positive. Well, that's logical. As the sun goes around, the second moon of Thursday we open. Only then will real knowledge be learned. Oh, okay. Of course we learn. We're learning all the time. I'm learning now that you like to ask many questions. I'm curious. I guess you're not from around here. Well, I hope to see you soon. Yes, thank you, sir. Bye. Bye. Wow, there's a lot of things. I'm presuming that's where you can get on the Great Wizard. Yes, time to find the Great Wizard. What does this say? Jeez, I wonder what it says. And I don't really know, but we're gonna keep going. We're here. We have to go there. Alright. Let's go this way. I think the cat likes the tree with the fish. Oh, what the fuck? A clock. Where are the numbers? I think it looks like a seasonal clock. SD. Oh, wait, this way? And then this way. There's a grasshopper. I was gonna talk to the guy. Hello. Good day, living creature. All good? What are you doing? It's only flowers. Waiting for someone? Lemons to grow. Do you like lemons? Oh, too sour. Monday is what I'll do with the lemons for the customers at the bar. And we'll put some others inside so we can fly. That sounds great. Fall. Should come hang out. Maybe I will. That sounds fun. I'm hearing a lot about different seasons. Presuming that's the bar. Ugh, I gotta go up that mountain. With my little tree legs. Mountain is very high because it's at the top. Sounds like. I thought this was where we had to go. It's not where we had to go. It's over here. It's the vegetable man. Go this way. I get my clothes back. Whoa, it's like a market. And buttons. We make our new clothes? It's a dung beetle thing. Good day, I'm Prutra. I'm molding this piece of iron. For what? I have to deliver a few clock pieces to Clockmaster. You make all kinds of stuff? Sure, if you have deal, we can talk about them, and padam, I'll do it. That's very good to know, thank you. Well, I have to keep working. If you need my services, you know where I am. Wow, there's a lot. Clockmaster, hello. Working on my clock. I see. Sir, do you know where I can find clocks? Do you know where Mount Cold? Oh, it's in the winter time. Okay, there's a certain time is an infinite layer. What should I do? Go to the clock and just change it. Okay. I know what the clock is. I already seen the clock. Can I talk to this guy? Watermelon? Hey, this guy looks like the ant, dude. Bye. I can't read. Are you a tourist? Yes, I am. I've never seen a tourist before. I've never seen a friend either. Welcome to the store. I hope you have fun. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god, they have boats. Will we need a boat for something? Good day, little creature. Flying boats. Think about them floating on water, but instead of water, it's air. It's so simple. Could I borrow one? I'll go home. I see. Sadly, the boats only work in a third. See, thank you. Wait, what's up? You need something? There's a black and white. Can we play? Hello, good day, young one. What are you doing? The war is about to start, and I can't see any meaning in the meaningless. What do you mean? Join me, young one. You'll be rewarded with 1 gold. Join you? You're the promise. I am the Velocus. Black and white such as shadows and light. It's a board game? It's a board game. Yeah, what are the rules? First place, 3 the same. Oh, we're playing tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe. Time is gold, and I'm very old. Yeah, let's do it. I know the secrets. The tie. I did it. I win. Ha-ha! I win again. I will take you for all your ruples, good sir. Oh, I'm just so good at this. I'm robbing an old man of his money. Ah, shit. Fuck. We're gonna keep going in a tie, man. I win. Let's go. How many coins does this old man have? I win again. Bruh, what the fuck? Is this not, is it like, is this just, do I just keep going? How many coins does this old man have? So I'm finally at the line art. Nice. I'm proud. Good job. He won. How many coins? How many times do you play this old man? I think I've won against him. I think I'm taking all his coins. Very clever. Good for you. Yes, I'm good at this. Thank you for the coin, sir. It's very shiny. Bye. I only got one? Oh, I only got one? Aww. Looking very good, Buster. Looking very good. Okay, I have a coin. For some reason. And now I'm gonna make it a different season. Oh right, something's broken. I need the thing. Yeah, get some rest if you're tired. Definitely get some rest. A piece of metal looks great. Hey, can I give you this coin? Oh, heavy metal. Hey, what if I give you a coin? It says I haven't fixed any of your clocks. Fix the clock. You wanted a coin to fix the clock. Oh yes, but you have to offer me the job first, right? Would you fix the clock? Shape for the both, please. In the name of time, I beg you, accept my offer, of course. Yippee! Oh, he's so short. Let us go fix the clock. Night, see you tomorrow. Good night, see you tomorrow. Okay, by the way, you can fix it, right? Of course. Just a second. Oh. What is it? It seems somehow someone's playing a dirty game around this clock. I mean, somebody broke it. It's immoral breaking a defenseless clock. Why would somebody break it? Kyle, Miss Winter, Matacom, the stones. Many reasons, miss. Oh, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, yeah, I know what the camelus are. For what purpose? Those stones are meaningless to him in his kingdom, and the stones are in wintertime. You know him? Yeah. I also need the stones. Yep. Oh, cool. Be able to travel all 4 seasons quick. So it may not work if you're too far away. So be careful. Coglin. Alright, Coglin, I'm Fran. See you soon. Alright, I gotta go talk to this guy because he needs lemons. Yeah, you got your lemons? Sorry, lovely. Lemon resources are limited. I can't let you take them. All the lemons in my basket can carry. That means every lemon on the tree. Should give me one anyway. Good day, little lady. Can you show me your ticket? How do I get a ticket? You have yours? I lost it. It's impossible. The two never get out because they know who you are. Everyone has one's heart, but I can't let you in. What do I do then? I'm a way inside. I think that my cat is just vibing. Alright, let's go up to the mountain. Hello, Mr. Wizard. You the great wizard, sir? Sorry, sir. I'm Fran, and I need your help. Is this Mount Cottram? Excuse me, can you talk? You have many questions. That's good. The king said you could help. What the king says we do. I need to borrow your stones. Stones are missing, and I don't remember where they are. And they seek, I hide. Every time I hide, they forget. I'll help you find them. I just want to know the biggest answer of them all. How does the rabbit do it? Oh! Once again, how? I have a visitor. Good day. What brings you to the Great Wizard? The king sent me. I made the most fantastic spell of all time so nobody could find them. You know, the ones try to steal them all the time, so I have to be sure. Need the stones. Remember the 4 riddles that are connected to the 4 riddles that will unlock my memory. Only when all 4 riddles are answered correctly will I be able to tell you where the 5 items. What? Tell me the riddles. He's a pentagram. Oh, pentagrams in this game. What are the riddles? I'll give you the 4 riddles written down in the language of everything. The answer is always one item. Place the items on the star if there's a restricted. After that, I'll be able to tell you what the storms are. I'm cold as I am, but if you use me, thank you, Norma, for the cheek pat. I'll be burning hard. Thank you for the wellness check. Flow, flow, cold-blooded sun, let your body dance through the rising stream. Light and hollow, I'm the freedom of birds and the pen of men. I need... Did he? I think that's true. I barely know how to do it, though. Don't remember. I have to recover some of my knowledge. Perhaps we can make you human when you find the first stone. Incredible and great. Just try to figure out the riddles, and I guess everything won't be fine. No codes. We'll see how it goes. I'll bring them later. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichoke. I gotta go... Is this not... Uh-oh, I think it's the shadows. Oh dear, yes, Kitty, they're all over the place. I want to go home. Of course, my dear, I promise. Great, let's go. I am sick of reading. Well, not really, but my throat does kind of hurt. Let us go. Oh, what the fuck? What are you? You look like fairies in my book. Wife, I love you, wife. The purest of feelings, the light of all material, we are Velokas. Oh, you're very shiny and... I am, thank you. I hope you had a good stream today. You're very shiny and you make me feel so happy, so very happy. Look, creature. One of the young Velokas is going to receive the shield. Oh. Sword of the sun, creature of the soil, fruit of the seed. I'm glad. Let the universe illuminate you with truth and be free. Where are you all going? We continue our path to life. May freedom be with you, my friend. The universe is already magic all the time. You are full of magic yourself. I want to know who killed my parents. The truth will come to those who seek your path. Truth immense. That's a lot of words. We said, dear, we have to keep going. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Like this, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know the secret to that one is yet. Oh my god, that's like a Howl's Moving Castle reference on God. Galantris, sir? Oh, wait, don't go. The doctor, maybe he can cure us. I hope so, Kitty. He was so hurt that he lost a feather. I wonder what happened. Hey, we got one of the items. We got... I think it's this one. Light and hollow. I'm freedom of birds and the pen of men. I'm cold as I am, but if you use me, I'll be burning hard. I'm shiny as the sun, but I'll never burn you. Perhaps a sour smile. Oh, I need a lemon, and I think the third one's a fish. Let's go to the library. The library should be open now. Library time. So right there. Do you know the password? Oh no, what's the password? Library password, of course. Who knows the password? Great wizard. He knows everything. Alright, sure. I gotta go back to the wizard to get the password to go to the library that I probably don't need to go to because I don't think there's a reason to. Well, there might be a reason because I need to do a thing. I have to turn back into a human. It's closed. Everyone must be inside their homes for sure. It's like everyone's out boating. Where are my clothes? How do I get my clothes? Alright, have I gone everywhere? turn it back to spring. We need a fish. I wish I could go home too. I think there was a guy fishing over here, yeah? Over here? Hey. Let's go fishing. Let's go fishing. Oh, let's go. Let's go, let's go. My clothes. I put my clothes. I can't find my pails. Maybe the pails aren't here. Maybe lost them. Maybe they'll reappear someday. Let's get going now. Okie dokie. I found one of the items that was a feather, so I could probably go turn back into a human now. Come on, kitty. Time to go. Beep. Looks like there's something right there. I wonder if anything happens if I... There we go. Does anything happen? Oh, fishing pole. Pog? Maybe the guy can fix my fishing pole? Go this way. Huh? I have what you are looking for. Mom? There's nothing to be afraid of. You have to come closer now. If you don't, darn, the big snow's will come and get you. He will come and get you. Oh, Jesus. Okay, nope. We're gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Hey, oh. Can you fix my fishing rod? Can you fix my fishing rod? Oh, the clockworker is in here. Here's the sun, but I'll never bring it back. Just I'll smile, I'll get you. I'm cold as I am. Excuse me, I'll be burning in your hand. Wait, what was that? I'm cold as I am. I'm cold as I am, but if you use me, I'll be burning hard. What the fuck does that mean? I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Good night, Rhino. Think I might, fuck you, Ant-Man. I think I'm going to get the wizard to turn me back into a girl. And then I am going to log off because my throat hurts like a bitch. Light and hollow. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's the... Wait, what? I think it's the third one? No, it's the last one. Okay. Hey man, I got you a thing. Yeah, okay, I got my clothes. I must find the first... Oh, I have to find the first stone. Did it... Hold on. 2 dot... Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. Hey, I did the thing. I did the thing, I thought. Oh, it's 3. Oh, I'm stupid. 3.1 dash. 3.1 dash. I did it. Is it like separate? Are there like 3 big separate puzzles? Okay, well. Quiet save. Alright. Well, I think that's what I'll call it for today, because my throat hurts. So thank you guys for hanging out with me and playing that fun game with me. We'll be back tomorrow. My computer is frozen. Hello? My VTuber model's frozen. Hello? VTube Studio? I think VTube Studio is crashing. Whoops. Alrighty. But at the very least, we'll call it for the night. I don't know why my model is broken. Mad at me, but you know, that's alright. But I will go raid out, because I am EP now. Sweet Games, our great second. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I was worried it might be a little boring, but I was having a good time. But it was a lot for me to read. So I think I might pause here for today. It was fun. I'm glad. We'll play more tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm thinking we'll do a little artsy-fartsy stuff. We'll do a little live 2D rigging for my stinger. And then we will play a little Franbo and then get a little high and watch some TikToks. If any of you want to send me TikToks or content to watch while I'm high, feel free to put that in the content cubby in the Discord or send it to me in DMs on TikTok. Whatever is easier for you. Let me turn that back up. All right, who are we rating? Who are we rating? Let me see. I think I have many TikToks this week. That's okay. That's fine. That was more Franbo. I'm hoping that we can, like, finish Franbo tomorrow. So I might be playing Franbo for a good little bit, so no sweat at all. Don't worry. Even if you just send me one, that means a lot. Let's see. Who's doing stuff? Who's doing stuff? Lacquery Milk is doing stuff. Sleep Hollow SMP? They're playing Minecraft. We'll go raid them. Let's go raid them. Thank you guys again so much for all the raids, hanging out. It means a lot to me that you stick with me every day, because I am here for you every day. Have fun with Lacquery Milk. I hope I'm saying their name right. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. But have a great night. I love you guys very much. And remember,